All right, we seem to have lost that line with SHO Kamlesh Kumar. So the SHO, they're saying that he is rushing to the spot, but he, however, cannot confirm yet whether there was it was an Indian Air Force fighter jet. And initial details have just come in that the pilot is no more. In fact, 2 dead bodies have also been recovered from Churu in Rajasthan. Let's take you back through what's happened so far. This is a fighter jet that has crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. The initial reports were received just 1 hour 40 minutes back. It was a fighter jet that completely crashed. 2 dead bodies have been recovered. The pilot's dead body has also in fact been recovered. The SHO is rushing to the spot right now. In fact, police teams have been formed and all of them are rushing to the spot. The initial details when SHO Kamlesh Kumar spoke to us said that the fire has been doused right now and they are rushing to spot to give out the initial details on how many passengers or how many people were there on board of the jet. Harsha continues to stay with me on the broadcast on that note. Harsha, the SHO has not confirmed if it was an Indian Air Force aircraft, but like you were telling us that the dead bodies have been recovered. Do we have now the count of how many people exactly were on board?
For now, there are the two dead bodies which is being told to us by the police officers who are present there and the locals who are there, because the bodies have been recovered from under the debris because the fighter jet completely broken. The metal parts have been recovered in multiple pieces from the green field, from that particular ground where the crash has taken place. As SHO was himself stating, the crash timing is like 40 minutes to 50 minutes back only when the crash has taken place.
All right, Harsha, stay with me. I have back with me on the phone line SHO Kamlesh Kumar. SHO साहब, जैसे आप बता रहे थे आप स्पॉट की तरफ अभी जा रहे हैं, क्या कोई इंक्वायरी अभी तक बिठाई गई है? क्या बताया गया है कि इस मामले की तहकीकात कहां तक जा सकती है? All right, additional SP of the Rajasthan Police is also on the phone line with us. लोकेंद्र जी, क्या इनिशियल डिटेल्स है हमारे पास? अभी सोर्सेस के तरफ जानकारी आ रही है कि ये एक जैगुआर फाइटर जेट था, क्या कंफर्म कर सकते हैं आप?
जी, इसका है, एयरफोर्स का है और संबंधित SHO अभी वहीं पे हैं मौके पे। SP सर, कलेक्टर सर हैं, वो भी रवाना हो चुके हैं। एक बार मौके पे जाके वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं क्या चीज़ है, एक्चुअली स्टेटस क्या है और कितनी क्या कैजुअलिटी हुई है, मौके पे ही असेसमेंट हो पाएगा।
जी, तो आप ये कंफर्मेशन दे रहे हैं कि ये एक इंडियन एयरफोर्स का जेट था। क्या आपकी बातचीत हुई है अभी IAF से? क्या उनकी तरफ से कोई कॉल आए हैं आपको?
संबंधित SHO के हैं, SP सर की बात हो रही है वहाँ के जो एयरफोर्स के उच्च अधिकारी हैं उनसे, और सर खुद भी वहाँ के लिए रवाना हुए हैं, वो अभी जा रहे हैं मौके पे।
जी लोकेंद्र जी, आपसे एक और सवाल जानना चाहूंगी मैं, कितने लोग थे उस जेट के अंदर जब ये क्रैश हुआ?
2 लोगों की सूचना हो रही है लेकिन अभी उसकी पुष्टि नहीं हुई है।
और हमारे न्यूज रूम में ये सूचना भी आ रही है कि जो पायलट था वो अब नहीं रहा है। क्या ये आप कंफर्म कर सकते हैं?
ये सूचना है, अभी SHO है मौके पे, फोन एंगेज आ रहा है, मैं कांटेक्ट में हूँ उनसे, जैसे क्लियर होगा मैं बता दूँ।
लोकेंद्र जी, किस वक्त आपके पास एक खबर आई थी कि एक फाइटर जेट जो है वो चूरू में क्रैश हुआ है?
अभी 10 मिनट पहले। अभी पहले सोशल मीडिया में कुछ चल रहा था, फिर किसी कोई कॉल आया था, फिर उसके बाद में कंफर्म किया तो वो बोले कि हाँ इस तरह की कोई है तो सही। फिर SHO मौके पे रवाना हुए तो वो जस्ट वहीं पे थे मौके पर जी। तो बोले मैं अभी सारी क्लियर करके फिर मैं बात करता हूँ
जी। और कितनी टीम्स अभी तक डिप्लॉय हो चुकी हैं चूरू में? बिकॉज जैसे हम अपने दर्शकों को दिखा रहे थे, जो तस्वीरें हैं वो काफी ही बहुत ही दर्दनाक तस्वीरें हैं जो नजर आ रही हैं। कितनी टीम्स ऑलरेडी डिप्लॉय हो चुकी हैं आपकी तरफ से?
जी, SHO है, जैसे राजल सर हैं और रतनगढ़ है, रतनगढ़ थाने के हैं। इसके अलावा जो आसपास के जो भी थाने हैं वहाँ पे भी थाना प्रभारियों को बोल दिया गया है कि एक बार अपना मूवमेंट उधर की तरफ करें, मौके पे जो भी रेमेडी कर सकते हैं फिलहाल वो करें और कांटेक्ट में रहें।
जी, जैसे आप बता रहे थे कि 2 लोग थे उस जेट के अंदर, तो क्या आपके पास कोई सूचना है अगर कोई जिंदा बच सका उस क्रैश में से?
मैम अभी थोड़ी देर में क्लियर हो पाएगा, थोड़ी देर में क्लियर हो पाएगा, थोड़ी देर में क्लियर हो पाएगा। वहाँ शायद कुछ गैदरिंग भी हो रही है, एक बार हमारे अधिकारी हैं वहीं पे।
जी जी, तो क्या इस बात की तहकीकात की कमेटी बैठ चुकी है? और अगर हाँ तो फिर इस बात की
अभी की जस्ट घटना है, अभी जस्ट घटना, आगे जो भी होनी है प्रोसीडिंग वो अकॉर्डिंगली होनी है। जो भी इवेंट होंगे, क्या है क्या स्थिति है वो सारी चीजें क्लियर हो, मौके पे स्थिति क्लियर हुए बिना वो नहीं हो पाएंगे आगे चीजें।
जी लोकेंद्र जी, क्या पता चलता है, क्योंकि आप वहां के एडिशनल एसपी हैं, क्या पता चलता है, क्या रह चुके होंगे मेन कारण कि ये जेट जो है वो इस तरीके से क्रैश हुआ?
जो भी होते हैं एक्चुअली इस तरह के क्रैश वगैरह होते हैं, टेक्निकल इश्यूज होते हैं जो, तो वो तो जब तक एयरफोर्स के अधिकारी वहाँ की जो उनकी मैकेनिकल टीम है वो जब तक वेरीफाई नहीं कर पाए उस टाइम तक कुछ नहीं कह सकते उसके बारे में।
जी तो क्या जी जी जी
हम सामान्य तौर पे अब कोई भी कयास लगाएं उससे बढ़िया है कि जो टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट हैं वही बता पाए कि क्या चीज हुई थी।
जी तो इसी मामले में क्या फॉरेंसिक की टीम को सूचना दे दी गई है इस बारे में?
एयरफोर्स की टीम होती है वो मुआयना करती है।
एयरफोर्स की टीम, आप कंफर्म कर रहे हैं कि एयरफोर्स की टीम पहुंच रही है वहां पे मौके पे?
जी जी बात कर ली
एयरफोर्स की टीम पहुंच रही है। और सर हमारे तरफ से क्या फॉरेंसिक टीम को भी सूचना दे दी गई है इस बारे में?
हाँ हमारी यहाँ से हमारी टीम का ज्यादा उसमें रोल होता नहीं है मैडम, मैक्सिमम एयरफोर्स का ही काम होता है, वही जानते हैं कि क्या चीज है और मौके पे किस तरह की क्या चीजें पिक करनी है वहां से एज एन एविडेंस और इन्वेस्टिगेशन के तौर पे।
तो सर जो आपके पास इनिशियल डिटेल्स है कि ये एक IAF जैगवार जो है वो क्रैश हुआ था, जब आपको इस बात की सूचना मिली तो लोकल ने आपको क्या सूचना दी, किस तरीके से ये क्रैश था और कितनी तीव्रता से ये क्रैश था?
बताया अभी इतना कुछ क्लियर नहीं हुआ है, अभी सिर्फ उन्होंने यही बताया कि ये सूचना हुई है और जैसे ही सूचना हुई है वहां से वो लोग पहुंच चुके हैं और यहाँ से हेडक्वार्टर से भी जा रहे हैं, SP से भी जा रहे हैं और बाकी आसपास के जो भी अधिकारी हैं वो पहुंच रहे हैं मौके पे।
जी लोकेंद्र जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए और सारी जानकारी हमारे तक पहुंचाने के लिए। सो दैट वाज अ बिग कंफर्मेशन दैट हैज come from the additional SP Lokendra, who just confirmed that yes, this was a Jaguar fighter jet that has crashed. He has also confirmed the death of 2 people who were on board. The total number of people who were on board, however, is not confirmed yet, but 2 dead bodies have been recovered. The pilot's dead body has been recovered from the wreckage. The fighter jet, we learned, took off nearly around noon time, and 10 minutes back is when the SHO and the additional SP of the area had got information that there has been a fighter jet crash in Churu in Rajasthan. But the big news point there being that this was a IAF jet that has crashed, a Jaguar fighter jet. It remains to be seen on what the investigation details come out to be on what could have been the possible reasons behind the crash. Because remember, like we were talking to our reporters as well, this is an area which is generally used for sortie of the pilots. And Akanksha, my colleague, is also joining me from the broadcast, from the newsroom on that note. Akanksha, what are the initial details that we have again on this? We learned that this is a Jaguar fighter jet that has crashed.
Absolutely, Tanisha. As per the Defence Forces, what we are learning is that a Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of the Indian Air Force has crashed near Churu District, and the visuals we can see on the screens of the debris. And in fact, just a while back, you spoke to the police officer who's rushing to the spot, and he told us that fire has been extinguished, but debris is all around. Identification of the pilots is being done, but unfortunately, we are learning that one body has been recovered. There were 2 pilots on this sortie is what we are learning. This is Jaguar fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Tanisha, I must mention that this is the 3rd such incident of the crash of Jaguar fighter aircraft in the last 1 year. In fact, there was one such incident in Ambala in 2025, and then in April in Jamnagar in Gujarat. And this is the 3rd incident that has now come to the fore. Very concerning visuals that we are showing to our viewers on the screen. There's been no official confirmation that is coming from the Indian Air Force as far as this jet is concerned. But as far as Churu District is concerned, this is where the sortie practice is done. And as per the initial reports, we are learning that the technical snag could be one of the reasons of this crash. And as we've been showing you the visuals coming in from there, the police team reached the spot 20 minutes after the incident. Their fire has been extinguished, and the hunt is on to find the other pilot as well. One body, unfortunately, has been recovered from that area, and what we can see on the screen, the debris of this fighter jet is spread all across that specific area. Very, very concerning visuals coming in from Churu. A Jaguar fighter jet has crashed in that district. What we're learning is that some sort of sortie practice was underway there, and that is when there could be a technical snag which happened, and after that this sortie has crashed, and the debris is all around is what we can see. Police team are at the spot. The fire extinguishing exercise has been completed, and now now the hunt is on to find any other body that could be in that debris that we can see in the visuals is lying all around. Tanisha, as I mentioned, this is not the first time that a Jaguar fighter jet has crashed. Remember, I told you in March as well, there was a similar incident in Ambala, but thankfully the pilots were safe in that incident. And then in April, what we are learning is that there was a crash that took place and the pilot encountered a technical malfunction prompting them to eject. One pilot that time also had succumbed to the injuries, and once again now in Rajasthan we are getting the visuals of this another Indian Air Force jet that has crashed. No official confirmation has come in from Air Force till now.
Right, absolutely, Akanksha. In fact, extremely tragic news that just crippled into our newsrooms where like you were pointing out, a sortie was taken place. However, we do not have the official confirmation that has come out yet, be it from the Rajasthan Police or from the IAF for that matter. But the initial details that we have is that the fighter jet, this is a Jaguar fighter jet that has crashed in Rajasthan's Churu. It could have been a technical snag. Remember, the additional SP who just spoke to us said that one of the reasons that he cited could have been a technical snag. However, he said once he reaches the spot, when he takes the stock of the situation, only then he will be able to tell us on what could have been the possible reasons. But extremely tragic news that's coming in. And Akanksha, like we're showing it to our viewers as well, and like you were pointing out, there are fragments that are completely spread around the area where the jet had crashed, and this actually tells us about the intensity of the crash that the Jaguar flight had to go through. And remember, it is a light combat spacecraft that we're talking about here, and two people were already on board. One pilot has been dead. Two dead bodies have been recovered from the wreckage. Akanksha, your defense sources also tell you that this could have been during the sortie that could have taken place while the sortie was happening. And like you were telling about the past incidents as well, take us through about what were the other incidents that were reported in the past, again from Rajasthan, where there was a narrow escape for the pilot as well.
Well, absolutely. Firstly, speaking on the visuals, what we can see there right now, going by the visuals, it appears that this was a very violent crash that we can see because debris is all around that area, and in fact, police teams are at the spot. And Tanisha, you've been speaking to the police officers who are there, and they are saying that after they recover the bodies and the fire is completely extinguished, they will launch an investigation in this case. But let me take you through the information that we know as of now. This was a Jaguar fighter jet of the Indian Air Force that has crashed in Churu District. What we are learning is that there was, in fact, a sortie exercise that was underway, and there could have been a technical snag after which this happened. But as I was telling you about the earlier cases as well, this is the third time that such an incident has taken place. The first one was in March 2025, and that was in fact, Ambala of Haryana. The second one was few days later only. That was in Jamnagar in Gujarat. And now, a few months later, this is the third one in Churu District is what we can see on the screen. One body of the pilot has been recovered from the spot. The hunt is on to find the other body as well. But very concerning visuals because we can see debris all around that area. Official confirmation is still awaited from the Indian Air Force, what they have to say about the flight crash, etc. And the local police is also at the spot. They are, in fact, the focus right now is to locate the body of those who are present inside this fighter jet, and then they will launch the investigation into the case, and then we will know what really led to this very violent crash there in Churu, because the visuals that we can see clearly shows a violent crash, debris flown all around, and in fact what we're learning is that fire has been extinguished as of now, and the hunt is on to find the other pilot who could be in that crash as well, Tanisha.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. Harsha, in fact, was giving us details about how there was a co-pilot also on board. There was a pilot. However, the official confirmation that Republic TV has right now for our viewers is that one pilot has been dead. The co-pilot, however, we do not have the reports, official confirmation on whether the co-pilot has survived. But it seems nearly impossible for anybody to survive in the kind of crash that we've seen on our screens right now. And Akanksha, like even Kruthat was pointing out that there have been crashes in the past as well. But what remains to be the key question is what could have been the lifespan of the Jaguar jet that we're talking about here. Did it extend its lifespan? Did it complete its lifespan? How old was the aircraft? And why exactly did the crash happen? These are some key questions that we are looking forward to, that we do not have answers as of now, but an official confirmation is awaited very soon. Remember, the army or the IAF has not yet released a statement, but the Rajasthan Police, while speaking to Republic, said and confirmed that this is a Jaguar fighter jet, the IAF jet that has crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. The pilot has been dead. He has succumbed to his injuries. Fragments of the Jaguar jet that you see on your screens, the locals have already gathered there. The initial details were given to the police station nearly 20 minutes back. The crash happened somewhere near 1 hour 40 minutes back, to be precise, soon after which the locals had called up the police station. The police teams have rushed to the spot, after which they informed the IAF that incident of that sort has happened in Churu in Rajasthan, after which another confirmation came that the IAF has rushed their teams to the spot to carry out rescue operations. Harsha, my colleague, is all right. Akanksha is continuing to stay with us from the newsroom on that. Akanksha, like we were delving into the possible reasons on what could have likely led to the crash, the key question, of course, remains on how old was the aircraft? Did it complete its lifespan? Was it permissible? Was it safe to fly? Were the proper checks done? Or was there a technical snag or not in that aircraft?
Well, absolutely, and that is a matter of the investigation. Right now, the police is at the spot, and they are, in fact, going through that area, because as we've been telling our viewers, there's debris all around, and it was very important to locate the pilots first, and then the police, as well as Indian Air Force and other agencies, will look into what really led to this. But Tanisha, let's also talk about what happened in the last two cases of Jamnagar and also Ambala. If you talk about the Jamnagar case, what we're learning is that the pilots encountered a technical malfunction mid-air, prompting them to eject. One of the pilots, he succumbed to the injuries, while the other was safe and he was taken to the hospital. But that time also, malfunction and mid-air malfunction was one of the reasons. If we talk about the other Jaguar-related incident that took place in Ambala on March 7, 2025, that time as well, right after taking off, is what we're learning from the Ambala air base. The pilot managed to eject from the aircraft safely, and what we're learning is that they encountered a system malfunction that time as well. So in both the cases, there was malfunction mid-air in the Ambala case.
We have to hold on for a second. We're getting some pictures coming in right now. We're coming to know that Churu Police is right over there, and they are at the crash spot. Okay, so this is what we see right now, where we see that finally we see the police teams have reached the crash spot. And we have a phono with us. Anil Kumar is joining us. Churu Police, I want to come across to you, Mr. Kumar, and if you could just help our viewers understand what do you see around you, because right now we know that 2 people are dead in the crash site, the police teams are dispatched. What do you see around you right now? All right, we will go back. We'll go to Mr. Anil Kumar, Churu Police. The police is on the spot right now, and that's what we have been discussing right now on Republic TV, because the police is right there on the spot. We can tell you that 2 people are dead, but yet to confirm who these 2 are. We'll put those details out once we get an official confirmation, Tanisha. But as we keep showing these pictures to our viewers, remember that the Air Force has many bases in Rajasthan, Jodhpur and another in Bikaner. And just in April, an Air Force Jaguar Fighter Aircraft crashed near Gujarat's Jamnagar. So that happened 2 months ago. And once again, we're seeing an IAF fighter jet has crashed there in Rajasthan. Okay, we're getting some more updates coming in. 1 pilot is dead as well. 1 pilot is dead. That is a new update coming in right now. And the police has confirmed the IAF fighter jet crash. Now, next, Tanisha, we would be waiting for the statement coming in from the IAF.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. In fact, these are the visuals of from the spot. These are the fragments of the fighter jet. This specific visual confirms how this was a Jaguar fighter jet that has crashed in Churu in Rajasthan. The first visuals on Republic. Extremely tragic news that's coming in. Remember, it is a matter of concern on how did the pilot not eject. Because what we're talking about here is a high-class fighter jet, the Jaguar Fighter Jet, known for its lightweight and known for its combat capabilities. And if there was so much safety in the aircraft, how is it that the pilot could not eject on time? If he could sense that there was something that was going wrong in the plane, that remains to be a matter of investigation. Was there a malfunction in the aircraft is another key question. But like we were pointing out, that this is not the first time that a crash like such sort has happened in Rajasthan. In the year 2025, in fact, on April 2nd, a Jaguar fighter jet had crashed near Jamnagar and it had killed the pilot. On March 7, in fact, there were two major aircraft crashes that occurred in a single day. On February 13, 2024 is when a Hawk Mk-132 trainer fighter aircraft crashed in the state of West Bengal. In 2024 also, in fact, there was similar news that came out which said a MiG-21 fighter aircraft had crashed during a routine flight, killing the pilot. So these are the cases that has come to light, be it Rajasthan or be it from the state of West Bengal. But Rajasthan continues to remain the top focus, because remember, this is not the first time that a crash of such sort has happened. It has happened in the past as well. There has been an investigation that has been ordered. In this case, the initial details say that the police has already rushed to the spot to take the stock of the situation on how many people were exactly on board on that spacecraft, I beg your pardon, on that jet, and what could have been the reason behind the crashing of the jet. Was it a malfunction? Was it because of a hit via something? Or what could have been the reasons? Was the flight permissible to fly at that height? Kruthat, my colleague, is all right. Anil, I believe Anil Kumar, the police officer who has reached the crash spot, is joining us on the phone line on that. Anil ji, आप crash spot पहुंच गए हैं, क्या है initial जानकारी आपके पास?
मैम, एक प्लेन है जो क्रैश हुआ है अभी। बाकी ऑफिशियल्स हैं वो जो पहुंच रहे हैं, बड़े अधिकारी एयरफोर्स के वगैरह के सभी के और एविएशन के जो भी अधिकारी हैं वो पहुंच रहे हैं। फिर वो बता पाएंगे पूरी डिटेल क्या चीज है क्या नहीं है, क्योंकि जो क्रैश हुआ है उसके बारे में हम तो अब जानते नहीं क्या हुआ है ये।
All right, Mr. Anil Kumar, you know, but could you describe, आप क्या देख रहे हैं? आप क्या देख रहे हैं? आप क्रैश स्पॉट पे हैं अभी? क्या दिख रहा है आपको अभी?
ये तो क्या है कि जो प्लेन था, तो क्रैश होने के बाद में जो बर्निंग है, पेड़ जले हुए हैं, आसपास का एरिया जला हुआ है, वही दिख रहा है।
Right. Right. Mr. Anil Kumar, अभी ये क्या Jaguar jet, right?
नहीं, इसके बारे में हमें नहीं पता अभी क्या चीज हो सकती है क्या नहीं हो सकती है। वो तो जो अधिकारी हैं, इसके कंसर्निंग अधिकारी है, वही बता पाएंगे। मैम थैंक यू, थोड़ा काम कर रहे हैं।
All right. Thank you, Mr. Anil Kumar. Churu Police from the crash spot, still waiting for more confirmations to come in, Tanisha. But from the pictures that we have, it clearly says Jaguar. I want to go to Kruthat right now. Kruthat, you know, we have those pictures. IAF Jet crashed in Churu. We have those pictures. So we can make out the plates and it clearly says Jaguar. We're still waiting for more confirmation and official details to come in. What are you picking up right now?
Indeed, Shivangi, and this is the third reported crash now as far as the Jaguar is concerned that has taken place just this year. Now, earlier this year in the month of April, there was a crash reported of Jaguar in Ambala. In a separate incident earlier, just specifically 1 month before that, in the month of March, there was a Jaguar crash that was reported in Jamnagar as well. So there have been two separate instances now, and this reportedly being a third one. Obviously, we have visuals that attempt to confirm that perhaps this was a Jaguar aircraft of the Indian Air Force. However, officially, no word from IAF acknowledging that it was a Jaguar that has gone down, and if there have been any loss of life or personnel that have been injured in this entire sequence of events. As we saw, the Churu Police some moments ago has reached the spot. It seems to be a very violent crash. As far as the visuals show, only a few pieces of debris has been recovered on the sides, on one of the wings, as the visuals that we have access so far suggest that it was perhaps a Jaguar aircraft of the Indian Air Force. Now, it is extremely concerning because this was an aircraft that was inducted in the Indian Air Force all the way back in 1979. So that shows you that this was approximately a 45-year-old aircraft that was in service, and Jaguars have been prone to various crashes due to technical reasons. The previous two crashes that took place earlier this year in the month of March and April have been attributed to unspecified technical reasons. However, they have believed to be that this Pekicat company that used to manufacture Jaguar, which no longer does manufacture Jaguar at the moment, there have been faults that have been emerging, technical faults, perhaps due to the age of the aircraft. However, there seems to be no plan to immediately retire the Jaguar. In fact, it is expected to remain in service at least for the next 4 to 5 years. India operates multiple squadrons of the Jaguar aircraft. Also, we saw Jaguars playing a very key role in Operation Sindoor, so it is very much part of India's operational capability in terms of Indian Air Force's air dominance and superiority. However, repeated crashes, now the third one reported this year, the first one being in March, second being in April, just a month before Operation Sindoor, and now this one being reported in July, has been once again bringing the issues regarding the technical aspects and the lack of technical support, because availability of parts is a very difficult and different issue, which has been a challenge for India to maintain the Jaguar aircraft in the past. British Air Force and the French Air Force, both of them used to operate Jaguars, and both of them have retired them almost a decade or 2 decades ago. And we have been sourcing parts from the retired aircrafts of the British Air Force and the French Air Force from their Air Force junkyards. And essentially that has been the main pipeline for the equipment and the secondary parts that we have got for repairs and maintenance of our Jaguar fleet. So that has been a recurring issue of concern. What led to this crash, if at all it was an Indian Air Force Jaguar that was down again due to an unspecific technical issue, that will be subject to an inquiry of the Indian Air Force. But so far we are still awaiting an official confirmation and an official word of the Indian Air Force acknowledging the crash and giving a reason on what led to it to begin with.
Right, Kruthat, stay with me. I'm also being joined by Harsha. Harsha, you got us these initial details of how the jet had crashed in Churu in Rajasthan, and like Kruthat was also pointing out, it is a huge matter of investigation on how did this Jaguar, it was a twin-seater Jaguar, as you confirmed, that had crashed in Churu. But the key question remains on, was there any malfunction inside the aircraft? And if no, then why couldn't the pilot eject safely like it happens in most of the cases?
Yes, you rightly pointed out whether there was a safety check issue inside the jet, or whether what transpired, the jet lost the balance. This is what the officials are still trying to figure out. But yes, right now the primary what the IG and the other officials are on the ground are present. Police officials, they have quoted us by stating that first it is important that each and every part of this Jaguar is secured, is moved to a safer location, and also the bodies which have been recovered is sent to the mortuary. And first of all, the defense and the IAF has been informed about the entire initial information, because the several part of the metal of this fighter jet Jaguar, which was a twin-seater Jaguar, not very old, it was almost 45 years old, and also twin-seater jet. There were 2 people in this fighter jet, and now official sources have also confirmed us that both the 2 in the fighter jet are dead. The official source have confirmed they are dead, and also it is being found out that if any local has also there's also any local casualty near to the green field, in that particular green field where this fighter jet has crashed. But yes, more details are awaited. The Indian Air Force have yet not confirmed anything about it, but the Rajasthan Police IG is in touch with the Indian Air Force officials, and also in some time the Air Force officials will also be arriving at Churu. And to tell our viewers that there was a Suratgarh Air Force station in the Churu where the NOTAM was issued, and the IAF exercise was scheduled from 9 o'clock in the morning till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But at around 1:20 p.m., around between 1:20 to 1:29 p.m. only, this crash has happened, and the locals got to know first about it. It was a greenfield open area, almost 550 hectare area of the greenfield where this crash has happened, and the thundering sound was heard by the locals. Immediately, the huge number of people gathered there. The Churu police officials were informed about it. The Churu SHO inspector and the local officers were the first one to arrive there. The bodies have been recovered. The 2 bodies have been recovered. Official sources confirm us. The IG Rajasthan Police is on the spot right now. He left for the spot as soon as he got the information about the crash. The Air Force officials are also en route to the crash site, the crash spot. As we know so far, the entire place right now will be is full of local people right now, what we heard. But regarding this Jaguar twin-seater, more details are awaited exactly how this crash happened, because there were several jets. The sortie was going on, the IAF exercise was going on since 9 o'clock in the morning. The locals have confirmed it, the eyewitness have said it, that since morning the sortie noises could be heard in the air, and there was exercise going on because the Air Force station is nearby, for which the notice was also issued. But this particular jet, it crashed around 1:20 p.m. in the afternoon, and the locals first were the ones to reach there, and the bodies are completely burned. We can see the visuals are so scary that's difficult to even watch at the visuals. So right now more investigation will happen after this. First, it's important to seal this entire
All
area.
right. Yes, Harsha, stay with me. I'm also being joined by Kruthat. But before I go to Kruthat, we have more details that have coming. We learned that the IAF has moved rescue helicopters to the spot already. Now, the aircraft was a part of training program in Rajasthan, and like we were telling you, viewers, that this could have been a sortie that could have likely been underway, because Rajasthan and Churu is an area where sorties of this sort usually take place. The Jaguar, initial details also say that Jaguar took off from Suchetgarh in Rajasthan. Shravan is joining me live from the newsroom on that, along with Pruthat. Shravan, the aircraft was a part of the training program in Rajasthan. Are the initial details that we are picking up. Where was it that the Jaguar took off from exactly?
So Shravan, we have been tracking this crash, and where did it take off from, and this trainer aircraft in particular that has been in focus of this crash since morning that we are tracking. What's the details?
Well, in fact, the latest details that we have, one, that the Indian Air Force, as part of the standard operating procedure, they've already moved the rescue helicopters to the spot. It's expected to arrive anytime soon. As of now, there's no official confirmation as far as the condition of the pilot is concerned. We can confirm it's a twin-seater Jaguar that has basically crashed. Important to point out that the Indian Air Force was also carrying out its training exercise. That is something that we can confirm. The fact that this Jaguar aircraft took off from Suchetgarh, this happened roughly about 45 minutes ago is what we are given to understand. Importantly, some eyewitnesses have recounted that it had turned into a complete fireball the moment it landed. There are some reports essentially suggesting that the pilot essentially tried to evade the civilian areas, and that is one of the reasons why perhaps the pilot did not eject, is what these are initial reports really coming in. Having said that, the confirmation also coming in from the Rajasthan Police. We're waiting for an official confirmation to come in from the Indian Air Force at this point in time. They haven't issued any statement as of now.
Indeed, and it was a trainer aircraft. That is something that we are confirming based on the eyewitnesses also and the initial reports that are coming in. And this trainer aircraft that went down, there was no sign of ejection, as we were saying earlier. And the visual also suggests that it was a very violent crash, because we can see trails of entire burnt grass, a very violent dark ground that has been there, and barely any evidence of debris that has been recovered from that place. So those are the visuals that we are tracking live at the moment. We'll go back to the studio now with more detailed updates, ladies and gentlemen. But that's the initial input coming in, a trainer aircraft of the IAF that has now gone down in Churu. Back to the studio.
Absolutely. Violent clash that took place in Churu in Rajasthan. In fact, let me go across to Kamlesh Saini, who's the SHO in Churu. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. आप क्या स्पॉट पे पहुंच गए और क्या कुछ आप वहां देख पा रहे हैं? किस तरह की सिचुएशन है अभी वहां पे? क्या आप हमें सुन पा रहे हैं कमलेश सैनी जी? We'll try and reconnect that line with the SHO of Churu. But as far as this entire incident is concerned, as you can see in the visuals, a violent clash that has taken place in Rajasthan. What we're learning so far is that this is a Jaguar Fighter Jet of the Indian Air Force. And also not the first time that such an incident has taken place related to this aircraft. In March and April as well, there have been, in fact, 2 incidents. And there's a CAG report that goes on to say that between 2017 and 22, there's been as many as 34 malfunctions as far as Jaguar plane is of the Indian Air Force is concerned. Kruthat, I want to come to you now. Not the first time that we've seen such an incident, as you've also been saying that in fact, March, there was an incident in firstly Ambala in Haryana, and then a few days later, there was another incident in Gujarat. Give us more information about what happened in those specific cases.
Well, in those cases also, there were some unspecified technical issues that were being reported by the Indian Air Force. Obviously, these operational details are never made public due to security concerns. However, in both those cases, it was classified as an unspecific technical issue that led to the crashing of these aircrafts. Now, the Indian Air Force veterans and the authorities have been raising concerns about the age of aircrafts of Jaguar, because they were inducted in the Indian Air Force all the way back in 1979. And these were aircrafts which were then also at that time very matured fighters which were bought from the the French manufacturers later on and the British ones who used to operate them. And subsequently also in the last decade, we have seen that there have been various maintenance issues that have been faced operationally because Pekicat, the company that made Jaguar, is no longer operating them or rather making them. Indian Air Force in fact remains one of the only air forces in the entire world that is continuing to operate these Jaguar aircrafts and still has some plans to operate them at least for the better part of this decade because of its plans to replenish its fleet. Now Tejas Mark 1 is one of those aircrafts which was directly supposed to be responsible to replace the aging Jaguar fleet and the Bison fleet of the MiG-21s. At the same time, however, there have been marked delays in the Tejas also coming in, which is why Jaguars as a strategic liability now have been part of India's Air Force and over the period of years we have seen that various crashes have been reported. This one in particular happens to be of a trainer aircraft which was carrying out trainer sorties, as we just heard few moments ago with Shaban bringing us more details. And the crash has taken place while the pilot was allegedly attempting to avoid civilian casualties in a civilian area and apparently did not have enough reaction time or time to react rather in time in order to save the civilians. At the same time also managed to evacuate and eject from that jet. So those are the initial updates that we are tracking. However, we are still awaiting an official confirmation coming in from the Indian Air Force. Back to the studio to Shivam.
All right, thank you, Krithart, for getting those details. And like we're telling our viewers, like Krithart is pointing out, there's been 3 crashes, Jaguar crashes in the past few months alone. We need to take a short break right now. Rescue operations are still continuing. We'll get our viewers what is happening on the spot. Let's take a short break first. But coming right up, tragedy in Rajasthan, twin-seater Jaguar crashes. Still getting us more inputs coming in right now, live.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
In fact, we have a breaking news coming in. As far as the crash in Churu is concerned, what we're learning is that the Jaguar plane took off from Suchetgarh is what we're learning so far. A violent crash took place in Churu in Rajasthan. One pilot's body has been recovered so far. This is the input that we're getting from you from the ground there, as you can see in the visuals. Those are the debris of the plane that had crashed there just a while back. Police team is at the spot. In fact, the rescue operation is underway to find the body of the other pilot as well. These are the plane parts that are scattered all across the area. And as you can see on the visuals as well, police team is there at the spot and the rescue operation is currently underway.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. This extremely tragic news that's coming in from Rajasthan. The initial details that we have is that the pilot has already succumbed to his injuries. There was a co-pilot as well. However, we do not have initial details and confirmation on whether the pilot is, the co-pilot, I beg your pardon, is still alive or has he as well succumbed to injuries. But our reporter there was getting us initial details on how there have been two dead bodies that have been recovered from the wreckage there. It was an IAF fighter jet, a Jaguar fighter jet, in fact, twin-seater Jaguar that had crashed. The aircraft was a part of the training program in Rajasthan that was undergoing a sortie in Rajasthan, we believe. And that is exactly when there was a loud, thunderous noise that had come. And soon after which the locals rushed to the spot. The locals saw that there was a plane crash that had happened. They informed the police about it. The police had then informed the Indian Air Force. The Indian Air Force has now rushed multiple teams to the site to carry out the rescue operations, if there are any survivors in the case, but which looks nearly impossible, keeping in mind the kind of crash that the fighter jet has had. Now, there are details that two have been dead, and this is an official confirmation that we're getting from an IG. The crash happened near Churu in Rajasthan. The SP had said that the police team has been dispatched to the spot. We are also getting to learn that the Jaguar aircraft, when it crashed, there was a loud, thunderous noise that was received by the locals there. In fact, the eyewitness were also they recalled their horror, which said that there was a fireball that was seen when the the Jaguar had crashed on the ground, soon after which it landed, after which is when they had informed the police, Akanksha, about these incidents. But what is very concerning here is about the key questions that have still not been answered. The key questions that whether there was a malfunction in the aircraft or not, whether and if not, then why couldn't the pilot eject safely like it happens in most of the cases, Akanksha?
Well, absolutely, Tanisha. What we're learning so far is a Jaguar fighter aircraft of Indian Air Force has crashed in Churu District in Rajasthan. As per the initial reports, 2 pilots have lost their lives, and those are the pictures of the Jaguar aircraft that has crashed. As far as Jaguar is concerned, it is a twin-engine aircraft introduced into the Indian Air Force in the late 1970s. It played a crucial role in deep penetration strikes and ground attack missions as well. But despite the extensive service, what we're learning is that the aircraft has time and again witnessed multiple incidents over the last few years. In fact, between 2017 and 22, there were as many as 34 incidents. In fact, just in 2025, this is the 3rd incident that has taken place. And these are the very concerning visuals that we are getting from you from Churu District in Rajasthan, where you can see debris all around that place. A police team is there at the spot, and unfortunately, 2 pilots have lost their life. For questions being asked on the Jaguar, a twin-engine aircraft as well, as it has witnessed multiple accidents over the last few years, Tanisha.
Well, absolutely, Akanksha. Like you were just telling us about how concerning this case is as far as it comes to the fighter jet that has crashed. It was a fighter jet of the Indian Air Force. The Indian Air Force, Akanksha, however, has not released a statement here, and we are expecting a statement to be released very soon, because the IG and the additional SP of the area have already told us that they have informed the Indian Air Force of the mishap that has happened, of the tragedy that has happened in Churu in Rajasthan, and they have already mobilized teams to that area, Churu to be specific here. Now, let's take you again through the initial details that we have. It is an Indian Air Force pilot who was killed after a Jaguar fighter jet crashed near Bandua village in Rajasthan's Churu district, and this happened at nearly around noon. Now, there are reports of 2 others, possibly civilians, who have been injured. However, the local police have not yet informed about any such injuries so far. At this time, it is also unclear if the plane that crashed was either doing a sortie or was either had a malfunction that led to the crash. But we do know that it was a twin-seater aircraft, a British-French Spaycat Jaguar supersonic aircraft that was purchased by India in the 1970s. So, Akanksha, if you talk about the age, these are Jaguars that have been purchased by India in the year 1970s, and that's a long period of time. So, questions are also being raised, Akanksha, on was the fighter jet old enough to fly? Were there any specifications that were given to the pilot before it took off from where it was doing its sortie from?
Absolutely. It remains to be seen what really led to this incident. But as you rightly mentioned, and as the experts have also pointed out time and again, that this was the aging aircraft. In fact, these were taken into service in 1970s. They played a very crucial role in deep penetration strikes and ground attack missions as well. But despite the extensive service over the last more than 40 years, the aircraft witnessed multiple accidents over the years. So it remains to be seen what really happened in this particular case. In the last two cases in 2025, in both the cases, there were technical faults, technical snags, which led to the pilots ejecting from the plane and taking it to a safer area, and that is what happened in this case, Tanisha, as well. We can see that the pilots have taken this jet to a field location, to a location away from the crowded location of Churu. They could not eject on time is what we are learning, but there's some sort of sortie training that was going on in this area as well. Let me go across to Vice Air Marshal P.K. Srivastava, who joins us live on the broadcast. Sir, thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. We are learning that a Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of Indian Air Force has crashed in Churu District. Now, this is the aircraft on which many questions were raised in the last few years. We have seen multiple accidents over the last, in fact, 7 years. What do you have to say about the Jaguar aircraft?
Firstly, I'm really shocked, and in awe, plus my prayers for the pilots. I don't know what the state, but as I hear that it's not really good. The aircraft, of course, is very aged in that sense that we are looking at an aircraft which is 45 years old, and that aging has its own impact on the operational worthiness of the aircraft. But Indian Air Force, as I know, is very competent in maintaining these aircraft, and they are really maintaining it well. How and why this happened, we cannot, really come about any kind of thing as of now. But as I look at it, it was on a training sortie, it appears, because there are two pilots who were involved in this. And what happened, what was the maneuver, what kind of engine status was there, how it happened, I think we'll have to wait for some kind of preliminary report from the Indian Air Force before we make a comment on this. So it's a very sad day. It's really very, very sad. And we pray for the pilots. But to make a judgment on just the news that something happened and some visuals which I'm not able to see, it's very difficult to really pass a kind of, some kind of guesstimate or some kind of comment on this.
Well, absolutely, sir. Extremely tragic news, in fact, that's coming in. Shravan is joining us live from the newsroom on that. Shravan, now the Jaguar was retired from service in France in the year 2005, in UK in 2007 and Oman in 2014, but it remains operational in India. Does that also raise a cause of concern when it comes to the crashing of the Jaguar aircraft, specifically in this case in Churu?
Well, in fact, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor is going to join us on this broadcast, and he perhaps is the best person to explain why it remains a cause of concern. Having said that, let's make no mistake that the Indian Air Force has carried out regular maintenance of these aircraft. So we basically operate about 121 Jaguar aircrafts, and there is a phased manner in which the retirement of these aircrafts are essentially done, which is slated anything between 2028 and 2031. Having said that, there have been regular updates or upgrades that have been done on these very aircrafts. Air Marshal Kapoor is joining us on this broadcast. Sir, the fact of the matter is that this is the third Jaguar crash that we are looking at. And the fact that this is supposed to go in for a phased retirement between 2028 and 2031. Over the last few months, several questions, several reports of the CAG have also raised concerns about the upgradation of this particular aircraft itself.
It's very unfortunate, and I was on your channel the last accident when it took place. And needless to say, we have the best maintenance and technical facilities available
to keep these aircrafts flyworthy. And regular updates and patches are taken for the software. All the additional avionics and other upgrades are there. Why did this aircraft crash? What was the reason? Why the pilot couldn't eject, or if he ejected, why it led to fatal injuries? I have no knowledge about that at this stage. Only information I have that this aircraft took off for a training mission, and it had to, lead into this result wherein the pilot lost his life, and one more person is dead. I'm not sure whether it's the second pilot or a person on ground. But it's very unfortunate, very, very unfortunate.
Marshal, perhaps it's too early at this point in time to, perhaps get into the reasons of this, and none of us would be in a position to comment on this entire issue. But having said that, we have essentially referred to multiple reports. These are government reports that have been prepared. And the reality is this, that today we do face a massive shortage. In fact, we've had the IAF chief largely raising concerns about, one, the production of the fighter jets in India itself, and also the procurement itself, and that is something that hasn't really changed, and there is a frustration that the IAF chief has also expressed on multiple platforms.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct. The squadron strength has been depleting over the years, and today as we speak, but notwithstanding two front end, the requirement would be much larger. Of course, the LCA was a replacement which got delayed because of a lot of reasons which are known to all of us. So long and short is that on one hand we are on the path of Atmanirbharta, and the recent conflict has shown that more and more indigenous components are going to hold us in good stead. But on the other hand, we do not have a very robust fighter aircraft manufacturing setup in our country. In fact, only 4 to 5 countries globally manufacture a fighter jet engine. So this technology we have tried in the past and not succeeded. So we are dependent on other countries to get these aeroplanes. So we are in the process, and what I was reading is that shortly, in a couple of months or in a year's time, we should be able to roll out our own engine, Kaveri, the GTRE engine. So things are expected to look up, but the present inventory is mixed. It's got vintage, it has got vintage modified, it has got aircrafts which are little older and newer generation. So we are flying, and this is across the world. It is not that Indian Air Force is the only Air Force. The US Air Force itself is flying aeroplanes, fighter aeroplanes, which are about 50 years old. So globally, it is a norm, and these aircrafts are maintained in the proper condition, that so as to say.
Well, thank you very much, Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor, for joining us on this broadcast. Let me also bring in Air Vice Marshal P.K. Srivastav. Sir, we've largely spoken about what essentially plagues the Indian Air Force at this point in time, and perhaps the Indian Air Force chief has highlighted that. Having said that, I want to bring back the focus on the recent incident that has actually taken place. This is the third crash that has been reported in just 1 year itself.
That's definitely very, very unfortunate, but I'll agree with Air Marshal Rajiv on one count, that all air forces in the world do have a mix of aircraft, which are some are vintage and some are new, but we keep upgrading them. We keep upgrading them aeronautically, we keep upgrading them avionics wise, we keep upgrading them mission systems wise. We keep doing it, and the maintenance which we do, and when we declare an aircraft operationally flyworthy, we look into all these parts. How and why this happened in this case, there can be multiple factors. They need to be investigated and found out. But as of now, to make a comment, broad-based comment that yes, we got absolutely aging fleet, that's a different discussion and discourse. Then we not having 42 squadrons, and we are not having been able to induct our own LCAs or other aircraft. So let's not put them in the same bucket. These two discourses are different discourses. So at the moment we are focusing on one part, Are other air forces flying vintage aircraft or this kind of aircraft multiple times, upgrading them and doing it? Yes, they're doing it because replacement of fighter fleet is so very costly and so very high on the budget of any nation. So they try to fly it as long as they are operationally available. We also have a methodology by which we ensure that we fly as many aircraft only as are operationally, flight worthy. And rest, which we are having in our inventory, like you mentioned the number about 121 or something, unless they are fly worthy, we don't launch them for the flight. So that being said, we will have to wait what exactly happened in this case. Yes, towards the end of the life of any aircraft, we do have what we call instability coming in various systems due to obsolescence, aging, and all that, and the maintenance becomes a little more tricky, a little more comprehensive. It takes time, and sometimes there are other issues involved. So taking a call as of now without knowing facts would be something which I think we should avoid doing it. Yes, we'll wait for what exactly happened. And let me assure you, to you and the nation, anytime we do any court inquiry, we really find out why it happened, and if we find some failures or some kind of test which need to be done or added to be done, we definitely, again, we implement them in our system so that our future is safer than what it was.
Well, thank you very much, Air Vice Marshal, for joining us on this broadcast. Let me also bring in Group Captain Bajpai, who's joining us on this broadcast. Jaguar, the fact that 121 is what we are essentially operating in our country, with a plan to retire it by perhaps 2028 or 2031. Group Captain Bajpai, what many of us miss out is the fact that they are retrofitted, there are upgrades that have been done, perhaps making it fly-worthy. Should there be such a clamor on this entire issue at this point in time?
As you have broken this news, which is a very, very sad news, that within a short span of time, we have lost today the third Jaguar. The most important thing, along with this crash, we have lost two invaluable, precious trained pilots also. Yes, as my other two colleagues, ABM Srivastava and Air Marshal Kapoor, have already spoken, Jaguar fleet is an aging fleet. It has served Indian Air Force for approximately 45 years. It was introduced somewhere 1979 to 80. And this particular aircraft seems is ex-Jamnagar, must be in marine version, must be flying at low level. And at low level, the pilots get, they have to carry out various maneuvers. The reaction time is less. Unless until we know the details of this particular accident, it will be very difficult to say what was the actual cause of accident. But it's a fact that it's an aging fleet. Simultaneously, like other two people, I also have no doubt in the maintenance capability of Indian Air Force. Within available resources, the best maintenance is being offered on these aircraft. That's what I can say at this moment, unless until we come to know the details of what has happened at what altitude, what has gone wrong, did the engine packed up, or what was the controllability problem was there on this particular aircraft, which resulted in the crash, and why pilot could not eject safely. These details will come out in detailed inquiry.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Air Marshal P.K. Srivastava, Group Captain G.P. Bajpai, and Sanjeev Kapoor, Air Marshal, for speaking to Republic TV. Now over to Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor in the studio.
All right. Thank you so much, Akanksha. And essentially what we are hearing with Marshal Kapoor was a dissection of what ails the IAF on the equipment front. Aging Jaguars, and the IAF operates six squadrons of them. 45 years is the average age, as the Marshal was suggesting. And while the maintenance might still be top class, the fact is that this is an aging fleet. These are really old. They are effectively close to getting number plated. Some of the squadrons indeed have been. So for the kind of crash that has taken place, obviously we are having a general conversation. The specifics of this crash would obviously be investigated through a court of inquiry, as it happens in the case of forces. This crash in Churu has happened today. The crash in Jamnagar happened on April 2nd, April 2, and and one before that happened on March 8 in Panchkula, Haryana, taking the total Jaguar crashes this year to 3. If you look at these pictures, Sepcat, B-Collage, Jaguar, and the numbers that are associated with the identification of the particular aircraft. Those are there, and in the other set of pictures, we are getting you the spot where this tragedy has panned out, and the craft just crashed, and eyewitnesses suggest that it went up in flames before crashing. So whether this is about some kind of mechanical failure, not just engine failure, but some failure which has led to a fire on board, and subsequently the plane crashed, and the fact that we are yet to hear from the IAF about the fate of the pilots, whether they ejected or not, we don't know. There have been 2 casualties on the ground, but we don't know whether these are of those who were there on the ground. We are going to continue with more on this as IAF tackles this tragedy panning out in Churu of Rajasthan. Coming back on the other side. Also, old end-of-life vehicles again facing no fuel situation from November 1 in Delhi. That old vehicle law is back. That's also a prime-time debate. Coming back on the other side with more.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to this 3 p.m. live in breaking Wednesday, and in Maharashtra, lawlessness courtesy MNS cadres of Raj Thakre. First we had one of their leader's son having an altercation in a drunken state with a lady influencer, and now MNS Gundas literally carrying out a rampage at toll booths in Maharashtra. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of the Indian Air Force has crashed near Churu District of Rajasthan. Two, including the pilot, have been reported dead in the Churu fighter jet crash. Third Jaguar Fighter Jet crashed this year. One crashed in Ambala in March, another in Jamnagar in April, and now the latest in Churu has claimed 2 lives. Fresh diktat from the Delhi government, a fuel ban for overage vehicles in Delhi NCR from November 1. Shinde Sena MLA rains punches on canteen contractor over poor quality food. MNS workers vandalized toll plaza in Washim. A bridge connecting Anand to Vadodara district in Gujarat collapses midway. 10 feared dead, 5 rescued. Gujarat Chief Minister orders inquiry into the matter. An illegal conversion racket busted in Uttar Pradesh. Bulldozer action on Changur Baba continues on day 2. Is STF on hunt for Baba's aid. All right, let's begin with the focus story of Maharashtra. MNS workers have been on rampage in the state, getting in visuals of the cadres of Raj Thackeray vandalizing Tondagaon toll plaza in Washim on the Akola-Nanded highway. This incident happened last evening. The workers vandalized the toll plaza, alleging that there were no facilities there. They vandalized the plaza, protesting against the toll collection without any facilities. The police have registered a case and are investigating it further. In fact, parallelly, we have had one MNS cadre indulging in slapping a canteen staff. This is from Mumbai. This is a Shiv Sena MLA, actually, not MNS cadre. So effectively, what we are seeing is that as a build-up to the local body polls, including the most important BMC, Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, we are seeing activism of the lumpen kind panning out in Maharashtra. In these pictures, you have a Shiv Sena MLA slapping a canteen staff, punching, threatening, pummeling, pushing, including with his aides, indulging in this physical altercation. And then we had those MNS cadres at the toll booth. Satya Prakash joins us live. Okay, first we have a report filed by Satya Prakash, then we go live to him.
शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के एमएलए संजय गायकवाड़ ने बीती रात खाना खराब होने की वजह से यहाँ पे जो कैंटीन के स्टाफ हैं उनको मारा था। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, यही कैंटीन है जब संजय गायकवाड़ पहुँचे और यहाँ पर जो उन्होंने आरोप लगाया कि जो खाना था वो ख़राब था। और इसके बाद यहाँ पे काफ़ी बहस हुई और काफ़ी बहस होने के बाद यहाँ पे जो स्टाफ थे उनको पिटाई किया, उनको मारा। और संजय गायकवाड़ ने साफ तौर से कहा है कि जो हमने किया वो सही किया, खाना ख़राब था। हम कुछ लोग यहाँ पे कैंटीन में खाना खा रहे हैं, उनसे हम बात करते हैं।
उनके अधिकार में सब कुछ रहने के बाद भी यहाँ पे कर्मचारियों को मारहान करना, क्योंकि ये कर्मचारी जो है वो गरीब घर के, अगर किसी को लग जाता तो दवाई के पैसे कहाँ से लाएगा वो? वो उधर निर्वाह करने के लिए यहाँ पे आता है और नौकरी करता है, और उन्हें उसको मारहान करना ये मेरे हिसाब से आमदार साहब की बहुत गलत बात है। भविष्य में ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए। उन्होंने
किसी के ऊपर गुनाह दाखिल करना चाहिए, उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, और जैसा उसने मारा वो कामगार की भी ऐसी है कि उसने भी उनको ऐसी तरह से पीटना है, क्योंकि लोकप्रतिनिधि के नाते ऐसा करना गलत है। वो एक पागल आदमी है, वो किसी ने आमदार बनाया, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि हर वक्त कुछ ना कुछ वो बोलते रहता है, कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी बातें करता है, और बातें करने के बाद लोगों में एक वातावरण जो है खराब करता है। वो उसने जो कामगार को मारा है वो अत्यंत गलत है, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, उसको अटक करनी चाहिए और उसको जेल में बंद करना चाहिए।
देख सकते हैं खाना खाने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं यहाँ पे लोग, और इनका कहना है कि जिस तरह से मारा गया पूरी तरह से गलत है। और जो कर्मचारी हैं इनका कहना है कि हमें बोला गया कि यहाँ पे जो लोग हैं, लोग इकट्ठा हुए और इसके बाद कहीं न कहीं जो शिवसेना के विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ जो है कहीं न कहीं हमारे दो कर्मचारियों को मारा है। फिलहाल ये मामला कहीं न कहीं बढ़ते जा रहा है और जो कर्मचारी हैं वो फिलहाल आज आए नहीं हैं, लेकिन जो स्टाफ है उनका कहना है कि हमारा खाना हर दिन अच्छा होता है। यहाँ के लोगों से पूछ लीजिए कि कैसा खाना है। फिलहाल कहीं कहीं लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि विधायक होने के नाते इस तरह से मारना नहीं चाहिए था।
All right, Satyaprakash in fact joins us live. Satyaprakash, MNS cadres, the kind of activism, gundaism we have seen over the last couple of days at multiple places, and now Shiv Sena Shinde group, and no regrets whatsoever of Sanjay Gaekwad there. He's saying if need be, he will repeat. He has no regrets. Is it building up to local body elections? I mean, no control whatsoever of their respective parties' leaders on their cadres?
देखिए, महानगर पालिका चुनाव तो अभी 4 महीने बाकी है, लेकिन कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से हिंदी बनाम मराठी का मुद्दा चल रहा है और जिस तरह से मन से कार्यकर्ता मराठी भाषा ना आने की वजह से हिंदी भाषी लोग को पिटाई कर रहे हैं। वासी में देखा गया किस तरह से गुंडागर्दी किया गया और जो टोल नाका को तोड़फोड़ किया गया। विरार में जो ऑटो रिक्शा ड्राइवर को मारा गया। कहीं न कहीं ये मुद्दे को लेकर मन से कहीं कहीं आगे बढ़ती हुई दिख रही है और ये मुद्दा कहीं कहीं महाराष्ट्र में बढ़ता जा रहा है। लेकिन जो शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जो MLA हैं संजय गायकवाड़ ने जिस तरह से बिहेव किया है, जिस तरह से MLA हॉस्टल के अंदर जो कल देर शाम को खाना, उनका आरोप था कि जो खाना था वो काफ़ी ख़राब था और ख़राब खाने को लेकर नीचे पहुंचते और जो कैंटीन में जो स्टाफ था उसको कहीं कहीं पिटाई करते थे। कहीं कहीं यहाँ पे जिस तरह से शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के विधायक द्वारा कहीं कारनामा जो आया है, उसके बाद कहीं कहीं जो लोकल लोग हैं, यहाँ तक कि महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री ने विधान परिषद में कहा कि जिस तरह से संजय गायकवाड़ ने बिहेव किया है, जिस तरह से स्टाफ को मारा है, कहीं न कहीं एक लोक प्रतिनिधि होने के नाते इस तरह से नहीं करना चाहिए। लोगों में संदेश गलत जाएगा कि विधायक होने के नाते इस तरह से जो कर्मचारी अगर खाना खराब था तो शिकायत करना चाहिए था, लेकिन इस तरह से पिटाई करना नहीं चाहिए था। फिलहाल लोगों की डिमांड है कि संजय गायकवाड़ के खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो, उनके खिलाफ मामला दर्ज हो और जिस तरह से जो स्टाफ को मारा है उनके ऊपर कहीं कहीं एक्शन लिया जाए। जी
प्रकाश, हमें ऐसा भी सुनने में आ रहा है कि महाराष्ट्र के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं देवेंद्र फडणवीस, उन्होंने भी इस पर अपनी प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करी है और कहा है कि जो स्पीकर हैं, अध्यक्ष हैं विधानसभा के, वो इसका संज्ञान ले सकते हैं। ही कैन टेक नोट ऑफ दिस। आपने इसके बारे में कुछ सुना है?
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने विधान परिषद में थोड़ी देर पहले ही कहा कि जिस तरह से शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जो MLA हैं संजय गायकवाड़, जिस तरह से कैंटीन जो कि MLA का कैंटीन है, वहाँ पे जिस तरह से स्टाफ रहते हैं और जिस तरह पिटाई किया है, कहीं कहीं पूरी तरह से गलत है। एक लोक प्रतिनिधि होने के नाते इस तरह से बिहेव करना, इस तरह से व्यवहार करना, इस तरह से पिटाई करना पूरी तरह से गलत है। कहीं कहीं हम शर्मिंदा है कि इस तरह से इन्होंने हरकतें की हैं। उन्होंने CM ने कहीं कहीं विधान परिषद में सभा में कहा कि इस तरह से नहीं होना चाहिए, ये गलत संदेश जाएगा और इस तरह से जो भी अगर डिमांड होता है तो कार्रवाई किया जाएगा। जी
और डिमांड है कि नहीं कार्रवाई करने की, क्योंकि वहाँ पे इतने सारे आई विटनेस हैं, उन्होंने देखा और कुछ ने, आपने जैसे बताया कि कुछ कह रहे हैं कि खाना कभी खराब नहीं होता है जनरली, तो क्या ये MLA के अगेंस्ट कुछ एक्शन हो, इसकी संभावना है?
देखिए, जिस तरह से कैंटीन के स्टाफ से हमने बात किया, उनका कहना था कि एक विधायक है और विधायक के खिलाफ जाना हमारे लिए गलत होगा, इसलिए उन्होंने आगे बात नहीं बढ़ाऊंगा, फिलहाल उनका ये कहना है। लेकिन जो लोग खाना खा रहे थे उनका कहना था कि जो विधायक ने किया है, संजय गायकवाड़ ने जो किया है, कहीं कहीं गलत किया है। फिलहाल स्टाफ की तरफ से कोई डिमांड नहीं किया गया, क्योंकि जी
All right, thank you so much, Satyaprakash, for those details. And we are seeing Gundaism effectively panning out. Shiv Sena in these pictures, and then MNS also cadres vandalizing a toll booth. And then earlier we had the picture of MNS son, leader's son, in an altercation with a lady influencer. Moving on for now. And global watchdog FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, warns that terrorist groups are misusing e-commerce platforms and online payment tools. In its latest report, FATF has revealed that the 2019 Pulwama attack involved procuring aluminum powder via Amazon, while the 2022 Gorakhnath temple attack saw funding routed through PayPal. And this is in the FATF report released just now. And we'll get more details on this in a bit. But clearly, the dangers of e-commerce and digital payments being flagged there by the International Money Laundering Watchdog of the United Nations. In fact, in the case of Pulwama terror attack, it was an international operation, and Pakistan is sponsored terror, including use of e-commerce, including use of digital payments for funds transfers. We have, in fact, Gursimran in Jammu speaking to the former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, SP VAT. Take a listen.
I think it is very startling revelation. The investigation conducted by FATF and its report actually speaks all about what is happening in Pakistan. We have been observing for many years most of these terror outfits, whether Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed, they are shown as a charitable organization, and funds are raised by different means, by donations, by online transaction, by crowdfunding, and purportedly for the purpose of charitable causes, but actually it doesn't happen. All this money is routed to fund the terror outfits, whether it is Lashkar or Jaish. And I think though Pakistan has not been specifically named, but it is obvious. Somebody who deals with Pakistan terrorism understands who the FATF is talking about. And I think it is time that all this is stopped, and the funding of terror outfits is actually clamped upon. And the FATF is very, very right in mentioning they have been registered as non-profit organizations, and basically raising a lot of funds worth crores of rupees on the name of charity and charitable purposes, but actually rooted for financing the terror outfits.
Sir, one more thing that they have mentioned, that what these terror groups do, that the territories that they control, they pretend, be it international NPOs, non-profitable organizations, or the local ones, they grab their resources. So how do you see this word being used specifically in context with Jaish and Lashkar, that they control the territory?
See, this is the actual reality in Kashmir. They control substantial amount of territory in whether it is POK or whether it is other areas of Pakistan. Lashkar, Jaish, all these terror outfits, they have control over a lot of territory, and where no outsider can enter without their permission. So that is, I think the report is very, very clear about what is the situation in Pakistan. That is why people call Pakistan a terror state.
All that, of course, could not have happened without the terrorist state backing those operatives. Moving on for now, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has reacted to the conversion racket and role of Changur Baba in it. Chief Minister has stated that they will not let the society disintegrate. We will crush the anti-national and anti-social elements, is what the Chief Minister has said. We have a soundbite. Let's listen to him. All right, we'll get the soundbite in a bit. In fact, while bulldozer action is on in Balrampur of Uttar Pradesh after this conversion racket of Changur Baba alias Jalaluddin was busted, and the STF raids are continuing to search for Jalaluddin Baba's nephew, who is also an accused along with the Baba, and his aide accomplice Neetu. In fact, now we have a Ground report also. Before we get the Chief Minister's soundbite, let's have a look at what's the latest on day 2 of the raids being carried out at the hideout of Changur Baba.
बाबा के पूरे मामले में अब ईडी पूरी तरह से आ चुकी है। अब ईडी इस पूरे मामले की जांच करेगी। और ईडी क्यों ना जांच करे भाई, जिस मामले में विदेश से फंडिंग का सबूत हो, ट्रांजैक्शन रिपब्लिक भारत ने उपलब्ध कराया है, वो डॉक्यूमेंट्स, सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स रिपब्लिक भारत ने उपलब्ध कराए हैं, जिसमें यह बताया जा रहा है कि विदेश से पैसा आया है, कैसे आरटीजीएस हुआ है। लेकिन अभी मौके पे मैं आपको कुछ दिखा रहा हूं, फिर से एक बार बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई शुरू हो गई। और आप देखिए कि 1 2 3 4 5 5 बुलडोजर आ चुके हैं। 5 बुलडोजर, जैसा कि कल 8 बुलडोजर से कार्रवाई जारी थी, अभी सुबह 10 बजे के बाद यहां पर बुलडोजर की प्रक्रिया फिर से शुरू हो गई है। फिर से जो साम्राज्य उसका बचा हुआ है, आधा साम्राज्य छांगुर बाबा का, उसके रिहायशी ठिकाने पर फिर से एक बार बुलडोजर का कहर जो है वह फिर से शुरू हो गया है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है। और ऊपर छत पर देखिए जो लग्जरी सेटअप है सोलर का, कहा जा रहा है कि 50 लाख रुपए का पूरा पैनल है। और अंदर एक बड़ा सा जनरेटर सेट है, बिजली के खंभे भी अंदर हैं, इसके कैंपस के अंदर हैं, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी पूरा सोलर का सेटअप लगाया गया है ताकि बिजली के लिए कहीं भटकना ना पड़े, ना कहीं बिल देने की कोई बात हो। चूंकि इसमें सैकड़ों की संख्या में सीलिंग फैन है, आने वाले समय में इसी हॉल में इसके बड़ी इसकी वो होती बैठक होती, यहीं पे वो ब्रेन वॉश करने का काम करता, यहीं पर वो धर्मांतरण का पूरा नेटवर्क फैलाता। लेकिन यह सब हो नहीं पाया और बना बनाया जो नया इसका जो साम्राज्य है, आज वह मिट्टी में मिलते हुए दिखाई दे रहा है। मैं इस वक्त छांगुर बाबा के घर पर मौजूद हूँ और घर के अंदर ही, यानी उस घर के प्रांगण में छांगुर बाबा का अस्तबल मौजूद है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से ये लग्जरी कंक्रीट यानी कि बीम दे करके बहुत ही मजबूत पिलर पर इस पूरे अस्तबल को बनाया गया है। और आप यहाँ पर देखिए कि यहाँ पर भारी संख्या में मतलब भारी मात्रा में भूसे इकट्ठा किए गए हैं। यह वह भूसा है जिसको घोड़े खाया करते थे या जो अन्य पशु थे उनको ये चारा खिलाया करता था। मैं आगे चलता हूँ, मैं आपको कुछ दिखाता हूँ कि इस अस्तबल को भी काफ़ी मजबूत ढंग से बनाया गया है, मजबूत तरीके से बनाया गया है। और अभी यहाँ पर दरवाजे आदि लगने का काम जारी है। ये देख रहे हैं ना, खिड़कियाँ यहाँ लगनी हैं। ये देखिए बहुत ही मजबूत लकड़ियों से बनी हुई ये खिड़कियों का फ्रेम है और अभी ये पूरी तरह से बन नहीं पाया है। सोचिए कि घोड़ा जहाँ पर रहता है उस पर टाइल्स लगाया है, चाहे घोड़ा फिसल जाए उसको चोट भी आ सकती है, लेकिन नहीं, यहाँ पर उसने पूरी तरह की सुख सुविधाएं दी हैं जहाँ पर जैसे कि इंसान रहता है। और आप देखिए ये जो यहाँ पर आपको दिख रहा है इस तरह की जो सामग्री है, उससे आप एक अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर छांगुर बाबा अपने घोड़ों को रखता था और वो घोड़ों का शौकीन भी था। हालांकि घोड़े यहाँ से जा चुके हैं, अस्तबल इस समय खाली है, जो और भी पशु थे वो यहाँ से हट चुके हैं। यहाँ पर कुछ सामग्री पड़ी हुई है, लेकिन छांगुर बाबा का जो साम्राज्य था वह काफ़ी बड़ा था। उसके इस साम्राज्य में मस्जिद भी है, मजार भी है, मदरसा भी है, जहाँ पर अरबी फारसी की पढ़ाई होती थी।
उत्तर प्रदेश का, क्योंकि अब उत्तर प्रदेश विकास की रफ्तार में आगे बढ़ा है। और आपने देखा होगा अभी समाज विरोधी और राष्ट्र विरोधी कार्रवाई में लिप्त तत्वों के खिलाफ कैसे कार्रवाई हो रही है। कल बलरामपुर में आपने देखा होगा एक जल्लाद को हम लोगों ने वहां पे भी गिरफ्तार किया है। कैसे वहां हिंदू बहन बेटियों के इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करता था, पैसे में सौदेबाजी करता था, लेकिन अब ऐसे तत्वों के साथ सख्ती की जा रही है। हम समाज को भी टूटने नहीं देंगे, राष्ट्र विरोधी और समाज विरोधी तत्वों को भी चकनाचूर करके रहेंगे और धरती माता के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा भी करेंगे, मां की स्मृतियों को भी जीवंत बनाएंगे।
All right, moving on and let's look at some other stories from across the country in Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath planted saplings in Rampur Halwara village on Dashrath Path in Ayodhya and took a selfie under the Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam campaign. Chief Minister said in last 8 years we have planted 204 crore trees and over 75% of them are alive. Union Home Minister Amit Shah held Sahakar Samvad with women from Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and other cooperative workers associated with the sector. Shah stated during the meet that the convergence of the 4th anniversary of the Ministry of Cooperation, the 60th anniversary of the National Dairy Development Board and the 150th birth anniversary year of Sardar Patel has led to numerous initiatives in Anand through this cooperative conference. The special NIA court has extended the judicial custody of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack co-conspirator Tahawur Hussain Rana till August 13. NIA has also filed a supplementary charge sheet against Tahawur and the court will consider the same on August 13th. All right, Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in Windhoek, the capital of Namibia, early in the morning, and now he's being given a ceremonial welcome. Let's look at those pictures. These are pictures including a 21-gun salute to Prime Minister in Namibia, in the capital Windhoek, where he was received in a ceremonial welcome a while back. And on that note, we move out and short break. But on the other side, fresh diktat from the Delhi government: fuel ban for average vehicles in Delhi NCR from November 1. And the bridge connecting Anand and Vadodara district of central Gujarat collapses midway, 10 feared dead.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The leaders from opposition parties are staging a sit-in protest in Purnia, Bihar, against the ongoing voter list verification. Roads and railway lines were blocked and normal life was disrupted. Here's a report.
The Mahagathbandhan Alliance observed the statewide Bihar Bandh, staging massive protests against Election Commission's ongoing special intensive revision of the electoral rolls ahead of the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections. The alliance, led by RJD and the Congress party, accused the poll panel of deleting names of the poor from the voter list under political pressure.
चुनाव आयोग होते कौन है मेरी नागरिकता? पैदा लिए हम यहाँ, मेरा बाप दादा पैदा लिया, हम भारतीय हैं, हम पाकिस्तानी और चाइना के हो गए? आप हमको पिछले दरवाजे से, आप बीजेपी की बी टीम है।
The Bandh saw large-scale disruptions across the state, including road and rail blockades. The Bharatiya Janata Party has hit out at the opposition.
आम नागरिक को तंग करना बंद करो।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
বিজেপির বিরুদ্ধে আন্দোলনে তৃণমূলের বাধা কেন? বিজেপিকে বাধা চায় তৃণমূল। বিজেপির বিরুদ্ধে এই লড়াই লড়বে কে? দাবি দেবে ব্যাপী ধর্মঘট চলছে, এই লড়াই
Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of the Indian Air Force has crashed near Churu District of Rajasthan. Two, including the pilot, have been reported dead in the Churu fighter jet crash. This is the third Jaguar fighter jet crash this year. One crashed in Ambala in March, another in Jamnagar in April, and now the latest in Churu has claimed 2 lives. Fresh diktat from Delhi government, fuel ban for overage vehicles in Delhi NCR from November 1. Shinde Sena MLA rains punches on canteen contractor over poor quality food. MNS workers vandalized toll plaza in Washim. Bridge connecting Anand and Vadodara district in Gujarat collapses midway. 10 feared dead, 5 rescued. Gujarat Chief Minister's order inquiry into the matter. Illegal conversion racket busted in Uttar Pradesh. Bulldozer action over Changur Baba continues on day 2. STF on hunt for Baba's aides. Welcome back, viewers. We'll start this edition with breaking news coming in from the state of West Bengal, where the Central Bureau of Investigation team has reached Sandesh Mondal house. The BJP workers Pradeep Mondal, Devdas Mondal and Sukanta Mondal were killed during the 2019 post-poll violence in Sandesh Khali. Remember, there was a CBI investigation ordered in this matter, and after that today, the Central Bureau of Investigation team has reached there at the residence of Pradeep Mondal. Remember, that CBI had taken over the probe, and after that it was ordered by the courts as well to investigate this entire case with utmost seriousness. These are the visuals on your screen, viewers, where you can see that the CBI officials along with the security officials have reached the residence of Pradeep Mondal over there. These are the exclusive visuals only with Republic Media Network over there on your screen, viewers. Remember that after the Sandesh Khali violence, post-poll violence that took place in 2019, a CBI investigation was ordered into the case, and today we have these officials reaching there at the residence of Pradeep Mondal. There were 3 people who were killed: Pradeep Mondal, Devdas Mondal and Sukanta Mondal.
আতঙ্কের রেশ এখনো কাটেনি। সেই যাবতীয় বক্তব্য যেটা আমরা লাগাতার রিপাবলিক বাংলায় তুলে ধরছিলাম, যে কিভাবে কি বলছেন পদ্মা মণ্ডল, তিনি কান্নায় ভেঙে পড়ছেন। পরিবারে যারা সদস্যরা রয়েছেন, তার যে ভাই রয়েছেন সন্দীপ মণ্ডল, তিনি বলছেন যে বিচার তো হয়নি, মমতা পুলিশ অর্থাৎ সিআইডি বিচার করতে পারেননি, বরং
Well, remember, viewers, the CBI had registered the first information report, that is the FIR, on the orders of the Calcutta High Court in that very year when this violence took place. Justice Joy Sen Gupta had ordered the Central Bureau of Investigation to constitute a special team to probe the case with utmost seriousness. The court said that the investigation should be supervised by a joint director. Now, viewers, Pradeep Mondal, Devdas Mondal and Sukanta Mondal were found dead after an alleged attack on their village, Sandesh Khali.
জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ যে স্টেটমেন্ট তারা এই মুহূর্তে নিচ্ছেন, সেই স্টেটমেন্ট অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ স্টেটমেন্ট। প্রত্যক্ষদর্শী রয়েছেন, যারা প্রতিবেশীরা রয়েছেন, যারা বাড়ির লোকজনরা রয়েছেন, তারা সঠিকভাবে বলতে পারবে আসল দিন, অর্থাৎ যে দিন 8ই জুন, সেই দিন লোকসভা নির্বাচনের ঠিক পর কি ঘটেছিল। আমি এই মুহূর্তে যে জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে,
So the CBI team has reached Pradeep Mondal's house in Sandesh Khali, and Republic Bangla is currently reporting on the CBI team's investigation in the area. CBI team is trying to assess, speaking to the family members of the deceased BJP workers and trying to assess
what exactly unfolded during the 2019 Lok Sabha elections in Bengal.
আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি এখানকার যারা স্থানীয় পুলিশ আধিকারিকরা, তারা যেরকম রয়েছেন, অন্য কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনী বাইরে মোতায়েন করা হয়েছে, কারণ সন্দেশখালী ঘটনা সেটা ভোলার নয়, যেখানে এনফোর্সমেন্ট ডিরেক্টরেটের আধিকারিকদের কিভাবে হামলা করা হয়েছিল।
Jawans have been deployed outside the houses of Pradeep Mondal to prevent any untoward incident, while the CBI team interrogates and quizzes the locals and the family members of the deceased BJP workers.
তৃণমূলের কর্মী সমর্থকের তরফ থেকে, রাজ্যের তরফ থেকে বারংবার কেন্দ্রীয় তদন্তকারী সংস্থাকে আটকে দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করা হয় তদন্তের দিক থেকে। সেক্ষেত্রে দাঁড়িয়ে এই কেন্দ্রীয় বাহিনী, এই নিরাপত্তা অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ, এবং আমরা সেই ছবি এই মুহূর্তে দেখতে পাচ্ছি।
The CBI team has previously been stopped by the local police, by Bengal police, from carrying out the investigation in the case, in the aftermath of which more central forces have been rushed to the spot, the visuals of which are currently on air. And Republic Bangla is currently reporting the same, that while CBI continues to recce the area, conduct a review of the case, the CRPF, more CRPF forces have been rushed to the spot.
বাইরে দেখতে পাচ্ছি সিবিআই যারা অন্যান্য অফিসার, তারা যেরকম রয়েছেন, তারা গার্ড দিচ্ছেন এবং ভেতরে প্রত্যেকটি ঘরে তারা গিয়ে তারা জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ করছেন কিভাবে ঘটনা ঘটেছিল, সেই মুহূর্তে কারা ছিল। এবং অত্যন্ত আরেকটি বিষয় হচ্ছে যে যারা ঘর ছাড়া রয়েছেন, তারা এখনো পর্যন্ত 6 বছর অতিক্রান্ত হয়ে গিয়েছে। কেন তারা ঘর ছাড়া হয়েছেন, অন্য জায়গায় কেন তারা যেতে বাধ্য হয়েছেন, এই বিষয়গুলি কিন্তু অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ। এবং
So the violence that took place in Bengal during the 2019 Lok Sabha elections had resulted in the displacement of several of the locals in Sandesh Khali, and while the CBI speaks to the residents of the area, while trying to really gather a sense of what exactly happened, how the 3 BJP workers were killed, the team is currently trying to understand and gather a sense of the displaced residents, how many people have been displaced and where they are currently. Back to the studios, Madhurima.
Well, viewers, those were the visuals that we were getting from Sandesh Khali, where a team of Central Bureau of Investigation has reached the victim of post-poll violence, Pradeep Mandal's residence. Moving on, viewers, let's shift our focus to the crash that took place in the state of Rajasthan. 2 people, including an Indian Air Force pilot, got killed after a fighter Jaguar jet crashed near Bandana village in Rajasthan's Churu district. According to the preliminary information, the wreckage of the aircraft was found in a field along with the body of the pilot. The Jaguar Fighter Jet took off from Suchertgarh and crashed in a village in Rajasthan's Churu district. The crash happened, viewers, a couple of hours back, and according to the primary investigation, we know that 2 dead bodies have been recovered from the spot. The IAF has rushed their 2 helicopters to the spot. They are investigating the matter. It is an IAF Jaguar trainer aircraft that met with an accident during a routine training mission and crashed near the Churu district in Rajasthan today. But the pilot sustained fatal injuries in the accident. No damage to any civilian property has been reported so far. The Indian Air Force deeply regrets the loss of life and stands firmly with the bereaved families in this time of grief. A court of inquiry has been constituted to ascertain the cause of the accident. So the IAF has taken control over the entire matter. They have expressed their deepest condolences to the lost lives, to the bereaved kin, and an inquiry has been initiated in this connection. Viewers, joining us live on this broadcast is Group Captain UK Devnath, joining us on this broadcast. Sir, this would be the 3rd aircraft crash this year. Earlier, there was one that happened in the month of April. A Jaguar crashed in Gujarat. After that, one crash took place in the state of Haryana and Ambala. And now this one has claimed 2 lives. Now, this is an aircraft that has been phased out by many countries. We still continue to use it. How do you see this? There are multiple lacunas that are cropping up time and again, though there has been no serious statement in this connection, but 3rd incident in just less than a year.
Yes, very, very unfortunate accident. Both the pilots have died. What happens that Jaguar is highly reliable aircraft. This has to be understood. Originally, when Jaguar was inducted in 1970s, that time French Air Force and Royal Air Force used to fly this aircraft. Presently, Indian Air Force is flying about 120 Jaguar aircraft in 6 fighter squadrons. The aircraft has undergone many upgrades. This particular version is Darin 3 version, in which latest navigation module, latest computers and latest weapon firing computers have been installed. The aircraft is highly reliable. The airframe has been tested after a mid-life upgrade. The word is used when an airframe crosses 10,000 hours of flying, 20,000 hours of flying. It undergoes a major refit, and after that the airframe is considered new. Similarly, the aircraft engine, Adore engine is highly reliable engine, and Jaguar has 2 of them. Yes, accidents do take place. Out of the last 5 Jaguar accidents which have taken place, 2 were due to technical malfunction, 3 were due to human error. Sometimes pilot error also counts towards an accident. Definitely, this aircraft accident will be investigated. What visuals I am seeing, the sky appears to be overcast, that is full of cloud. That means at a height of 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 feet, there is almost 6 to 8 octa. That is, sky is covered with clouds. It may happen in this season that pilot may have entered cloud, all pilots, especially fighter squadron pilots, are trained how to fly in cloud or in bad weather. Routinely, they are upgraded, trained, again reskilled and upgraded. We call them white rated pilots. Then after some training, they become green rated pilots. And finally, when they become senior, after passing through certain tests, they are declared master green. It remains to be seen what exactly caused this particular crash. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Devnath, for speaking to Republic Media Network, for putting that in perspective. Now, this would be, like I was pointing out, the third Jaguar aircraft crash this year. Earlier this year, in the month of April, a Jaguar crashed in Gujarat, in which one of the two pilots were killed. On March 7th, another Jaguar had crashed in Haryana, but the pilot had ejected safely in that accident. And now this is the third one where 2 deaths have been reported.
Over.
So these are the visuals on your screen, viewers. We continuously bring you all the updates. So far, on the basis of the primary investigation, we know that there have been 2 deaths in the matter. An inquiry has been initiated by the Indian Air Force. Moving on, viewers, days after the Delhi government lifted the ban on diesel cars above 10 years and petrol cars above 15 years, an order issued on Monday said that no fuel will be given to vehicles falling in these categories from November 1st. The fuel restrictions will also be implemented in the 5 districts of the National Capital Region on the same very day. So once again, we have a diktat coming in from the Delhi government, where there is a relief for a couple of months, but the same diktat is going to be implemented from November 1st, 2025. There has been a huge clamor across the National Capital Region, where the common citizen has come forward and said that this diktat does not really bode well with them. Let's listen into what the Delhi Chief Minister has to say on this.
एक तकलीफ थी जनता की, जो पिछली सरकारों ने कभी समझी नहीं थी। लगातार उसको इग्नोर करते हुए ना तो उन्होंने कभी पॉल्यूशन पे काम किया और ना ही पॉलिसी पे काम किया। जब ये विषय CAQM ने तय किया और जिसमें माननीय न्यायालय का भी आदेश इसमें शामिल था, तो हमने दिल्ली की जनता का तकलीफ उनके सामने रखी थी कि इस तरीके से दिल्ली की जनता को साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए। और हमारी बात को संज्ञान लेते हुए उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से 1 नवंबर 2025 तक इस पूरे आदेश को टाला है, मैं समझती हूँ कि ये अच्छा कदम है। और इस बीच में हमें जो समय मिलेगा, इसकी हम और तैयारी करते हुए जनता को बेहतर रिलीफ देने के लिए काम करेंगे।
CAQM का आदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक्सपोज कर देता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली के मिडिल क्लास को परेशान कर रही है, चाहे बिजली के बढ़ते हुए दाम हो, पावर कट हो, स्कूल फीस बढ़ रही है। और अब मिडिल क्लास सीनियर सिटीजन्स, महिलाएं जो गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, कई बार सेकेंड हैंड गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, लोन लेके गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, अब उनको नवंबर में सड़क से उठा दिया जाएगा, स्क्रैप कर दिया जाएगा। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी वास्तव में सीरियस होती तो वो कानून लेके आती, वो अध्यादेश लेके आती। हम तो कह रहे हैं कि आप स्पेशल सेशन बुलाइए असेंबली का, हम साथ देंगे, विपक्ष साथ देगा, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कार स्क्रैपर से, कार डीलर से, कार बनाने वालों से साठगांठ है। इसीलिए वो 62 लाख गाड़ियों को दिल्ली की सड़क से उठाना चाहते हैं।
Now, viewers, let's shift our focus to more news coming in from across the nation in this edition of Bharat in One.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath planted saplings in Rampur Halwara village on Dashrath Path in Ayodhya and took a selfie under Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam campaign CM Yogi said in the last 8 years, we have planted 204 crore trees. Over 75% of them are alive. Union Home Minister Amit Shah holds Shakar Samvad with women from Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and other cooperative workers associated with the cooperative sector. Shah stated that the convergence of the 4th anniversary of the Ministry of Cooperation, the 60th anniversary of the National Dairy Development Board and the 150th birth anniversary of Sardar Patel has led to numerous initiatives in Anand through this cooperative conference. The special NIA court has extended the judicial custody of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack co-conspirator Tahavur Rana till August 13. NIA has also filed a supplementary charge sheet against Tahavur Rana. The court will consider the supplementary charge sheet on August 13. Well, viewers, the Axiom mission 4 crew recently connected live from the International Space Station for a science briefing highlighting the groundbreaking research underway. Pilot Shubhanshu Shukla expressed pride in representing India on this historic mission. The first time Indian scientists have sent experiments to the space station. His work on the stem cells, crop seeds and astronaut conditions is paving the way for future space exploration and inspiring millions back home. Here's a report.
Aboard the International Space Station, history is unfolding. India is conducting science experiments in space like never before. The mission is loaded with over 60 cutting-edge science experiments. Recently, the crew connected live from orbit for a special science briefing. Pilot Shubhanshu Shukla shared his immense pride in representing India on this historic journey.
I've been very busy since the time we have come, doing a lot of research on the station, and I'm very excited. And this mission is actually kind of opening the doors for microgravity or space research for Indian researchers and scientists. And I'm so proud that ISRO has been able to collaborate with national institutions all over the country, and they came up with some fantastic research which I am doing on the station for all the scientists and researchers.
Shukla is leading 7 major Indian experiments, from growing methi and moong sprouts in microgravity, studying microalgae, to analyzing astronaut muscle health. His work is a giant leap for Indian space science.
It is exciting. It is a joy to do this, and the research spans various domains, various disciplines, right from doing some stem cell research and to growing some seeds, seeing the effect of microgravity on seeds, also evaluating the cognitive load on astronauts while they are interacting with screens on board the station. So it has been fantastic.
Shukla is not alone in advancing science aboard Axiom 4. Commander Peggy Whitson is leading a key health research, while 2 other mission specialists are pushing innovation in brain-machine interfaces, nanomaterials and plant biology, exploring how microgravity affects life and technology.
There's been a lot of research going on up here. Everything including cell biology, cancer research, human physiology, plant growth studies. And in addition to that, technology demonstrations for future spaceflight and exploration. So we are really excited about all the research that has been going on.
A once dreamt future is now orbiting above us. Shubhanshu Shukla isn't just conducting science, he's planting the seeds of India's future in space. With missions like Axiom 4, the countdown to a new era of Indian space exploration has truly begun.
Viewers, let's shift our focus to the state of Gujarat, from where we're getting in more updates on the bridge collapse in Gujarat's Gambhira. Sources say that the reason behind the collapse is mainly low maintenance of the bridge. There have been various media reports from 9 years that the bridge required proper maintenance. Meanwhile, the death toll has risen to 10. All that the government did was a mere patchwork. In fact, a short while ago, we learned that the Chief Minister, Bhupendra Patel, has ordered an inquiry into the tragedy. So viewers, no lesson learned from the Morbi incident. We have yet another bridge collapse in Gujarat where 10 lives have been lost so far. 9 of them have been rescued, but 10 lives lost. What we are learning, our sources are telling us that the bridge required massive maintenance, but from a very long time, all that was done was just mere patchwork. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Gopi. Gopi, the death toll has risen from 9 to 10 now. Unfortunate news coming in. What we are learning from our sources is, Gopi, that this bridge really required some high quality maintenance, but what really happened was mere patchwork. Gopi.
Well, you have pointed out correctly, Madhurima. What we are understanding from our sources is that this bridge was built in 1981 and it was operational from 1984. What we are also learning from our sources is that since past 6-7 years, the locals as well as the commuters who used to pass that bridge on daily basis had in fact complained to the local administration as well as the government to look after the entire matter of, kind of reconstructing or rebuilding this bridge as it is a 45-year-old bridge. But nothing of that sort happened, as you have mentioned, that there was a mere patchwork which was done. And you can see the kind of tragedy which happened today morning, early in the morning. While 10 people have already lost their lives, the questions are to be raised at the administration as well as the government. What took them so much time to not look after the maintenance of this bridge, Gambhira Bridge? Also, this is one bridge which connects the central and southern part of Gujarat to the northern part of Gujarat. So there were many commuters who used to travel from this route on almost daily basis. While apart from this, what is declared by the state government is the compensation by Gujarat government, which will be given of rupees 4 lakh to person who lost their life, while the ones who have injured themselves will be getting 50,000. Also, PMNRF has declared ex gratia amount of rupees 10 lakh to the kin of each deceased as well as 50,000 to the injured. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Gopi, for those details. We'll keep coming back to you as it's yet another tragedy that has struck Gujarat. No lesson learned from the Morbi case. Shinde Sena MLA rains punches on canteen contractor over poor quality food. MNS workers vandalized toll plaza in Washim. Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of the Indian Air Force has crashed near Churu District of Rajasthan. We'll bring you more on that, but right after a very short break.
Yogi government's biggest bulldozer action till date. UP government dismantles biggest conversion racket. Political links to Changur Baba's racket debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
season of Gundaism peaks in Mumbai. From the streets to MLA canteen, no one is safe. How long will Gundaism rule Mumbai? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
বিজেপির বিরুদ্ধে আন্দোলনে তৃণমূলের বাধা কেন? বিজেপিকে বাধা চায় তৃণমূল। বিজেপির বিরুদ্ধে এই লড়াই লড়বে কে? আমি দেশব্যাপী ধর্মঘট চলছে। এই লড়াই
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of the Indian Air Force has crashed near Churu District of Rajasthan. 2, including the pilot, have been reported dead in the Churu Fighter Jet crash. This is the third Jaguar Fighter Jet crash this year. One crashed in Ambala in March, another in Jamnagar in April, and now the latest in Churu has claimed 2 lives. Fresh diktat from Delhi government, fuel ban for overage vehicles in Delhi NCR from November 1. Shinde Sena MLA rains punches on canteen contractor over poor quality food. MNS workers vandalized toll plaza in Washim. Illegal conversion racket busted in Uttar Pradesh. Bulldozer action against Changur Baba continues on day 2. STF on the hunt for Baba's aides. Welcome back, viewers. Let's begin this edition with news coming in from Rajasthan, where 2 pilots, both from the Indian Air Force, were killed after a Jaguar fighter jet crashed near Banuda village in Rajasthan's Churu district on Wednesday, marking the 3rd such incident in the last 5 months. According to the primary information, the wreckage of the aircraft was found in a field along with the body of the pilot. The body was recovered in severely damaged condition. The identities of the pilot and another person killed in the crash are yet to be ascertained and officially confirmed by the army and the local administration. Those are the visuals on your screen, exclusive only on Republic Media Network. We are joined by our reporter Kaushal there, who's reporting live from the spot. Kaushal, क्या दिख रहा है इस वक्त ग्राउंड में? कैसी हालत है? कौन-कौन वहां पर पहुंच चुके हैं? क्या एयरफोर्स की जो टीम निकाली थी करीबन 1 घंटे पहले, वो पहुंच चुकी है स्पॉट पर?
जी मैम, मैं यहाँ दर्शकों को बताना चाहूंगा कि अभी तक कोई टीम यहाँ पर पहुंची नहीं है। हालांकि जिला कलेक्टर और एसपी है वो पहुंचे हैं। बाकी जो जनप्रतिनिधि है वो यहाँ पहुंचे हैं। इसके अलावा ग्रामीण है, उनकी भीड़ लग गई है। मैं यहाँ दिखाना चाहूंगा कि ये जो गड्ढा है यहाँ पर प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, वो जो जेट है वो क्रैश हुआ है यहाँ पर। और जो पायलट है उनकी सूझबूझ से ये बड़ा हादसा टल गया, वरना ये अगर गांव में गिरता तो बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था। लेकिन पायलट की सूझबूझ से उन्होंने दूर, गांव से दूर एक खेत के अंदर इसको क्रैश करवाया। जी मैम।
कौशल, थोड़ा अब अगर आप आगे तक जा सकते हैं, अगर आप थोड़ा आगे तक जा सकते हैं तो हमारे दर्शकों को दिखाइए कि क्रैश के बाद क्या हुआ। क्या वहां पर किसी आम आदमी को भी किसी तरीके की चोट लगी है या नुकसान हुआ है? थोड़ा स्पॉट पे आप अगर कैमरा घुमा के हमारे दर्शकों को विजुअल्स दिखा सकें कौशल।
देखिए मैम, ये जो गड्ढा है यहाँ क्रैश हुआ है। जो प्लेन है, जो सेना का प्लेन है, वो यहाँ लैंड हुआ है और बहुत सारे अधिकारी यहाँ पर हैं, लेकिन आगे जाने की अनुमति यहाँ से नहीं दी जा रही। हमारे साथ पूर्व विधायक अविनेश जी महर जी हैं, उनसे भी बात करेंगे। ये भी अपने को जानकारी देंगे क्योंकि ये मौके पर जल्दी पहुंच गए थे हमारे से पहले। तो इनसे जानते हैं पूर्व विधायक अविनेश जी महर जी से कि किस तरह की वारदात हुई। देखिए, मुझे जैसे ही सूचना मिली मैं तुरंत ये वो पेड़ है साथियों के साथ में यहाँ पर आया और यहाँ पर हमने देखा, हमें कुछ प्रत्यक्षदर्शी बच्चे भी मिले। प्रत्यक्षदर्शी बच्चों ने हमको बताया कि जैसे ही वहाँ पर जीएसएस है, उस जीएसएस के पास में इनको दिखाई दिया कि एक हवाई जहाज आ रहा है और उसके अंदर धुआं निकल रहा है और आग की लपटें पीछे की साइड से निकल रही है बहुत तेजी से। उन्होंने पायलट्स ने, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पायलट्स ने इस गांव को, भानुदा गांव को बचाने के लिए, सिकराली गांव को बचाने के लिए, दोनों गांव इधर सिकराली है इधर भानुदा है, इन गांवों को बचाने के लिए खाली स्थान जब उनको दिखा है तो उन्होंने एकदम से यू टर्न लिया। वह जलता हुआ विमान को यू टर्न लेकर के उन्होंने इस मैदान के अंदर ये इस पेड़ से टकराए हैं। सबसे पहले हिट इस पेड़ को किया है और पेड़ को करके यहाँ पर इनका ये लगा है और उसके बाद में आगे जो है वो ब्लास्ट हुआ है। और ब्लास्ट होने के बाद में सर एक जानकारी और लेना चाहूंगा, हमारी एंकर है वो जानना चाहती है कि इसमें कौन और कौन लोग हताहत हुए, कोई ग्रामीण भी हताहत हुआ है या किस तरह की जानकारी है? नहीं, कोई ग्रामीण हताहत नहीं हुआ है क्योंकि यहाँ इस सड़क के ऊपर उस टाइम फॉर्चुनेटली किसी तरह का कोई वाहन नहीं जा रहा था और बाकी ये पूरा का पूरा खाली खेत पड़े हैं, तो कोई ग्रामीण हताहत नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन 2 पायलट इसके अंदर उनकी डेथ हो गई है। दोनों पायलट्स के शव गिर गए हैं और उनके सब तो बहुत ही दिक्कत है, लेकिन उनके चेहरों से ये पता लग रहा है कि ये दोनों पायलट है। तो अभी तक किसी सेना के अधिकारी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं? सेना के लोग आ गए थे, एक हेलीकॉप्टर से वो तुरंत आ गए थे मौके के ऊपर। अब वो सेना के दूसरे लोग आ रहे हैं और प्रशासन यहाँ पर पहुंच के, कलेक्टर साहब, एसपी साहब और उनके नीचे के सारे अधिकारी, डिवीजन कमिश्नर साहब और आईजी साहब भी पहुंच गए। हम लोग, बाकी सारे लोग भी हमारी टीम के साथ में आ गए थे। हम ग्रामीण लोगों से अपील कर रहे हैं कि वो सब दूर से देखें, प्रशासन का सहयोग करें, प्रशासन के बीच में किसी तरह की हड़ल नहीं करें। और सेना के जो लोग आए, वो सेना के लोग भी आते ही जिस तरह से उनका रहेगा बॉडीज को लेकर के जाएंगे। अभी ब्लैक बॉक्स नहीं मिला है सर, ब्लैक बॉक्स को ढूंढ रहे हैं। मैं अभी पूछा, मैंने अधिकारियों से भी बात की, तो अभी ब्लैक बॉक्स उनके जो ब्लैक बॉक्स नहीं मिला है। जानकारी ये भी चाहिए सर कि यहाँ पर जो बिजली की घटना है, ये कब हादसा हुआ? ये मुझे लगता है कि करीब 1 बजे के जस्ट बाद की घटना है। एग्जैक्ट तो मुझे मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन 1 बजे बाद की घटना है, 1 बजे के आसपास की घटना है। क्योंकि जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शियों ने बताया वो बच्चे वहां पर थे और उन लोगों ने देखा। उसके बाद में जैसे ही ऐसे घुमा, यू टर्न लिया और उसके बाद में ब्लास्ट हुआ, जैसे ही धुएं के गुब्बारे उठे तो सारे गाँव के लोग इधर की तरफ दौड़ करके आए और हमें तुरंत सूचना मिल गई थी। हम तुरंत यहाँ से, मेरी उसी वक्त आईजी साहब ओम प्रकाश जी से बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने कहा कि हाँ हमको अभी सूचना मिली है, तो हम तो मौके पर आ गए थे, प्रशासन पूरा मौके पर आ गया था और अभी वो कार्रवाई चल रही है। सर, आपको कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि पायलट की सूझबूझ से बड़ा हादसा टला है? मुझे बिल्कुल लगता है वो पायलट्स की सूझबूझ के कारण उन्होंने अपनी जान की परवाह नहीं की। मेरा पक्का मानना है जान की परवाह नहीं की और बचाने के लिए उन्होंने अपनी जान को गंवा दिया। निश्चित रूप से वो लोग वीर थे, बहादुर थे और उन्होंने देश के लिए बहुत बड़ा काम किया। जी मैम।
कौशल जी, हमने अपने दर्शकों को दिखाया कि जिस वक्त ये क्रैश हुआ था उस वक्त काफी धुआं था, अफरा तफरी थी ग्राउंड पर। इस वक्त जमीनी हालात क्या हैं, जरा हमारे दर्शकों को दिखाइए कि इस समय का माहौल क्या है।
देखिए मैम, अभी जो यहाँ की वर्तमान जो पोजीशन है वो ये है कि मैं कैमरा पर्सन से कहूंगा कि वो दिखाए कि ग्रामीणों की भीड़ यहाँ पर जुटी हुई है। भारी संख्या में यहाँ के ग्रामीण हैं, जो आसपास के गांव के लोग हैं, वो यहाँ आ गए हैं, देखने के लिए भी आए हैं, और जो ये हादसा है उसको नजदीक से देखने के लिए आए हैं। और मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा कि यहाँ क्रैश हुआ है, ये सबसे पहले ये जो झाड़ी है इसके टकराया है पहले विमान, और उसके बाद में क्रैश हुआ है, और दोनों डेड बॉडीज मिल चुकी है। अभी सेना की एक हेलीकॉप्टर है वो आ चुका है यहाँ पर, और भी जो डेड बॉडी को लेने के लिए भारतीय वायु सेना के लोग आने वाले हैं। बाकी ब्लैक बॉक्स की जो बात चल रही है, ब्लैक बॉक्स है उसको खंगाला जा रहा है, ढूंढा जा रहा है, ताकि जो घटना की जानकारी है वो जुटाई जा सके। जी मैम।
जी कौशल जी, अगर आपने बताया कि वहां पर काफी सारे गांव के लोग हैं, अगर आप उनमें से किसी से बात करें और पूछें कि आंखों देखा हाल, अगर वो हमें बता सकते हैं, हमारे दर्शकों को बताएं कि जब क्रैश हुआ उस वक्त के क्या हालात थे।
जी हम चर्चा करना चाहेंगे। सर, आप उस समय थे मौजूद? मैम, यहाँ पर कोई भी लोग ऐसे मौजूद नहीं है, क्योंकि जब ये क्रैश हुआ था तो 2-4 लोग ही थे, और इतने लोगों में उनको ढूंढ पाना बड़ा मुश्किल होगा। मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा कि प्रशासन कितना मस्तूद नजर आ रहा है। यहाँ पर आईजी ओम प्रकाश है, बीकानेर रेंज, वो आए हुए हैं। इसके अलावा जय यादव एसपी वो आए हुए हैं, जिला कलेक्टर अभिषेक सुराना, इनके अलावा तमाम जिले के बड़े अधिकारी, आला अधिकारी यहाँ पर पहुंच गए हैं, और व्यवस्थाओं की जो घटना की है वो जानकारी ले रहे हैं। यहाँ यू टर्न करने के बाद यहाँ पर इस पेड़ से
कौशल जी, जैसे आपने बताया कि जिस वक्त ये क्रैश हुआ उस वक्त खाली 2 से 3 लोग मौजूद थे, तो क्या आप हमें बता सकते हैं कि वहां पर किसी आम गांव वाले को कोई नुकसान हुआ? क्योंकि आपने ये बात भी बहुत अच्छे से बताई कि पायलट की सूझबूझ के कारण एक बहुत बड़ा हादसा टलने से बच गया।
जी मैम, अगर जो सेना के कर्मचारी थे, जो जवान थे, वो अगर चाहते तो वो कूद सकते थे, लेकिन वो कूदे नहीं। जान बचाने के लिए अपनी खुद की जान की आहुति उन्होंने दे दी, और भीड़ भाड़ वाले इलाके से दूर गिराया इस जो एयरजेट को। जी मैम, हो गई है कि
जी बिल्कुल कौशल जी, मैं आपसे एक बार और रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि एक बार आप कैमरा दिखाएं, और इस वक्त क्या सिचुएशन है ग्राउंड पे, कितने पुलिस वाले वहां पर इकट्ठा हो रखे हैं, कितने फोर्स के लोग वहां पर इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, हमारे दर्शकों को एक बार बताएं।
मैम, यहाँ पर लगभग 1000 के करीब लोग हैं, और सारा प्रशासन महकमा, सारा अमला, पुलिस अमला यहाँ पर तैनात है, और देख सकते हैं आप भीड़, भयंकर भीड़ कह सकते हैं इसको, कि लोग यहाँ पर जुटते जा रहे हैं, भीड़ बढ़ती जा रही है। जैसे जैसे लोगों को मीडिया के थ्रू जानकारी मिल रही है, वैसे वैसे लोग आते जा रहे हैं, और हालांकि एसडीएम और प्रशासन के लोग उन्हें कह भी रहे हैं कि यहाँ से जगह खाली करें ताकि भीड़ ज्यादा इकट्ठी न हो, तो उनको खाली कराने में भी पुलिस प्रशासन अपनी जानकारी ले रहे हैं। और जैसे कि आप देख रहे हैं कि आईजी बीकानेर ओम प्रकाश, जिला कलेक्टर अभिषेक सुराना, एसपी जय यादव सहित अनेक जिले के आला अधिकारी जानकारी ले रहे हैं पूरी घटना की।
All right, Kaushal, thank you. आपने हमें ये details दी. The IAF now moves for rescuing the choppers. That's the top focus that we are tracking currently. Viewers, we're also going to go across to breaking news that's coming in right now. All right, the breaking news that's coming in right now. the Solicitor General of India in the Delhi riots case, has said it was a fantastic investigation. The Solicitor General has also opposed bail to Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Opposing this, he has said that this is a case in which the anti-India plotters should continue to be in jail till they are acquitted, if in fact they are acquitted. So this is the big breaking news coming in from the Delhi High Court hearing, where the Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, has opposed the bail pleas of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. And he has said that these people, it is better, he said, if they are doing something against the nation, then you better be in jail till they are acquitted or convicted. Viewers, remember, he's also said it's one of the finest investigations that has happened. The Delhi riots, conspiracy charges and how they've been established by the Delhi police is one of the finest investigations. Right here on Republic TV earlier, we had given you details about how this investigation had happened, about the kind of concrete evidence they had against Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. Now in the Delhi riots, larger conspiracy case hearing in the Delhi High Court, the Solicitor General has made it very clear, opposing the bail plea, they need to continue to be in the jail and not be out. I also want to tell our viewers that in the Delhi High Court case of the Umar Khalid case, Umar Khalid and others had moved the Delhi High Court, who had been looking for bail, and it had been dismissed earlier also. The matter was heard in the case. He had said the bail application had been given out by Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam. However, the courts have now been told by the Solicitor General also that Umar Khalid bail should not be happening, even though Umar Khalid in the court had argued that there is no evidence and conspiracy, etc. For the courts had now been told by the Solicitor General and the Delhi Police that it's not a fit case for giving out any sort of bail to Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam and others. This is the big top focus that we're continuously tracking right now. And the Delhi High Court has right now said that there should be no bail. The Delhi High Court has been told by the Solicitor General there should be no bail, but only jail to all these convicted these people not yet acquitted, but should be not yet convicted also, but they should not be out on bail. Viewers, also during a committee meeting, the BJP MP questioned the Ministry of Civil Aviation over the continued engagement with the Turkish agency, asking why the contract with Turkey has not been terminated yet. The MP expressed concern over the prolonged association, seeking clarity on why the agreement remains in place despite previous discussions around its review. This development as the committee also pulled up the DGCA for failing to hold Air India accountable for the non-compliance of passenger safety. This is the big breaking news that's coming in at this moment. I'm also going to try and go across to my colleague Harsha on the story, that this is now the BJP MPs questioning the Civil Aviation Ministry over the engagement with the Turkish agency, asking why the contract had not been terminated yet. The MPs also expressed concern over the prolonged association. I believe this is with Celebi. Also seeking clarity on why the agreement remains in place despite the previous discussions around its review. Remember, viewers, the Delhi High Court just a few days back gives a big blow to Celebi's plea before them and says that this challenge is not accepted by them. Let me go across to Harsha joining us live on the story. Harsha, this is very clear that now questions are being asked also to the Ministry of Civil Aviation over the continued engagement with the Turkish agency.
Yes, Rhythm, you rightly pointed out, and this was in the committee meeting which is still underway, where all the airlines are still giving the presentation, but one of the BJP MP therefore asked the DGCA that why till now there's an engagement, there's a contract between India and Turkey, to tell you not about Celebi but regarding Turkish Technique. So Turkish Technique is also one of the maintenance company where Air India's aircrafts go for maintenance and repairing work in Turkey, and the contract is still underway. There has been no suspension of the contract even after what we saw, the Turkey lines with the Pakistan when the Operation Sindoor was underway in our country. And from that point of time till now, there has been several questions regarding all the contract with Turkish agencies should be terminated, should be suspended. With Celabi, it happened, and it is under, it is also, the matter is in court. It's sub judice. But if we talk about Turkish Technique, the Turkish Technique and Air India contract is still going on. There has been no suspension or termination of this contract. And to that question of the MP, the DGCA clearly stated that this is the MOCA who has to respond. And when the Secretary MOCA was posed the same question by the MP, the Secretary MOCA directly stated that the Indian government, the MOCA isn't
Harsha, for
still
only
speaking
a
to
second,
ME,
I'm going to interrupt you as there is some breaking news coming in. We're getting more updates on the bridge's collapse in Gujarat's Gambhira. The sources are now saying in breaking news coming in that the reason behind the collapse is mainly low maintenance of the bridge. There have been various media reports from 9 years the bridge required proper maintenance. Meanwhile, death toll has risen to 10. All the government did was a mere patchwork. In fact, a short while ago, we learned the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has ordered an inquiry into the tragedy. This is the big news that we're getting. We're also going to try and go across to Gopi, who's joining us now on the broadcast. Gopi, give us more details.
As you've correctly mentioned, that an inquiry has been called in by the Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendra Patel. This is going to happen just a short while back. Even the Home Minister of Gujarat, Harsh Sanghvi, spoke to the media and he confirmed this news. While to tell our viewers, yes, it was since past 6-7 years that the local people as well as the commuters who were traveling on this bridge have been complaining about the Gambhira bridge, that it requires some sort of maintenance. But yes, as you've correctly mentioned, that all that happened, all that the administration did was the patchwork, and you can see the result today, how early in the morning today, the bridge which connects the central and southern part of Gujarat to the northern part of Gujarat, there were many who used to travel from that very bridge to the northern part of Gujarat on daily basis, and they faced this inconvenience as well as 10 people have lost their lives while 6 are still severely injured. While apart from this, to tell our viewers that ex gratia of 2 lakh has been announced from PM-NRF, and it would be given next of the kin of each deceased, while the injured would be given rupees 50,000. While also the state government has announced compensation of 4 lakh to the person of the kin who has in fact lost their life. 50,000 to the person who is severely injured in this accident. Back to you.
All right, thank you for giving us those details. And thank you, Gopi. That's the top focus we'll track. Now, while the bulldozer action is underway on illegal constructions of self-styled godman Changur Baba, STF raids are also going on in search of his nephew, who are also accused in the case. Raids are being conducted in the search of Changur Baba's closest friend, Mohammed Ahmed. A total of 5 and 1 unknown people are still absconding. We're getting more details on this top focus story. We're going to first play out the reactions that we have.
मैं इस वक्त छांगुर बाबा के घर पर मौजूद हूं और घर के अंदर ही यानी उस घर के प्रांगण में छांगुर बाबा का अस्तबल मौजूद है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से ये लग्जरी कंक्रीट यानी कि बीम दे करके बहुत ही मजबूत पिलर पर इस पूरे अस्तबल को बनाया गया है। और आप यहाँ पर देखिए कि यहाँ पर भारी संख्या में मतलब भारी मात्रा में भूसे इकट्ठा किए गए हैं। यह वह भूसा है जिसको घोड़े खाया करते थे या जो अन्य पशु थे उनको ये चारा खिलाया करता था। मैं आगे चलता हूँ, मैं आपको कुछ दिखाता हूँ कि इस अस्तबल को भी काफ़ी मजबूत ढंग से बनाया गया है, मजबूत तरीके से बनाया गया है। और अभी यहाँ पर दरवाजे आदि लगने का काम जारी है। ये देख रहे हैं ना, खिड़कियाँ यहाँ लगनी हैं। ये देखिए बहुत ही मजबूत लकड़ियों से बनी हुई ये खिड़कियों का फ्रेम है और अभी ये पूरी तरह से बन नहीं पाया है। सोचिए कि घोड़ा जहाँ पर रहता है उस पर टाइल्स लगाया है, चाहे घोड़ा फिसल जाए उसको चोट भी आ सकती है, लेकिन नहीं, यहाँ पर उसने पूरी तरह की सुख सुविधाएं दी हैं, जहाँ पर जैसे कि इंसान रहता है। और आप देखिए ये जो यहाँ पर आपको दिख रहा है, इस तरह की जो सामग्री है, उससे आप एक अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर छांगुर बाबा अपने घोड़ों को रखता था और वो घोड़ों का शौकीन भी था। हालांकि घोड़े यहाँ से जा चुके हैं, अस्तबल इस समय खाली है, जो और भी पशु थे वो यहाँ से हट चुके हैं। यहाँ पर कुछ सामग्री पड़ी हुई है, लेकिन छांगुर बाबा का जो साम्राज्य था वह काफ़ी बड़ा था। उसके इस साम्राज्य में मस्जिद भी है, मजार भी है, मदरसा भी है, जहाँ पर अरबी फारसी की पढ़ाई होती थी।
Also, UP Chief Minister has reacted to the conversion racket and the role of Changur Baba. He stated, "We will not let the society disintegrate." Take a look.
उत्तर प्रदेश विकास की रफ्तार में आगे बढ़ा है और आपने देखा होगा अभी समाज विरोधी और राष्ट्र विरोधी कार्रवाई में लिप्त तत्वों के खिलाफ कैसे कार्रवाई हो रही है। कल बलरामपुर में आपने देखा होगा एक जल्लाद को हम लोगों ने वहां पे भी गिरफ्तार किया है। कैसे वहां हिंदू बहन बेटियों के इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करता था, पैसे में सौदेबाजी करता था, लेकिन अब ऐसे तत्वों के साथ सख्ती की जा रही है। हम समाज को भी टूटने नहीं देंगे, राष्ट्र विरोधी और समाज विरोधी तत्वों को भी चकनाचूर करके रहेंगे और धरती माता के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा भी करेंगे, मां की स्मृतियों को भी जीवंत बनाएंगे।
Viewers, Amarnath Yatra has entered day 8 and the Yatra is progressing smoothly. The LG Manoj Sinha of Jammu and Kashmir has said that the Yatra has crossed the 1 lakh mark within the first 6 days.
As flags flutter and chants echo, the sacred pilgrimage to Amarnath enters day 8. The Amarnath Yatra has crossed the 1 lakh mark within 6 days of the Yatra. Meanwhile, a fresh 7th batch of pilgrims departs from Nunwan base camp in Pahalgam for their pilgrimage to the holy cave.
पहली बार पहलगाम से, वो भी मोदी जी के आह्वान पे पहली बार की बहुत बदलाव आया है। और दूसरा जो है यहाँ पर पहलगाम में जो वो किया था, कांड हुआ था, तो खास तौर पे वो देखने आया हूँ जिसका जवाब मोदी जी ने दिया था।
बाबा जब बुलाता है जब को तो बहुत उत्साह से लोग आते हैं, जब आते हैं मन को बहुत पसंद आते हैं मन में।
बाबा से क्या दुआएं मांगने जा रहे हैं?
इस विश्व का कल्याण करे बाबा, सबका भला करे, जात पे सबको छोड़ के सबको बाबा भला रखे।
पहली बार
कितने खुश हैं आपके अभी पहलगाम से होके
दुकान देखे है। पहली बार ही यात्रा कर रहे हैं हम लोग।
मन में कितनी उत्साह?
बहुत उत्साह है। बस महादेव के दर्शन हो जाए बढ़िया।
बोलेंगे गोदी में बैठे,
बस यही इच्छा है आखिरी। पहली बार आई हूँ और बहुत आनंदमय यात्रा हो रही है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। शुरुआत ही बहुत अच्छी हो रही है, बहुत पॉजिटिव वाइब्स आ रही है।
जो जब आपने यात्रा के लिए टिकट किया था उस टाइम क्या सोचा था, अभी क्या पाया?
मैंने एक दिन पहले टिकट किया है, मुझे कोई वो नहीं था, मुझे तो बिलीव ही नहीं हो रहा कि मैं यहाँ पर हूँ और कल मैं वहाँ होंगी दर्शन पे।
क्या मन्नत लेके जा रही हैं आप?
मन्नत कुछ नहीं है, जो है सब अच्छा है, आगे भी अच्छा ही होगा। मन्नत कुछ नहीं, बस बाबा के दर्शन है।
The annual Amarnath Yatra began on July 3rd amid elaborate security and logistical arrangements to ensure safety and convenience of devotees.
Let's take a look at what's making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
NCP MP and party leader Supriya Sule slammed the Mahayuti government over incidents of attack on non-Marathi speakers by MNS cadre. Sule hit out, calling the incidents a mismanagement of the Maharashtra government. She further added the SCP is not against Hindi, but nothing should be forced upon the people.
Mismanagement of the Maharashtra government. Maharashtra government has again failed. कल जो चीज़ मुंबई में हुई वो गलत हुई और हम कोई भी हिंदी के खिलाफ नहीं है. हम सिर्फ कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी चीज़ आप फोर्स मत करिए किसी पे.
BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad slammed the Indie Alliance's Bharat Bandh protest against Election Commission's revision exercise of voter list ahead of Bihar Assembly elections. Ravi Shankar Prasad also said opposition wants to play their politics based on such illicit voters as it had sensed defeat before the elections.
मैं पटना का सांसद हूं, मैं दिल्ली में वोट नहीं दे सकता क्योंकि मैं यहाँ का वोटर नहीं. मैं पटना में वोटर हूं, बाकी लोग वोटर. तो अगर वोटर लिस्ट को लेकर के रिवीजन होता है तो आपको क्या परेशानी है?
And there's a fresh diktat from Delhi government. Fuel ban for average vehicles in Delhi NCR from November 1st coming up. We're also going to get you details on the Shinde Sena MLA rain punches on canteen contractor over poor quality food. M&S workers vandalized toll plaza in Wasim.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी. अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Hi there, welcome to this 4:30 p.m. live and breaking, and another crash of an IAF fighter jet. A Jaguar this time happening in Churu, Rajasthan, unfortunately leading to the death in the crash of both the pilot. That's our focus. Let's begin with the headlines. Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashes near Churu, Rajasthan. 2, including the pilot, have been reported dead in the fighter jet crash. This is the third Jaguar fighter jet crash this year. One crashed in Ambala in March, another in Jamnagar in April, and now this latest one in Churu, claiming 2 lives. Fresh dictator from the Delhi government. Fuel ban for overage vehicles in Delhi NCR back from November 1. Shinde Sena MLA rains punches on canteen contractor over poor quality food. M&S workers vandalized toll plaza in Wasim. Illegal conversion racket busted in Uttar Pradesh. Bulldozer action on Changur Baba continues on day 2. STF on hunt for Baba's aides. All right, a breaking news development: the slapgate from Maharashtra. The Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has broken his silence and in fact was forced to break his silence with the ongoing controversy surrounding his party's MLA in a slapgate incident. Sanjay Gaikwad is the MLA and his conduct has sparked widespread criticism. Responding to the backlash, Shinde has not spoken, saying that while individuals have the legal right to seek justice, resorting to physical violence is unacceptable. What's that? Let's listen to him. The soundbite of Eknath Shinde is in Marathi, and we'll patch our reporter so that we can have a translation of the Marathi soundbite. I can also do that. And Eknath Shinde, let's listen to him.
तक्रार केली नाही तर त्याला स्वतःच त्याचा अनुभव आला आणि जेवल्यानंतर त्यांना जेवताना त्याला वांती आली, उलटी हो गया वॉमिट, तो वॉमिटिंग हो गया और इसलिए उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर वो मारपीट की। उसका मैं समर्थन नहीं करूँगा और हम लोक प्रतिनिधि है, विधायक है, तो कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है।
We have authority to act lawfully if something is wrong. We can act against people who have done wrong. When the food had come to them, it was not up to the standard. It resulted in some form of illness to the people who ate the food. He's a MLA, he's a representative. We have the right to act legally against anybody who has done wrong. We will take action according to the law, but beating somebody up is not.
All right, earlier Satya Prakash, our correspondent on the ground there in Mumbai, got you a reality check of what happened at the MLA's canteen.
शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के एमएलए संजय गायकवाड़ ने बीती रात खाना खराब होने की वजह से यहाँ पे जो कैंटीन के स्टाफ हैं उनको मारा था। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, यही कैंटीन है जब संजय गायकवाड़ पहुँचे और यहाँ पर जो उन्होंने आरोप लगाया कि जो खाना था वो ख़राब था और इसके बाद यहाँ पे काफ़ी बहस हुई और काफ़ी बहस होने के बाद यहाँ पे जो स्टाफ थे उनको पिटाई किया, उनको मारा और संजय गायकवाड़ ने साफ तौर से कहा है कि जो हमने किया वो सही किया, खाना ख़राब था। हम कुछ लोग यहाँ पे कैंटीन में खाना खा रहे हैं, उनसे हम बात करते हैं।
उनके अधिकार में सब कुछ रहने के बाद भी यहाँ पे कर्मचारियों को मारहान करना, क्योंकि ये कर्मचारी जो है वो गरीब घर के, अगर किसी को लग जाता तो दवाई के पैसे कहाँ से लाएगा वो उधर निर्वाह करने के लिए यहाँ पे आता है और नौकरी करता है और उन्हें उसको मारहान करना, ये मेरे हिसाब से आमदार साहब की बहुत गलत बात है। भविष्य में ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए। उन्होंने
किसी के ऊपर गुनाह दाखिल करना चाहिए, उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए और जैसा उसने मारा वो कामगार की भी ऐसी है कि उसने भी उनको ऐसी तरह से पीटना है, क्योंकि लोक प्रतिनिधि के नाते ऐसा करना गलत है। वो एक पागल आदमी है, वो किसी ने आमदार बनाया, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि हर वक्त कुछ ना कुछ वो बोलते रहता है, कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी बातें करता है और बातें करने के बाद लोगों में एक वातावरण जो है खराब करता है। वो उसने जो कामगार को मारा है वो अत्यंत गलत है, उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, उसको अटक करनी चाहिए और उसको जेल में बंद करना चाहिए।
देख सकते हैं खाना खाने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं यहाँ पे लोग और इनका कहना है कि जिस तरह से मारा गया पूरी तरह से गलत है और जो कर्मचारी हैं इनका कहना है कि हमें बोला गया कि यहाँ पे जो लोग हैं, लोग इकट्ठा हुए और इसके बाद कहीं जो शिवसेना के विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ जो है कहीं न कहीं हमारे दो कर्मचारियों को मारा है। फिलहाल ये मामला कहीं न कहीं बढ़ते जा रहा है और जो कर्मचारी हैं वो फिलहाल आज आए नहीं हैं, लेकिन जो स्टाफ है उनका कहना है कि हमारा खाना हर दिन अच्छा होता है। यहाँ के लोगों से पूछ लीजिए कि कैसा खाना है। फिलहाल कहीं कहीं लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि विधायक होने के नाते इस तरह से मारना नहीं चाहिए था।
All right, another important development now in Delhi, and we focus on that. The Delhi riots case. Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, has opposed the bail pleas of Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam. Remember, Sharjeel Imam of the Chicken's Neck Corridor fame and others in the Delhi riots, larger conspiracy case. Before the Delhi High Court, Rhythm is joining us live from the newsroom. Our executive editor, legal and governance, and Tushar Mehta there, which means essentially the government is strongly opposing the bail pleas of Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid. For a long period of time, the bail pleas were being heard at the district court level, and now we have the hearings going on in the Delhi High Court, and the government of India clearly has taken a position that these two have a strong anti-India mindset, that they... Okay, Rhythm is live with us, so let's go to Rhythm. Rhythm, from these arguments that you bring forth, it's clear that the government of India is of the mind or of the view that the two, Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, are incorrigible anti-India haters, and so they cannot be allowed to go on bail.
That's absolutely right, Abhishek. The Delhi riots case is a case in which the investigation has been done. Republic TV, in fact, right at the start had broken down key details of how painstakingly the Delhi police had done this investigation. Now Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam moved the Delhi High Court again and again asking for bail. It takes the country's top law officer, the Solicitor General of India, to make an appearance in the Delhi High Court, Mr. Tushar Mehta, and he gives out very fine details which are breaking news today on the Delhi riots case. This anti-national case that was done, and the accused in this case, Umar Khalid, Sharjeel Imam, who conspired in this case, are at the very heart of the conspiracy. In the Delhi High Court, Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General, says the planning for the incident was a deliberate act to put the nation to shame. It started a day before the nation was expecting a head of state. He's talking about the President of the United States, who was supposed to be in India in February, if I recollect at that time. This writing, he said, is not the expression of anger, of unacceptability, of something which is a legislation. This is not a spontaneous riot, but a well-designed, well-orchestrated act. In fact, whatever had been shown on Republic TV had shown how the CCTV cameras had been turned away, how during this it was orchestrated in such a way to ensure that the riots happened. He then goes on to talk about the DPSG WhatsApp group. The group also showed the coordination with which all the members had acted. He said some of the members never knew. They thought it was a protest against a law. They did not know it was intended for a terrorist act. He then cites earlier Delhi High Court judgments on the UAPA law to read out against Umar Khalid and later withdrawing of the petition. He then refers to other transactions exchanged between Khalid and Ishrat Jahan case, and he says, and this is very interesting because remember, Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General of India, the topmost law officer of the country, has been at the helm of several of the most incriminating cases that have been fought for the government and those in which anti-national elements have appeared, whether it is the urban Naxals case or whether now the Delhi riots case. And he says, this is the only case I have come across where a person converts white money into black money. Normally it is reverse. In the cases involving anti-national activities, long incarceration is a valid ground. In conclusion, he says, don't treat this as a mere riots case. It's a case of premeditated attack on the sovereignty of the nation by doing something in the national capital.
Rhythm, we are staying with us. I have one more question. I believe the court, the Delhi High Court, has reserved its judgment or order in the bail pleas. But the fact that earlier the UAPA was slept and the court had upheld the application of the terror law on Umar Khalid, and because of which they had to withdraw their petition at that time seeking the removal of UAPA. I think the government is very confident that they have a strong case of conspiracy against these two.
Absolutely. In fact, even when a few years ago the Delhi riots case, painstakingly the charge sheet had been made, Abhishek, that is exactly what Republic TV in its investigation had found. This is a case in which the premeditation is clear. The well-orchestrated work and the people who were at the helm of the affairs is clear. This was a terrorist act and there is no other way to explain this. When there are so-called people who are trying to support the anti-national elements, whether it is people who are trying to, be the Lutyens lobby and try and say let's sympathize with the Umar Khalids of the world, they don't realize how dangerous it is, because this was an anti-national act, a terrorist act that was only trying to destroy the sovereignty and the integrity of the nation.
All right, Rhythm, before I let you go, final quick question. The hearings in this case went on in the High Court also for a few months, I think 8 months or more. By when you think that the court would be able to frame its order and release the judgment?
Abhishek, it's a good question, but the Delhi riots case will continue for a long time, like we are seeing, because it's also pending in the lower court. And there are bail petitions that are filed several number of times by Umar Khalid and by others. So this is just one bail plea that has come forward. It is really in the lower court where we are trying to see how soon can we get a trial and a judgment. Earlier there was a judge change that happened there, but that order was reversed because a lot of key arguments had been heard by the earlier judge. So thankfully the central government had reversed that order. We are hoping for a judgment soon from the trial court first in the Delhi riots case.
All right. Thank you so much. Rhythm, with that breaking news development in the Delhi riots case, the government making its mind amply clear that it does not want Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam to be out on bail anytime soon. Now, moving on. Thank you, Rhythm. Moving on. Political temperatures are soaring in Bihar. The Indie bloc staged a statewide bandh today, led by Rahul Gandhi and Tejasvi Yadav, protesting the Election Commission's voter roll revision. Roads were blocked and tires burned and trains halted, throwing normal life out of gear. The BJP, of course, has slammed the protest, calling the disruption politically motivated. Take a look.
Streets blocked, tires burning and trains halted. The opposition's Bihar bandh brought parts of the state to a standstill. Led by the Congress and RJD, the opposition claimed the Election Commission's voter roll revision targets Dalits and migrant workers, an allegation yet to be backed by evidence. The Election Commission maintains it is following legal procedures under court supervision to clean up the rolls, a routine process done before every election. The BJP hit back sharply, accusing the Indie bloc of peddling falsehoods and politicizing a routine EC exercise. The BJP has called the bandh an attempt to spread anarchy and mislead the poor for votes. What began as a protest against the Election Commission has turned into a full-blown political flashpoint, with the Indie bloc sharpening its pitch and the BJP hitting back hard. Amid loud slogans and political posturing, it's the ordinary citizen left grappling with chaos as leaders trade barbs and Bihar bears the brunt.
We are getting a breaking news development from Jammu. Let's go to that, and which is that violent clash broke out inside the Poonch jail, and in the ensuing melee, one prisoner is injured. The clash erupted between prisoners, leaving one of them injured. Nazir Ahmed, a prisoner from South Kashmir serving his sentence in the facility, was badly wounded in the altercation. He was immediately transported to Raja Sukhdev Singh District Hospital in Poonch, where he is currently receiving medical treatment. Authorities are investigating the cause of the conflict. For more, let's go to Gursimran. He is joining us over the phone from Jammu. Gursimran, Can you tell us what happened, why this clash broke out? What was the watch and ward staff doing inside the jail? Could they not prevent it?
See, actually, what has happened that early this morning, the jail authorities got to know of a scuffle that took place inside the jail premises. It was early morning hours when the security was outside the jail premises. They were at far off distance, but all of a sudden the scuffle broke
out. The CRPF that has been deployed in the security along with the CISF, they tried to contain the situation, but till the time they contained the situation, one of the inmates who has been identified as Nazir Ahmed, he is from the South Kashmir Shopian district and he has been behind the bars under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. He was injured, he had some open injuries, after which he was taken to the hospital and now he is being treated at the district hospital in the Poonch district. After that, the authorities have taken the cognizance and a case has been registered.
All right, thank you, Gursimran, with those details there. Joining us live from Jammu, moving on to another breaking news development and in a major breakthrough in its anti-Maoist drive, the Dantewada police has achieved historic success with 12 Maoists surrendering. This is a continuation of massive surrenders that have been happening for the last almost 6-7 months. The total bounty on the surrendered individuals amounts to 28.5 lakh rupees, and that gives you an idea of the kind of serious threat they pose to society and security. This latest development marks a milestone, taking the total number of surrendered Maoists in the district to a record 1,005. That's a big number, and these are the Maoists surrendering. Are happy with the police. Now the same security forces they were fighting against, picking up arms and the guns, and now they have surrendered. Obviously this is because of the Operation All Out that's going on in much of Chhattisgarh, where the government and the security agencies and of course the center have come together to make sure that the menace of Maoism is eliminated by March 2026, a deadline put by the Ministry of Home Affairs, by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah putting it across in the last Parliament session. We in fact have a reporter live joining us from Bijapur. Bharat joins us from there. Bharat, ये जो नक्सल या माओइस्ट ने सरेंडर किया है, उसके पीछे क्या कहानी है? क्यों सरेंडर किया है? क्या उनको डर था कि सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस उनको जल्दी पकड़ लेंगी?
देखिए, 9 नक्सलियों पर एक तरीके से 28,50,000 का जो इनाम है वो देखने को मिल रहा था। लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कि छत्तीसगढ़ के जो गृह मंत्री हैं, वहीं देश के जो गृह मंत्री हैं, जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन चला रहे हैं, उससे कहीं ना कहीं जो नक्सली हैं वो उनमें एक भय तरीके से जो उत्पन्न है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यह भी एक वजह माना जा रहा है। और जिस तरीके से जो अभियान देखा जा रहा है और लोन वराटू अभियान यानी घर वापसी जो अभियान चलाई जा रही है नक्सलियों को लेकर, उसमें एक तरीके से जो कारीगर है पुलिस भी साबित होते हुए नजर आ रही है। जिस तरीके से ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं उस ऑपरेशन के तर्ज पे माओवादियों की जो रीढ़ है वो कहीं ना कहीं टूटते हुए नजर आ रही है। यह भी एक वजह माना है कि जिस तरीके से काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग उनकी कम्युनिटी मानी जाती थी, लेकिन अब उस तरीके से स्ट्रॉन्गिटी उनकी देखी नहीं जा रही है कम्युनिटी में। कहीं ना कहीं वो ढिलावपन देखा जा रहा है। ऐसे में पुलिस के बढ़ते दबाव और सुरक्षा की काफी मजबूत पैरवी और वहीं विकास की जो धारा अंदरूनी इलाके यानी नक्सलियों के कोर वाले इलाकों पे भी अब विकास पहुंच रही है, तो कहीं ना कहीं नक्सलियों के जो जनाधार है वो घटते हुए नजर आ रहा है। तो इसका एक परिणाम है कि जो नक्सली है वो आत्मसमर्पण करने के लिए मजबूर हो रहे हैं। जी
चलिए, धन्यवाद भारत हमारे साथ जोड़ने के लिए बीजापुर से, giving us details about the surrender of 12 Maoists in Chhattisgarh, taking the total to 1,005 in few months. Moving on to other stories from across the country in Bharat in 5 minutes.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath planted saplings in Rampur Halwara village on Dashrath Path in Ayodhya and took a selfie under the Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam campaign. Chief Minister Yogi said in last 8 years, we have planted 200 plus crore trees and over 75% of them are alive. Union Home Minister Amit Shah held Sahkar Samvad with women from Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan and other cooperative workers associated with the cooperative sector. Shah stated that the convergence of the 4th anniversary of the Ministry of Cooperation, the 60th anniversary of the National Dairy Development Board and the 150th birth anniversary year of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel has led to numerous initiatives in Anand through this cooperative conference. The special NIA court has extended the judicial custody of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack co-conspirator Tahawur Hussain Rana till August 13. NIA has also filed a supplementary charge sheet against Tahawur. The court will consider the charge sheet on August 13th. All right, just days after the Delhi government lifted the ban or gave an impression that they were taking it back on those old diesel cars and petrol cars above 10 years and 15 years respectively, an order issued on Monday has said that no fuel will be given to vehicles falling in these categories from November 1. The fuel restrictions will also be implemented in 5 districts of the National Capital Region on the same day, while the earlier instruction was just for Delhi. Now it is extended to the 5 NCR districts in the neighborhood from Uttar Pradesh, Haryana. And we'll try and connect with our reporter for more on the ground. All right, let's first look at some of the political reactions that have come into this development, which is obviously causing a lot of consternation among the middle class, particularly as to what happens to their fantastic cars, which are just 5, 7, 8 years old. Would they be forced to scrap them just because of this new regulation?
एक तकलीफ थी जनता की जो पिछली सरकारों ने कभी समझी नहीं थी। लगातार उसको इग्नोर करते हुए ना तो उन्होंने कभी पॉल्यूशन पे काम किया और ना ही पॉलिसी पे काम किया। जब ये विषय CAQM ने तय किया और जिसमें माननीय न्यायालय का भी आदेश इसमें शामिल था, तो हमने दिल्ली की जनता का तकलीफ उनके सामने रखी थी कि इस तरीके से दिल्ली की जनता के साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए। और हमारी बात को संज्ञान लेते हुए उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से 1 नवंबर 2025 तक इस पूरे आदेश को टाला है, मैं समझती हूँ कि ये अच्छा कदम है। और इस बीच में हमें जो समय मिलेगा इसकी हम और तैयारी करते हुए जनता को बेहतर रिलीफ देने के लिए काम करेंगे।
CAQM का आदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक्सपोज कर देता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली के मिडिल क्लास को परेशान कर रही है, चाहे बिजली के बढ़ते हुए दाम हो, पावर कट हो, स्कूल फीस बढ़ रही है। और अब मिडिल क्लास सीनियर सिटीजन्स, महिलाएं जो गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, कई बार सेकेंड हैंड गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, लोन लेके गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, अब उनको नवंबर में सड़क से उठा दिया जाएगा, स्क्रैप कर दिया जाएगा। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी वास्तव में सीरियस होती तो वो कानून लेके आती, वो अध्यादेश लेके आती। हम तो कह रहे हैं कि आप स्पेशल सेशन बुलाइए असेंबली का, हम साथ देंगे, विपक्ष साथ देगा, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कार स्क्रैपर से, कार डीलर से, कार बनाने वालों से साठ गांठ है। इसीलिए वो 62 लाख गाड़ियों को दिल्ली की सड़क से उठाना चाहते हैं।
All right, let's look at how this decision of the Delhi government is having an impact on the ground already, with people confused, people not sure whether they can live with their cars which are just a little old if they are approaching that landmark of 10 years in the case of diesel and 15 years in the case of petrol. Look at Kamaljeet Soni. He's a man who sold his Mercedes worth 88 lakhs in just 7.5 lakhs to a person based out of Kerala. He says the government must think of an alternative to compensate this at the least.
The irony is that our daddy was very fond of cherry color and reddish color, reddish cherry color. He was basically fond. He used to wear the turban also of that color and more clothes are also of those type. So this color wasn't available, and we had requested Mercedes-Benz Pune workshop to kindly get us delivered this vehicle. It was a customized vehicle with air conditions on all 4 corners with the particular color we had requested. And at that time, this was one of the very few or the rarest car which had a refrigerator fitted in this. So it was just like a family member. I will not say it was just like a pet. It was like a family member. Very nicely, very homely, this car was welcomed at home. And again, I would say the unfortunate thing was that the first 5 years went off in paying the installments. A very heavy car at that time, we purchased it for around 88 lakh rupees. After 5 years, 6th year onwards, we started to enjoy more because the installment had finished and it was free. Now, in Delhi roads, people who stay here and people who are here, they know that the roads are so congested that in the daytime, you cannot use these high-end cars. You cannot go ahead for these cars in the daytime. So it was basically used in the night time. In the year 2010, 2009 onwards, 2010 onwards, there was news onwards that all diesel cars 10 years old and petrol cars 15 years old, vehicles, sorry, two-wheelers, three-wheelers, four-wheelers cars, they will not be allowed beyond 10 years and beyond 15 years. So we tried to contact the officials and tried to contact the concerned NGT officials and officers and known people that since the vehicle has been purchased and a lifetime tax has been paid, the lifetime tax is for 15 years. The tax has been paid for till May 2025. Tax has been paid, so why abruptly the vehicles need to go off? But the law is law. We again thought that we'll keep this vehicle and we will not drive it on road and we will keep it and drive it in our society at home and local. Then later an order came that there will be no insurance issued to these vehicles who are older to 10 years for diesel and 15 years for petrol. So that was again a shock that without insurance, so we cannot make it possible to move. Any untoward incident happens, it will be more of a disaster.
All right, with that, we're still in a short break. Coming up on the other side, 2, including the pilot, have been reported dead in the Churu fighter jet crash. Chief Minister Yogi wants mastermind of UP conversion racket, says every anti-India element will be crushed.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
terrorism peaks in Mumbai. From the streets to MLA canteen, no one is safe. How long will Gundaism rule Mumbai? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Yogi government's biggest bulldozer action till date. UP government dismantles biggest conversion racket. Political links to Changur Baba's racket, debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm. Our top focus is going to be on a Delhi High Court hearing the Delhi riots case today, where the top law officer of the government, the Solicitor General, made very strong arguments against the bail pleas to anti-nationals like Omar Khalid, where he said this is the reason and the topic for sovereignty of the country and therefore bail should not be given to them. First, a look at our top headlines. Two, including the pilot, have been reported dead in the Churu fighter jet crash. This is the third Jaguar fighter jet crash this year. One crashed in Ambala in March, another in Jamnagar in April, and now the latest in Churu claimed 2 lives. The country's top law officer, Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, opposes the bail plea of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam in Delhi riots case.
कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है, तो अगर जिधर गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं।
Shinde responded to Sena MLA slapgate, says we have the right to take legal action, but beating someone is not right.
विरोधी और समाज विरोधी तत्वों को भी चकनाचूर करके रहेंगे और धरती माता के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा भी करेंगे, मां की स्मृतियों को भी जीवंत बनाएंगे।
CM Yogi warns mastermind of UP conversion racket, says every anti-Indian element will be crushed. There is a free diktat from the Delhi government to fuel ban for overage vehicles in Delhi NCR from 1st of November. Viewers, as the MEA has now stepped in, China opens the Kodri border for safe passage of stranded Indians. Kodri border, which was closed since 2015, Nepal floods opened for stranded Indians. Now the stranded Indians can shortly cross the Kodri border to enter Nepal. Remember, yesterday we had shown you the coverage of the 23 Indians who are stranded in neighboring country of Tibet on the way to the Kodri border. Now, I want to go across to my colleague Gursimran, bringing us the latest updates on that story. Gursimran, we're going to get you more details on that as China opens up the Kodri border for safe passage of the stranded Indians. The big update coming in. China opens the Kodri border for the safe passage of the stranded Indians. 23 Indians were stranded in Tibet after the bridge collapsed, but we're now getting the news that China has opened up the Kodri border after Indians were stranded in Tibet and the MEA had come in. Let me go across to Gursimran joining us on the phone line. Gursimran, give us more details.
See, Rhythm, what we are getting to know from the tourists that have been stranded, that they are on their way to the Kodari border. It was for yesterday, it was impossible for them that they will travel through Kodari border because it was closed since 2015.
Because it was closed since 2015 when in the month of April massive floods have taken place in Nepal, and due to that the earthquake and the flash floods that happened, it was closed. But after the MEA's intervention, we are told by the those who are part of this, Advocate Simran we spoke to, she said that at around 1 in the night they got the call from the Ministry of External Affairs that the things are being taken care of and they are speaking to the Chinese authorities because they control the Tibetan borders. And today afternoon at around 12, the Chinese authorities arrived at the hotel they were staying in, and at around 1:30 they have left for the Kodari border. The permissions have been granted for this entire group of 23 Indians that are stranded there, that they will be crossing over to this from this very Kodari border, that is the Tibet-Nepal border, and then they will be heading towards Kathmandu. By the later in the evening or late night they will be reaching Kathmandu. But yes, the stranded Indians, they are now being allowed by the Chinese authority to leave from the Kodari border because what we have seen in the Gairong, the way flash floods have taken place and the bridges have totally been washed away, it was impossible for them to leave in next couple of months also via this route, and other route was not possible for them because this is a group, they were on the group visa and they cannot leave on their own, that 5 or 10 of them leaves from different route and 5-10 of them via different route. So MEA has stepped in, and after the MEA's intervention and MEA's talks with the Chinese counterparts, the solution has been brought in and a relief for these 23 Indians that issued an appeal request to the Ministry of External Affairs this time yesterday that they seek help from the MEA, and now within 24 hours the action has been taken and these Indians, they are on their way to the Kodari borders that has been opened for the first time in 10 years for the foreign civilians to cross over to the Nepali territory from Tibet.
All right, thank you for giving us those details, Gursimran. We're going to track the coming back of Indians safely. Thank you. Our other top focus that we are tracking at this hour, 2 pilots, both from the Indian Air Force, were killed after a Jaguar Fighter Jet crashed near Bhanuda village in Rajasthan's Churu District on Wednesday, marking the third such incident in the last 5 months. According to preliminary information, the wreckage of the aircraft was found in a field along with the body of the pilot. The body was recovered in severely damaged condition. The identities of the pilot and another person killed in the crash are yet to be officially confirmed by the army and also the local administration. I'm joined by Kaushal, who's joining us live from Churu to give us more details. कौशल, कुछ समय पहले भी आप हमें बता रहे थे कि चूरू में क्या हो रहा है. पहले हमें बताइए कि कहाँ पे लोगों ने किस समय उनको ये प्लेन मिला था, किस कंडीशन में मिला था और इस समय पे वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है.
देखिए मैम, लगभग 1 बजे की बात बताई जा रही है. जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी उनका कि दोपहर 1 बजे के करीब की बात है. एक एयरक्राफ्ट था जो गांव के ऊपर से घूमते हुए जिसमें धुआं निकल रहा था और वो खेतों की तरफ जा रहा था. निश्चित रूप से पायलट है वो गांव पर जो ये जेट है ये नहीं गिर जाए इसके लिए सावधानी पूर्वक बीहड़ के अंदर जो खेत है उसके अंदर ये विमान गिराया. इसमें 2 लोगों की 2 शहीद हुए हैं. अभी सेना के अधिकारी यहाँ पहुंचे हैं, वो जानकारी जुटा रहे हैं. डेड बॉडी मिल चुकी है लेकिन जो ब्लैक बॉक्स है वो अभी तक नहीं मिला है, उसकी जानकारी जुटाई जा रही है. एक बार पहले एक हेलीकॉप्टर आया था सेना का, वो निरीक्षण करके गया. भी उसके बाद में एक टीम अब दोबारा एक मैडम के साथ कुछ लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं और जानकारियां जुटा रहे हैं. फिलहाल सबसे बड़ी बात गनीमत ये मानी जाएगी कि गांव के ऊपर जो संकट था वो यहाँ पर आके गिरा है. फिलहाल मैं कैमरा पर्सन से कहूंगा कि वो दिखाए ये 2 जो जांटियां हैं सामने जो दिख रही है. सबसे पहले जो विमान है वो इसके टकराया और फिर इस खड्डे में गिरा और यहाँ पर जो विमान के जो चिथड़े हैं वो सारे यहाँ बिखरे पड़े हैं और सारे जो आला अधिकारी हैं पुलिस महकमे से लेकर प्रशासन के जितने भी आला अधिकारी है वो सब यहाँ मौके पर हैं। इसके साथ साथ यहाँ पर मौके पर भीड़ भी इकट्ठा हो गई गांव की, और आसपास के गांव के लोग यहाँ देखने के लिए जुटने लग गए हैं। फिलहाल ऑपरेशन जारी है। देखने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि जो ब्लैक बॉक्स है वो कहाँ मिले। सेना के अधिकारी इस वक्त यहाँ मौके पर है। इसके अलावा जो जिला कलेक्टर है अभिषेक जी सुराना, आईपीएस है अपने जय यादव, इसके अलावा आईजी ओम प्रकाश, सभी लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और दुर्घटना की जानकारी लेने के प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं। जी मैम।
We are also waiting for some eyewitness accounts that are coming from there. कौशल, तो आप हमें ये भी बताइए कि वहाँ पे जिन लोगों ने ये घटना देखी उन्होंने क्या कहा?
जिन्होंने घटना देखी उनका यही कहना था कि जो विमान है वो उड़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा था, लेकिन उसमें से पीछे से धुआं दिखाई दे रहा था, जिससे सब लोग जो देख रहे थे विमान को उसके पीछे दौड़ने लगे, और दौड़ते दौड़ते जहां जो जेट है वो क्रैश हुआ वहां आकर भीड़ जुट गई। हालांकि जो प्रत्यक्षदर्शी है उसने जो सिपाही था उसके जेब में कोई डायरी और कुछ पन्ने उसके मिले थे, वो सुरक्षित निकाल लिए थे। शायद कुछ जानकारियां, महत्वपूर्ण जानकारियां उसमें थी। हालांकि पुलिस से जो हमारी चर्चा हुई है उन्होंने यही बात कही है कि ये सूरतगढ़ छावनी है, वहां से ये जो एयरजेट है वो वहां से उड़ान भरी थी और यहाँ क्रैश हुआ है। जी मैम।
जी, I am also going to go across to show you the eyewitnesses and what they have said. We're going to go across to that focus and story that is coming in. Let's now take a look at what has been said by the eyewitnesses. There is breaking news coming in on the Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of the Indian Air Force crashed near Churu, and a Jaguar Fighter Aircraft of the Indian Air Force that crashed. The cloud of black smoke rose is what the eyewitness said. Pilot's body was there. Along with this, we found an Air Force diary. The pilot made efforts to save the village. Okay, we're going to try and go across to that. Case in which we're being told, remember also viewers, the third Jaguar fighter crashed this year. The first was in Haryana, the second one was in Jamnagar in April. This one was taking off from Rajasthan's Suratgarh Air Force Base. India has an estimated 120 Jaguar fighter jets spread across 6 squadrons in operation. And the Jaguar is the twin-engine fighter jet, fighter bomber in single and twin-seat variations. It's been used by the Air Force. Despite its vintage status, these planes have been heavily upgraded over the years. While bulldozer action is underway on illegal constructions of self-styled godman Changur Baba, STF raids are now going on in search of his nephew, who's also accused. Raids are being conducted in search of Changur Baba's closest friend Muhammad Ahmed. A total of 5 and 1 unknown people are still absconding. Let me go across to Raghavinder, who's joining us live on the story. Raghavinder, give us more details on this sordid saga. And there are going to be more arrests. What are you picking up now from the STF?
बिल्कुल, देखिए आज पैसे से बना हुआ जो साम्राज्य है, यहाँ पर बुलडोजर चल रहा है, बुलडोजर भी चल रहा है, इस पर कई बुलडोजर चल रहे हैं। आप देखिए यहाँ पर जो बुलडोजर की जो संख्या है वह काफी है, 7 से 8 बुलडोजर और 2-2 साइड में चल रहे हैं। और इस पूरे मामले में जो FIR लिखी गई है पुलिस के द्वारा, उसमें 9 लोगों का नाम है और एक अज्ञात और इसमें जो अज्ञात है वो भी फरार है। 4 लोग जेल में हैं, लखनऊ जेल में है, 5 लोग अभी बाहर भागे हुए हैं, पुलिस उन तक पहुंच रही है। लेकिन बहुत सारे इसमें बातें हो रही हैं, लगातार जांच आगे बढ़ रही है। ईडी इसमें इन्वॉल्व हो चुकी है और ईडी के बाद आप देख रहे हैं कि लगातार मध्य प्रदेश जमा कर रही है, तो कई टेंडर से जांच हो रही है, लेकिन लगातार कार्रवाई जारी है। 70% भ्रष्टीकरण हो गया है। हो सकता है कल तक पूरी तरह से ये जो छांगुर बाबा का जो साम्राज्य है, जो काला साम्राज्य, पूरी तरह से जमींदोज हो जाए, मिट्टी में मिल जाए।
Raghavendra, बलरामपुर से बात कर रहे हैं. I'm going to come back to you. There's some issue in the mic that you're speaking with, but thank you. We will come back to you to get more details. Meanwhile, viewers, the UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath reacted to the conversion racket, the role of Changur Baba. He also said, we will not let the society disintegrate. We will crush the anti-national and anti-social elements.
उत्तर प्रदेश विकास की रफ्तार में आगे बढ़ा है और आपने देखा होगा अभी समाज विरोधी और राष्ट्र विरोधी कार्रवाई में लिप्त तत्वों के खिलाफ कैसे कार्रवाई हो रही है। कल बलरामपुर में आपने देखा होगा एक जल्लाद को हम लोगों ने वहां पे भी गिरफ्तार किया है। कैसे वहां हिंदू बहन बेटियों के इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करता था, पैसे में सौदेबाजी करता था, लेकिन अब ऐसे तत्वों के साथ सख्ती की जा रही है। हम समाज को भी टूटने नहीं देंगे, राष्ट्र विरोधी और समाज विरोधी तत्वों को भी चकनाचूर करके रहेंगे और धरती माता के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा भी करेंगे, मां की स्मृतियों को भी जीवंत बनाएंगे।
Viewers, a grim countdown has begun in a foreign land. An Indian nurse, Nimisha Priya, just days away from execution in Yemen, convicted in a murder case that shocked two nations, while her family pleads for mercy and negotiations make a large, last-ditch attempt to save her life. We're all going to see what's going to happen.
Actually, first of all, it's a shocking news for us. We heard this news from the media yesterday. Then thereafter, we tried to contact the Indian Embassy Riyadh, which is handling the Yemen right now. And thereafter, we contacted the Ministry of External Affairs in Delhi. In both these agencies, they said they could not confirm this execution news. They didn't get any official confirmation from the Yemen government. But still, we are the news is very concerning for us. So we will be working to save the life of Ms. Nimisha Priya, who is sentenced to death in Yemen. So actually, in fact, she is sentenced in 2020 by a Yemeni trial court for murdering her Mr. Talal Mehdi there in her sponsor there. So in fact, we consider Nimisha as a victim of war. She didn't get a proper legal defense. When she was arrested in 2017, accusing the murder charges of Mr. Mehdi, that is the time of where the Yemen was under very serious internal conflicts. So she didn't get a proper legal defense. She could not defend her case before the trial court. And in 2020, she is sentenced to death by a Yemeni court.
All right, we're getting shots right now. Prime Minister Modi laying a wreath at the Heroes Acre in Vindoheki. That's the Prime Minister there at Vindoheki, where he's laying a wreath to the Heroes Acre in Vindoheki. And we're also getting details of that as the Prime Minister there at Vindohek, giving that tribute to the laying a wreath at the Heroes Acre in Vindohek. All right, the Prime Minister there in Namibia, and we're also now being told that he will be having delegation-level talks with the President of Namibia. He's going to be at the Heroes Acre where he is, which is the National Memorial of Namibia, to pay homage to the founding father of Namibia, Dr. Sam Nujoma. He will also be addressing the Parliament of Namibia and also have a community interaction with the vibrant diaspora in Namibia. We're going to now take a look at what's making headlines across the nation.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
NCP SCP MP party leader Supriya Sule has now slammed the Mahayuti government over incidents of attacks on non-Marathi speakers by the MNS cadres. Sule has hit out, calling the incidents a mismanagement of the Maharashtra government. She added the NCP SCP is not against Hindi, but nothing should be forced upon the people.
Management of the Maharashtra government has again failed. कल जो चीज़ मुंबई में हुई वो गलत हुई और हम कोई भी हिंदी के खिलाफ नहीं है. हम सिर्फ कह रहे हैं कि कोई भी चीज़ आप फोर्स मत करिए किसी पे.
BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad slammed the India Alliance's Bharat Bandh protest against the Election Commission's revision exercise of voter list ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Prasad said the opposition wants to play their politics based on such illicit voters as it has sensed defeat before the elections.
पटना का सांसद हूं, मैं दिल्ली में वोट नहीं दे सकता क्योंकि मैं यहाँ का वोटर नहीं. मैं पटना में वोटर हूं, बाकी लोग वोटर. तो अगर वोटर लिस्ट को लेकर के रिवीजन होता है तो आपको क्या परेशानी है?
Our top focus today, viewers, global watchdog FATF warns that terrorist groups are misusing e-commerce platforms and online payment tools. In its latest report, the FATF revealed that the 2019 Pulwama attack involved procuring aluminium powder via Amazon, while the 2022 Gorakhnath temple attack saw funding route through PayPal.
I think it is very startling revelation. The investigation conducted by FATF and its report actually speaks about what is happening in Pakistan. We have been observing for many years most of these terror outfits, whether Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed, they are shown as a charitable organization, and funds are raised by different means, by donations, by online transaction, by crowdfunding, and purportedly for the purpose of charitable causes, but actually it doesn't happen. All this money is routed to fund the terror outfits, whether it is Lashkar or Jaish. And I think though Pakistan has not been specifically named, but it is obvious somebody who deals with Pakistan terrorism understands who the FATF is talking about. And I think it is time that all this is stopped, and the funding of terror outfits is actually clamped upon. And the FATF is very, very right in mentioning they have been registered as non-profit organizations, and basically raising lot of funds worth crores of rupees on the name of charity and charitable purposes, but actually routed for financing the terror outfits.
Sir, one more thing that they have mentioned, that what these terror groups do, that the territories that they control, they pretend, be it international NPOs, non-profitable organizations, or the local ones, they grab their resources. So how do you see this word being used specifically in context with Jaish and Lashkar, that they control the territory?
See, this is the actual reality in Kashmir. They control substantial amount of territory in whether it is POK or whether it is other areas of Pakistan. Lashkar, Jaish, all these terror outfits, they have control over a lot of territory, and where no outsider can enter without their permission. So That is, I think the report is very, very clear about what is the situation in Pakistan. That is why people call Pakistan a terror state.
The leaders from the opposition party staging a sit-in protest in Purnia against the ongoing voter list verification. Roads and railway lines were blocked and normal life was disrupted.
The Mahagathbandhan Alliance observed a statewide Bihar Bandh, staging massive protests against Election Commission's ongoing special intensive revision of the electoral rolls ahead of the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections. The alliance, led by RJD and the Congress party, accused the poll panel of deleting names of the poor from the voter list under political pressure.
चुनाव आयोग होते कौन है मेरी नागरिकता पैदा लिए हम यहाँ मेरा बाप दादा पैदा लिया हम भारतीय हैं हम पाकिस्तानी और चाइना के हो गए आप हमको पिछले दरवाजे से आप बीजेपी की बी टीम है.
The bandh saw large-scale disruptions across the state, including road and rail blockades. The Bharatiya Janata Party has hit out at the opposition.
आम नागरिक को तंग करना बंद करो.
Coming up after a short break, Shinde responded to Sena MLA slapgate, says we have the right to take legal action, but beating someone is not right. And Chief Minister Yogi wants mastermind of UP conversion racket, says every anti-Indian element will be crushed.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAF Jet.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार. MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला. MDH.
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV. I'm Niranjan. Let's quickly get you the headlines this evening at 5:30 p.m. Two, including the pilot, have been reported killed in the Churu Fighter Jet crash in Rajasthan. Third Jaguar Fighter crash this year. One crash in Ambala in March, another in Jamnagar in April, and now the latest in Churu, Rajasthan, claiming 2 lives. SG Tushar Mehta opposes the bail plea of Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam in the Delhi riots case.
कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है, तो अगर जिधर गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं।
Shinde responds to the Sena MLA slapgate controversy in Maharashtra, says they have the right to take legal action, but assaulting someone is not a right.
राष्ट्र विरोधी और समाज विरोधी तत्वों को भी चकनाचूर करके रहेंगे और धरती माता के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा भी करेंगे, मां की स्मृतियों को भी जीवंत बनाएंगे।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath warns the mastermind of the UP conversion racket, says every anti-India element will be crushed. Fresh diktat from the Delhi government, fuel ban for overaged vehicles in Delhi NCR from the 1st of November. Getting in details now from Maharashtra as goons go on a rampage, from MNS to even the Shinde Sena MLA today. And we have a breaking news update coming in from Maharashtra. Straight up, the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA officials have taken food samples from the Akashwani MLA canteen where the assault was reported. Shinde Sena, that is Shiv Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad, had thrashed a canteen employee here on Tuesday, alleging poor quality of food, and now the FDA has taken food samples. That is, the Food and Drug Administration has taken samples from the canteen following that assault. Eknath Shinde, the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra, minister in Maharashtra now, is speaking out. He spoke a few minutes back, saying that he was opposed to such behavior. He said it's okay to legally take action, but not to assault.
वो आला आणि जेवल्यानंतर त्यांना जेवताना त्याला वांती आली, उलटी हो गया, वॉमिट, तो वॉमिटिंग हो गया और इसलिए उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर वो मारपीट की। उसका मैं समर्थन नहीं करूँगा और हम लोक प्रतिनिधि है, विधायक है, तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है, तो अगर जिधर गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं है।
The Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has also responded while condemning the Maharashtra slapgate.
काही अनियमितता त्या ठिकाणी बाहेर आलेल्या आहेत, त्या अतिशय भयानक आहेत. त्यामुळे निश्चितपणे जी काही सभागृहाची मागणी आहे त्याप्रमाणे जिल्हा बाल विकास अधिकारी यांना तात्काळ सस्पेंड करण्यात येईल. या संदर्भात जी काही तिथे चौकशी केली, 3 वरिष्ठ पोलीस निरीक्षकांची कमिटी, महिला पोलीस निरीक्षकांची कमिटी तयार केली होती. या कमिटीने त्या ठिकाणी मुलींची चर्चा केली. 80 मुली त्या ठिकाणी आहेत. ही चर्चा केल्यानंतर पहिल्यांदा मुली बोलायला तयार नव्हत्या, पण हळूहळू त्या बोलतायत. त्यातनं अनेक गंभीर गोष्टी बाहेर आल्यामुळे या संदर्भातला गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे. अधीक्षक आणि बाकी सगळ्यांवर गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे, त्यांची चौकशी आपण चालू केलेली आहे. संस्थेची मान्यता निश्चितपणे रद्द करण्यात येईल. संपला असेल तर परत देण्यात येणार नाही आणि जर असेल चालू तर त्या ठिकाणी ते पूर्णपणे रद्द करण्यात येईल. त्याच्याकरता कुठेही मागे पुढे पाहिलं जाणार नाही. आणि या संदर्भात जी काही आता ही जी काही आपली महिलांची जी 3 वरिष्ठ पोलीस निरीक्षकांची जी कमिटी आहे ती उद्या आपला फायनल अहवाल देणार आहे. तो अहवाल आल्यानंतर जे लोक दोषी असतील या चेन ऑफ कमांडमध्ये जे दोषी असतील त्या सगळ्यांना सस्पेंड केलं जाईल, सगळ्यांवर कारवाई या ठिकाणी केली जाईल. आणि आता ही ज्यावेळेस बातमी आली, आपण ज्यावेळेस पोलीस गुन्हा दाखल केला याच्यावर बालगृहावरती बातमी पाहिल्यानंतर हायकोर्टने देखील याचं संज्ञान घेतलेलं आहे आणि हायकोर्टाने देखील ॲमिकस क्युरी याच्यामध्ये आता अपॉइंट केलेला आहे आणि हायकोर्ट देखील याच्यावर लक्ष ठेवून आहे. पण हायकोर्टाची जी काही प्रोसिडिंग असेल ती तर चालेल. पण मी सभागृहाला आश्वस्त करतो की अशा प्रकारे ज्या लोकांनी सरकारमधल्या कुठल्याही व्यक्तीने प्रत्यक्ष किंवा अप्रत्यक्ष याच्यात मदत केली असेल किंवा आपली ड्युटी करण्यामध्ये कोणीही जर तिथे कोताही केली असेल अशा प्रत्येकाला सस्पेंड करण्यात येईल.
And my colleague Satya Prakash in Mumbai filed this report from that canteen where the MLA from Shiv Sena is seen not slapping it. It's more like a punch. He fists him, he punches him. Here's where this video was recorded.
शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के एमएलए संजय गायकवाड़ ने बीती रात खाना खराब होने की वजह से यहाँ पे जो कैंटीन के स्टाफ हैं उनको मारा था. मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ, यही कैंटीन है. जब संजय गायकवाड़ पहुँचे और यहाँ पर जो उन्होंने आरोप लगाया कि जो खाना था वो ख़राब था और इसके बाद यहाँ पे काफ़ी बहस हुई और काफ़ी बहस होने के बाद यहाँ पे जो स्टाफ थे उनको पिटाई किया, उनको मारा. और संजय गायकवाड़ ने साफ तौर से कहा है कि जो हमने किया वो सही किया, खाना ख़राब था. हम कुछ लोग यहाँ पे कैंटीन में खाना खा रहे हैं, उनसे हम बात करते हैं.
उनके अधिकार में सब कुछ रहने के बाद भी यहाँ पे कर्मचारियों को मारहान करना, क्योंकि ये कर्मचारी जो है वो गरीब घर के, अगर किसी को लग जाता तो दवाई के पैसे कहाँ से लाएगा वो? वो उधर निर्वाह करने के लिए यहाँ पे आता है और नौकरी करता है और उन्हें उसको मारहान करना, ये मेरे हिसाब से आमदार साहब की बहुत गलत बात है. भविष्य में ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए. उन्होंने
किसी के ऊपर गुनाह दाखिल करना चाहिए, उसको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए और जैसा उसने मारा वो कामगार की भी ऐसी है कि उसने भी उनको ऐसी तरह से पीटना है, क्योंकि लोकप्रतिनिधि के नाते ऐसा करना गलत है. वो एक पागल आदमी है, वो किसी ने आमदार बनाया, मुझे समझ में नहीं आता कि हर वक्त कुछ ना कुछ वो बोलते रहता है, कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी बातें करता है और बातें करने के बाद लोगों में एक वातावरण जो है खराब करता है. वो उसने जो कामगार को मारा है वो अत्यंत गलत है. उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, उसको अटक करनी चाहिए और उसको जेल में बंद करना चाहिए.
देख सकते हैं खाना खाने के लिए पहुंचे हुए हैं यहाँ पे लोग और इनका कहना है कि जिस तरह से मारा गया पूरी तरह से गलत है. और जो कर्मचारी हैं इनका कहना है कि हमें बोला गया कि यहाँ पे जो लोग इकट्ठा हुए और इसके बाद कहीं जो शिवसेना के विधायक संजय गायकवाड़ जो है कहीं हमारे 2 कर्मचारियों को मारा है. फिलहाल ये मामला कहीं बढ़ते जा रहा है और जो कर्मचारी हैं वो फिलहाल आज आए नहीं हैं, लेकिन जो स्टाफ है उनका कहना है कि हमारा खाना हर दिन अच्छा होता है. यहाँ के लोगों से पूछ लीजिए कि कैसा खाना है. फिलहाल कहीं लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि विधायक होने के नाते इस तरह से मारना नहीं चाहिए था.
Days after the Delhi government lifted the ban on diesel cars above 10 years and petrol cars above 15 years, an order has now been issued on Monday saying that no fuel will be given to vehicles failing in these categories from the 1st of November. Now, the fuel restrictions will also be implemented in the 5 districts of the national capital region on the same day.
एक तकलीफ थी जनता की जो पिछली सरकारों ने कभी समझी नहीं थी. लगातार उसको इग्नोर करते हुए ना तो उन्होंने कभी पॉल्यूशन पे काम किया और ना ही पॉलिसी पे काम किया. जब ये विषय CAQM ने तय किया और जिसमें माननीय न्यायालय का भी आदेश इसमें शामिल था, तो हमने दिल्ली की जनता का तकलीफ उनके सामने रखी थी कि इस तरीके से दिल्ली की जनता को साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए। और हमारी बात को संज्ञान लेते हुए उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से 1 नवंबर 2025 तक इस पूरे आदेश को टाला है, मैं समझती हूँ कि ये अच्छा कदम है। और इस बीच में हमें जो समय मिलेगा इसकी हम और तैयारी करते हुए जनता को बेहतर रिलीफ देने के लिए काम करेंगे।
CAQM का आदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक्सपोज कर देता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली के मिडिल क्लास को परेशान कर रही है, चाहे बिजली के बढ़ते हुए दाम हो, पावर कट हो, स्कूल फीस बढ़ रही है। और अब मिडिल क्लास सीनियर सिटीजन्स, महिलाएं जो गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, कई बार सेकेंड हैंड गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, लोन लेके गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, अब उनको नवंबर में सड़क से उठा दिया जाएगा, स्क्रैप कर दिया जाएगा। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी वास्तव में सीरियस होती तो वो कानून लेके आती, वो अध्यादेश लेके आती। हम तो कह रहे हैं कि आप स्पेशल सेशन बुलाइए असेंबली का, हम साथ देंगे, विपक्ष साथ देगा, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कार स्क्रैपर से, कार डीलर से, कार बनाने वालों से साठगांठ है। इसीलिए वो 62 लाख गाड़ियों को दिल्ली की सड़क से उठाना चाहते हैं।
In fact, what's the view of the common man? Kamaljeet Soni is a person who sold his Mercedes car valued at 88 lakhs for just about 7.5 lakhs to a person based in Kerala. This is after the diktat by the Delhi government. He says the government must think of an alternative to compensate instances like this. This is one case study. Listen in.
The irony is that our daddy was very fond of cherry color and reddish color, reddish cherry color. He was basically fond. He used to wear the turban also of that color and more closer also of those type. So this color wasn't available, and we had requested Mercedes-Benz Pune workshop to kindly get us delivered this vehicle. It was a customized vehicle with air conditions on all 4 corners with the particular color we had requested. And at that time, this was one of the very few or the rarest car which had a refrigerator fitted in this. So it was just like a family member. I will not say it was just like a pet. It was like a family member. Very nicely, very homely, this car was welcomed at home. And again, I would say the unfortunate thing was that the first 5 years went off in paying the installments. A very heavy car at that time, we purchased it for around 88 lakh rupees. After 5 years, 6th year onwards, we started to enjoy more because the installment had finished and it was free. Now, in Delhi roads, people who stay here and people who are here, they know that the roads are so congested that in the daytime you cannot use these high-end cars. You cannot go ahead for these cars in the daytime. So it was basically used in the night time. In the year 2010, 2009 onwards, 2010 onwards, there was news onwards that all diesel cars 10 years old and petrol cars 15 years old, vehicles, sorry, 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers cars, they will not be allowed beyond 10 years and beyond 15 years. So we tried to contact the officials and tried to contact the concerned NGT officials and officers and known people that since the vehicle has been purchased and a lifetime tax has been paid, the lifetime tax is for 15 years. The tax has been paid for till May 2025. Tax has been paid, so why abruptly the vehicles need to go off? But the law is law. We again thought that we'll keep this vehicle and we will not drive it on road, and we will keep it and drive it in our society at home and local. Then later an order came that there will be no insurance issued to these vehicles who are older to 10 years for diesel and 15 years for petrol. So that was again a shock that without insurance, so we cannot make it possible to move. Any untoward incident happens, it will be more of a disaster.
Getting in some breaking news now that a court of inquiry has been ordered into the Jaguar Jet crash in Churu, Rajasthan. Let's go across quickly. We had some details that came in from the Indian Air Force a short while back. The IAF had confirmed that an IAF Jaguar trainer aircraft had met with an accident during a routine training mission and crashed near Churu in Rajasthan, and that both pilots had sustained fatal injuries in the accident. No damage to any civil property was reported. The IAF deeply regretting the loss of lives and standing firmly with the bereaved families in this time of grief. A court of inquiry has been constituted to ascertain the cause of the crash in Churu, Rajasthan. This is the breaking news update coming in right now that a court of inquiry has been ordered. And we're picking up more details of the story right now. The IAF, after the crash was reported this afternoon, had moved its rescue helicopters to the spot. The aircraft was part of a training program in Churu, Rajasthan, had taken off from Suchetkar. It was a twin-seater Jaguar that crashed in Churu, Rajasthan. It's the third Jaguar crash reported this year alone. And Republic had, in the month of April this year, put out details of a CAG report, Controller Auditor General report, on the state of the Jaguar fleet in India, which spoke about the lack of critical infrastructure, especially when it comes to the Jaguar fleet, and the upkeep, maintenance was questioned in the CAG report. Critical upgrades were missed. Ishan is now joining us live on the story. Ishan, it's the third Jaguar crash this year. Some of the critical aspects of the CAG report from 2017 included the fact that autopilot feature was not enabled on most of the Jaguar jets in the IAF fleet.
Okay. Hi, I am reporting in front of Air Headquarters. The loss of a Jaguar trainer is especially hard for the Indian Air Force as the Jaguars have stopped been manufacturing, and the loss of a trainer is a significant loss because this reduces the ability to train new pilots on this platform. Furthermore, the Jaguars have been equipped with the 0-0 ejection seat, which means that the aircraft could have, the pilots could have ejected at 0 altitude and 0 speed. However, the ejection seat not being activated in this case shows that there had to be a failure, technical failure, which caused the aircraft pilots not to eject.
Okay, Ishan, thank you for joining us with those inputs. Court of inquiry now ordered into the third Jaguar crash this year. Moving on to some political news now. Temperature soaring in Bihar, bound for elections. The Indie bloc has staged a statewide bandh today, led by Rahul Gandhi and Tejaswi Yadav, protesting the Election Commission's voter roll revision in the state of Bihar. Roads blocked, tires burnt, trains halted, throwing life out of gear. Here's the latest from poll-bound Bihar.
Streets blocked, tires burning, and trains halted. The opposition's Bihar Bandh brought parts of the state to a standstill. Led by the Congress and RJD, the opposition claimed the Election Commission's voter roll revision targets Dalits and migrant workers, an allegation yet to be backed by evidence. The Election Commission maintains it is following legal procedures under court supervision to clean up the rolls, a routine process done before every election. The BJP hit back sharply, accusing the Indie bloc of peddling falsehoods and politicizing a routine EC exercise. The BJP has called the bandh an attempt to spread anarchy and mislead the poor for votes. What began as a protest against the Election Commission has turned into a full-blown political flashpoint, with the Indie bloc sharpening its pitch and the BJP hitting back hard. Amid loud slogans and political posturing, it's the ordinary citizen left grappling with chaos as leaders trade barbs and Bihar bears the brunt. Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath planted saplings in Rampur Halwada village in Dashrath Path in Ayodhya, took a selfie under the Ek Paid Maa Ke Naam campaign. The Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh said in the last 8 years they had planted 204 crore saplings and over 75% of them, he said, were alive. Union Home Minister Amit Shah held the Sahakar Samvad with women from Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and other cooperative workers associated with the cooperative sectors. Amit Shah stated that the convergence of the 4th anniversary of the Ministry of Cooperation, the 60th anniversary of the National Dairy Development Board and the 150th birth anniversary year of Sardar Patel had led to numerous initiatives in Anand through this cooperative conference. The Special NIA Court had extended the judicial custody of 26/11 Mumbai terror attack co-conspirator Tahabur Rana till the 13th of August. NIA has also filed a supplementary charge sheet against Tahabur Rana. The court will consider the supplementary charge sheet on the 13th of August. Getting in a breaking news update. A tribunal has now dismissed Rana Ayyub petition and she is now liable to pay 1.23 crore tax donations. These are details of the controversy that was reported during COVID when she tried to collect money in the name of COVID donations. And investigations in the past have shown that most of the so-called COVID donations that Rana Ayyub had collected were diverted for a personal use. That's what the tribunal had said. And the tribunal has now further added that she will be liable to pay tax. And this is the detail coming in. Aditya is now joining us live. Aditya, if you can take us through the details of the tribunal finding.
Yeah, hi. There are majorly three major details which have been there in the orders. The first one is that the claims that the money were sought for a charitable purpose has become unproven. The ITAT has found no claims related to that the money which were being sought has a charitable purpose attached to it. And second, the amount which were sought was actually in her savings account, which does not bypass the law. Actually, to make sure that the law as Income Tax Act has amendment that it should be the part of a proven claim for a charitable purpose, which should be something more than just a saving account to which the record should be there. The major issue which came here was that the law was framed and amended to ensure that no money can be taken, no money can be called in for charitable purpose for more than 50,000 rupees without some proof, without some documents which can be assessed, which can be documented, and which can be provided before the court to confirm that the so-called money which were taken has a charitable purpose attached to it.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Aditya joining us with the details. Rana Ayyub will be liable to pay tax now that the tribunal has found out that most of the COVID donations that she collected were allegedly used for personal purposes. Taking a short break here on Republic TV. Coming back with details of the investigation into the Jaguar Fighter Jet crash. A court of inquiry has been ordered. 2, including the pilot, killed in the Churu Fighter Jet crash in Rajasthan. SG Tushar Mehta has opposed the bail plea of Umar Khalid Sarjeel Imam in the Delhi riots case. We have a developing story there as well.
Season of Gundaism peaks in Mumbai. From the streets to MLA canteen, no one is safe. How long will Gundaism rule Mumbai? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAF Jet.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
বিজেপির বিরুদ্ধে আন্দোলনে তৃণমূলের বাধা কেন? বিজেপিকে বাধা চায় তৃণমূল।
Yogi government's biggest bulldozer action till date. UP government dismantles biggest conversion racket. Political links to Changur Baba's racket debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Yogi government's biggest bulldozer action till date. UP government dismantles biggest conversion racket. Political links to Changur Baba's racket debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuri, and this evening we will begin with the major aviation tragedy in Rajasthan, a jet crash that has raised serious safety concerns. Next, we'll get you the 2 incidents of blatant hooliganism in Maharashtra, including a Shinde Sena MLA caught on camera assaulting a canteen worker over the stale food. A bridge collapse in Gujarat takes us back to Morbi once again. 9 people have lost their lives. And in Delhi, the old vehicle ban kicks in and the owner are left scrambling. We will get you the ground reports and what the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party are fighting about. In Uttar Pradesh, bulldozer rolls on the properties of a mastermind of a conversion racket, the biggest one so far. And finally, a visual feast from Namibia. Prime Minister has received a colourful traditional welcome there. And with dance, drums and Surya Namaskar, these are the top stories that we're tracking for you at 6 this evening. Let's get started. In fact, let's get you the first story from Rajasthan. 2 pilots were killed after Jaguar Fighter Jet crashed in Rajasthan Churu District in the afternoon today. The plane was on the routine training mission and probe has been launched in this incident. In fact, this is the third Jaguar Fighter Jet crash this year. The first one was in Haryana, in Panchkula in Haryana on March 7th, and the second one was near Jamnagar in Gujarat on April 2nd. Now, India has estimated 121 Jaguar Fighter Jet in operation, and it is in fact a twin-engine aircraft introduced into the Indian Air Force in 1970s and played a very crucial role in the deep penetration strikes and also ground strikes as well. But despite its extensive service, the aircraft has witnessed multiple accidents over the last few years. This is a tragic incident that has come to the fore from the state of Rajasthan. 2 pilots have lost their life. We've been showing you visuals of the debris on that field right there. You can see. In fact, what we're learning so far is that the probe has been launched in this entire matter. And as we told you, this is not the first time that the Jaguar aircraft has crashed. In fact, this is the third such incident in the last 3 months. Let me go across to retired Air Marshal Sanjeev Kapoor. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Sir, I want to ask you that this is not the first time that this has happened. 3 incidents in 2025 alone, and what we're learning that as per the CAG report, between 2017 to 2022, there have been 34 such incidents wherein this has happened. How do you assess the aging aircraft as far as Indian Air Force is concerned?
We have one of the finest technical people who are specialized in aviation. But as you just mentioned, these aircrafts are over 4 decades old. And the first Jaguar came into the Indian Air Force in around 1979, 1980, and the whole induction finished by about 84, 85. So it would be proper to say that every platform is around 40 years old. But these aircrafts have now been taken up for upgradation by HAL. And the avionics and the other radar systems plus the key components have been replaced over a period of time. To say that we are just flying 40-year-old aircraft, the airframe may be, but the other systems have been upgraded over a period of time. Now, why do these crashes take place? Primarily, there are a lot of factors, but some being technical failures, some being malfunction of a key components, some are bird hits, in which the reaction time is too less, or the birds get sucked into the engines, and we happen to lose the aircraft power and thrust for that reason. Some could be tactical or pilot errors, flying especially by night or some other mission. It could be pilot error, flying pilot human error, technical. So this is a combination of all these common causes of these accidents. They do happen across the Air Force. Now, to put in perspective for your viewers, is to say that Indian Air Force is the only Air Force flying old aircrafts is incorrect. The French Air Force, the US Air Force, the Royal Air Force are also flying fighters which are about 40 to 50 years old. So it is how you maintain and how you keep that machines going is what is noteworthy. I'm not aware of the reason why this particular accident which happened today took place. What is the cause that would come out in the inquiry? And I read somewhere that the inquiry team has already reached the site, and the debris and the flight data recorder and cockpit voice recorders are being collected. But it is very, very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate that we have lost 2 of our brave pilots in today's accident.
Absolutely, sir. What really led to this crash will only come out during the investigation. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. Now, let me go across to my colleague Kaushal, who has been reporting from the ground there. Kaushal, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी अभी क्या situation है on ground, क्योंकि मैं पता चला है कि वहाँ पे पूरा एरिया में फायर एक्सटिंग्विशिंग हो गई है, डेब्री काफी फैली हुई है वहाँ पे. फिलहाल क्या ग्राउंड सिचुएशन है?
देखिए मैम, मैं यहाँ दर्शकों को बताना चाहूँगा कि घटना 1 बजे की करीब की है, जब एक विमान गांव के ऊपर से जिसमें से धुआं निकल रहा था, प्रत्यक्षदर्शियों का कहना है कि उसमें से धुआं निकल रहा था, लेकिन पायलट की सूझबूझ से उसने गांव के ऊपर से घुमाकर जो एयरजेट है उसको वीरानी क्षेत्र में जो जंगल है वहां उसको गिराया, जिससे बड़े जान माल की हानि हो सकती थी। उसे बचाया। और हालांकि दोनों ही जो जवान है वो शहीद हो गए हैं। अभी सेना का एक हेलीकॉप्टर आया था, वो आके गया है। उसके बाद में सेना के बड़े अधिकारी भी यहाँ पर आए हैं, मौजूद हैं। ब्लैक बॉक्स है, उसकी तलाश की जा रही है, क्योंकि सारे डाटाज है उसमें ही रहते हैं और उसके थ्रू ही पता चलेगा कि विमान में किस तरह की कमी थी, किस तरह की टेक्निकल दिक्कत आई, उसकी वजह से विमान क्रैश हुआ। जी।
So what really happened there is something that will come out during the investigation. Thank you so much for Kaushal for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now let's take you to the state of Maharashtra. Caught on camera is this Shinde Sena MLA who thrashed a canteen worker over plate of dal. With a white towel wrapped around his waist, he slapped, kicked and punched the worker so hard that he fell on the ground. He then defended it by saying that this is Shinde Sena style. No remorse, no apology. Watch this shocking video first. In fact, a lot of political reactions have been coming in after this entire incident has taken place. You can see on the visuals Shinde Sena MLA thrashing the man there, so much so that he falls on the ground. Look at the political reactions.
देखो, ये आकाशवाणी की जो कैंटीन है, मैं 30 साल से यहाँ पर आता हूँ और 5.5 साल से यहाँ रह रहा हूँ। मैंने कई बार इनके खाने के बारे में इनको समझाया कि आप खाना अच्छा दिया करो। कल रात में मेरे रूटीन टाइम पर 10 बजे मैंने खाने का ऑर्डर किया। सो मैंने दाल चावल और 2 चपाती मंगाया। चावल का निवाला मैंने खाते से मुझे महसूस हो गया कि इसमें कुछ तो भी प्रॉब्लम है। सो दूसरा निवाला खाने के बाद में मुझे वोमिटिंग हुई और मैंने उसका स्मेल लिया तो वो निष्कृष्ट दर्जे का खाना नहीं था, वो सड़ा हुआ खाना था। तो मैं जैसी हालत में मैं खाना खा रहा था वैसे मैं नीचे गया और वो मैनेजर से मैंने पूछा कि ये खाना आपने दिया है? बोले हाँ हमने दिया है। तो किसने लाया था? तो सब लोगों को लाया। मैंने मैनेजर और उनके 6 लोग और जो बैठे हुए खाने पर जो लोग बैठे थे उसको सबको ये स्मेल दिखाया। तो बोले ये बहुत गंदा है, ये खाने जैसा नहीं है। फिर मैंने उनको बताया कि मैंने आपको 10 बार ऐसे समझाया कि आप खाना अच्छे से दिया करो। आप हमारी ज़िंदगी से खेल रहे हैं, हमारी जान से खेल रहे हैं। ये अगर हम ये पॉइजन वाला खाना खाएंगे तो हम कल हमारी जान को कुछ भी हो सकता है। आज हजारों लोग वहाँ आते हैं, कर्मचारी आते हैं, पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता आते हैं। आप इसी तरह का खाना अगर उनको पेश करते हैं या देते हैं तो उनकी तो जान खतरे में है। इसलिए जो रिएक्शन मेरी बात में रात में आई तो बहुत समझाने के बाद में, हर भाषा में समझाने के बाद, अगर ये लोग सुधरते नहीं हैं तो मुझे मेरी स्टाइल से मुझसे बात करना पड़ेगा।
Let me go across to Chandrasekhar Jha of Shinde Sena MLA. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. सर, किस तरह देखते हैं आप पूरे इस इंसिडेंट को, क्योंकि काफी शॉकिंग वीडियो आई है। एक दाल के ऊपर एक वर्कर को मारा गया इतना ज्यादा कि वो जमीन पे गिर गया। पहली बार नहीं है कि ऐसा कुछ इंसिडेंट सामने आए। किस तरह देखते हैं आप इसे?
I think this is purely Gundaism. And देखिए, language politics and the politics with regard to any kind of criminal acts is a different thing. So he being a MLA, elected MLA, and he is doing Gundaism, and on camera it is being shown that how he is assaulting that person and trying to harass him. So these things are now becoming uncommon in Maharashtra, which we were not seeing for last 10-15 years.
Absolutely, very shocking, in fact, incident that has come to the fore from there. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Republic TV and for all the inputs that you've given on this. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Gujarat, a devastating bridge collapse occurred in Vadodara's Gambira Bridge on the Mahisagar River connecting Vadodara and Anand districts today morning around 7:30 a.m. is what we're learning. The incident resulted in 9 deaths and multiple injuries and 5 people rescued from the river as well. Several vehicles, including 2 trucks and 2 vans, plunged into the river after a portion of the bridge gave away. The NDRF and the Vadodara Fire Department teams were deployed for the rescue operation, while the Chief Minister directed technical experts to investigate the cause of the collapse that took place today. The tragedy today is essentially a rerun of what happened, remember, in Morbi in 2022, because in both the cases, laxity was the reason which took away the innocent lives. The 900-meter long Gambira Bridge, built in 1985, is a low-maintenance bridge, and there have been various various media reports about the 9 years that the bridge required, in fact, proper maintenance. Now, all of this was raised in several media reports that have come to the fore, and all the government did in the last few years was a mere patchwork. So this is what happened in the state of Gujarat today. 9 people have unfortunately lost their lives. Several people have received injuries, and laxity is something that has come to the fore. The reason why the maintenance of this area, of this bridge, was not done. But the visuals of this incident are very shocking, because the vehicles were plying there when this incident took place. 9 people have lost their life in this very tragic incident. Let me go across to Gopi, my colleague, who's been tracking this story very closely. Gopi, tell us about what really happened there, and because we are also learning that there were several media reports to show that this issue of the maintenance of this bridge was raised time and again, but nothing was done in the last few years.
Well, in fact, Akanksha, it was early in the morning today that the Gambhira Bridge, which connects central and south Gujarat to north Gujarat, collapsed, and as of now 10 people have been declared dead. They've been found dead from the very spot itself. While also to tell our viewers that this particular bridge was made in 1981 and it was operational since 1984. Now, it required heavy maintenance. There were a lot of issues coming on that particular bridge. Many locals had in fact complained about this. Also, the commuters who were commuting from this very bridge on daily basis had also complained about this to the government officials as well as the authority, but no action was taken. In fact, a mere patchwork was done on the bridge. So yes, the locals around are saying that authority is to be blamed, like you've correctly mentioned, that in spite of witnessing the massive Morbi tragedy, they did not do anything regarding this, while several letters were also written to the administration and administrative bodies, but nothing was done for this particular bridge. While the compensation and ex gratia have been announced by the Prime Minister as well as the Gujarat government, we will have to see whether, if at all, there are more casualties. Actually, the administration is in fact feared that there might be a possibility that more number of people would have drowned in this Gambhira Bridge collapse tragedy. Back to you.
Absolutely. Thanks for all the details. Keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, shifting our focus to the national capital, days after Delhi government lifted the ban on the diesel cars above 10 years and petrol cars above 15 years, an order issued said that no fuel will be given to the vehicles following in these categories from November 1st. The fuel restriction will also be implemented in the 5 districts of the national capital region on the very same days, what we're learning. But remember, this comes after a meeting of the Commission for Air Quality Management, which was held day before yesterday, after the Delhi government wrote to them to review their decision towards the no fuel for the end-of-life vehicles from July 1st. Now, this move is essentially seen as a flip-flop move by the BJP government in the national capital, and here's why. And in fact, a political war of words has started over this entire matter. In the last few days, we have seen that people are quite worried that their cars will be scrapped, they will not get any fuel. But now that timing has been extended from November 1st onwards, people who have such vehicles will not be able to get their cars fueled at the petrol pump. Listen into what the Bharatiya Janata Party is saying.
जितने 15 साल पुराने व्हीकल हैं, उन व्हीकल्स को 31 मार्च के बाद तेल देना बंद कर दिया जाएगा। हम अपने ऐसे गैजेट्स लगा रहे हैं पेट्रोल पंप के ऊपर जो लगभग 80% पेट्रोल पंप पर लग चुके हैं। 31 मार्च तक 100% पेट्रोल पंप से लग जाएंगे। उसके बाद 15 साल पुराने व्हीकल को हम आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे और उसको कोई फ्यूल नहीं मिलेगा। आज ही हमारी सरकार इसकी जानकारी पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री के माध्यम से देगी कि आप कोई भी पेट्रोल पंप ऑनर जो है, मालिक जो है, वो 15 साल पुराने व्हीकल को डीजल पेट्रोल नहीं दे सकता। हम ये ऐसा भी इसमें समाधान ढूंढ रहे हैं कि हम जब कोर्ट पे CQM पे ये जानकारी दें कि हम पोल्यूशन कम कर रहे हैं, तब हम यह भी उनसे सुनिश्चित करा सकें कि गाड़ियों की उम्र के हिसाब से नहीं, गाड़ियों को पोल्यूशन के हिसाब से बैन किया जाए। उनकी एज को डिफाइन करते हुए बैन ना किया जाए, उनकी पोल्यूशन की क्या कैपेसिटी है उसको देखते हुए बैन किया जाए। इस तरह की भी जो है हम अपने सिस्टम को दुरुस्त करने के लिए और ऐसे जानकारी देने के लिए रास्ता बना रहे हैं। CQM से एक बड़ी राहत मिली है। 1 नवंबर 2025 तक। इस दौरान जैसे कि माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पहले भी कहा था, हम बाकी भी काम करेंगे। हम माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक भी और एनजीटी तक भी अप्रोच करेंगे। और हम यह भी दिल्ली के लोगों को बताना चाहते हैं, जो आपकी 80,000 गाड़ियाँ दिल्ली के अंदर तोड़ दी गई, उनको एंड ऑफ लाइफ करके ख़त्म कर दिया गया, लेकिन किसी को नहीं पता कि वो कहाँ गई, क्योंकि दिल्ली के अंदर कोई भी रजिस्टर्ड स्क्रैप को तोड़ने के लिए कोई अभी तक सेंटर नहीं सेटअप हुआ।
And now this new rule has triggered a huge political firestorm between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party here in the national capital. Listen in.
एक तकलीफ थी जनता की जो पिछली सरकारों ने कभी समझी नहीं थी। लगातार उसको इग्नोर करते हुए ना तो उन्होंने कभी पॉल्यूशन पे काम किया और ना ही पॉलिसी पे काम किया। जब ये विषय CAQM ने तय किया और जिसमें माननीय न्यायालय का भी आदेश इसमें शामिल था, तो हमने दिल्ली की जनता का तकलीफ उनके सामने रखी थी कि इस तरीके से दिल्ली की जनता को साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए। और हमारी बात को संज्ञान लेते हुए उन्होंने जिस प्रकार से 1 नवंबर 2025 तक इस पूरे आदेश को टाला है, मैं समझती हूँ कि ये अच्छा कदम है। और इस बीच में हमें जो समय मिलेगा इसकी हम और तैयारी करते हुए जनता को बेहतर रिलीफ देने के लिए काम करेंगे।
CAQM का आदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी को एक्सपोज कर देता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली के मिडिल क्लास को परेशान कर रही है, चाहे बिजली के बढ़ते हुए दाम हो, पावर कट हो, स्कूल फीस बढ़ रही है। और अब मिडिल क्लास सीनियर सिटीजन्स, महिलाएं जो गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, कई बार सेकेंड हैंड गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, लोन लेके गाड़ियां खरीदते हैं, अब उनको नवंबर में सड़क से उठा दिया जाएगा, स्क्रैप कर दिया जाएगा। अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी वास्तव में सीरियस होती तो वो कानून लेके आती, वो अध्यादेश लेके आती। हम तो कह रहे हैं कि आप स्पेशल सेशन बुलाइए असेंबली का, हम साथ देंगे, विपक्ष साथ देगा, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कार स्क्रैपर से, कार डीलर से, कार बनाने वालों से साठ गांठ है। इसीलिए वो 62 लाख गाड़ियों को दिल्ली की सड़क से उठाना चाहते हैं।
And well, if you own the old car in the national capital, then this graphic here is for you. As far as the new diktat by the Delhi government is concerned, let me take you through it. No fuel will be given to you at the petrol pump if your diesel car is above 10 years of age. If you have a petrol car and you bought it 15 years back, then you will not be getting any fuel at the petrol pump, because CCTV cameras have also put at different places, and this will come into force from November 1 later this year. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, the house of self-styled godman Changur Baba in Balrampur was demolished amid the ongoing investigation in the allegations of religious conversion. Now, authorities took action against the structure, citing possible violations, and this has sparked reactions, with some linking this to probe into Baba's activity. He was arrested by Uttar Pradesh ATS on July 5th. The accused, who reportedly operated from Madhpur for several years, was known for, in fact, as Jalaluddin or Karimullah Shah as well. Now, according to UP SCF chief Amitabh Yash, the conversion racket was highly organized and monetized as well. The group charged varying sums based on the caste of the individuals being converted. The reported rates included 15 to 16 lakh for a Brahmin girl. And for Sikh girl, it was 10 to 12 lakh, and this went on till 8 to 10 lakh for other girls as well. And this tiered pricing highlights the systemic exploitation involved in the illegal conversion as well. Here's the full story.
पूरे धर्मांतरण का ये जो खेल है, सिर्फ धर्मांतरण ही नहीं है, यह देश के खिलाफ गद्दारी का भी मामला है। और इसमें जो भी इन्वॉल्व होगा, जो भी इसमें अवैध पैसों से, हवाला के पैसों से संपत्ति बनाया होगा, सब पे कार्रवाई होगी, सख्त कार्रवाई होगी। यह मुख्यमंत्री ने कल ही ट्वीट कर दिया था। इस कार्रवाई के बीच में मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ ने ट्वीट करके अपना मनसा जाहिर कर दिया था, जिसका नतीजा है कि यहाँ के जो डीएम हैं, यहाँ के जो एसपी हैं, लगातार यहाँ आते जाते रहते हैं, देख रहे हैं और तमाम और तथ्यों को जुटा रहे हैं। राजस्व की टीमें काम कर रही हैं। कहीं और तो कोई प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है, कोई और तो जमीन नहीं है, कोई और तो कहीं कोई मकान नहीं है, कॉम्प्लेक्स नहीं है, सबकी जांच हो रही है। ईडी एक एक पैसे का अब हिसाब लेगी कि आखिर ये पैसे किन किन कंट्री से किस लिए आए, कौन कौन सी संस्थाएं बनाए थे, क्या काम होता था, क्या यहाँ पे जनहित के काम हो रहे थे या देश विरोधी काम हो रहे थे। आरोप तो यह भी लगा है कि सहारनपुर में जो छांगुर बाबा का मास्टरमाइंड है उसने एक शहाबुद्दीन नाम के एक व्यक्ति को उसको घर से निकाल के उसमें 2 आतंकियों को पाल दिया गया है। उसने भी मुख्यमंत्री से गुहार लगाई है। साथ ही जो महाराष्ट्र में जो पुणे में जो 16 करोड़ की जो प्रॉपर्टी ली गई वहाँ भी आतंकी गतिविधियाँ हैं, उसका भी जिक्र किया गया है। समाज सेवी संस्थाओं ने इसका आरोप लगाया है। तो हर पहलुओं की जाँच हो रही है और यह एक बड़ा नेटवर्क जो ध्वस्त होता दिखाई दे रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं इस तरह की यहाँ बुलडोजर की कार्रवाई जारी है। आप देख सकते हैं 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 यहाँ 7 से 8 बुलडोजर काम कर रहे हैं। अब इतना मजबूत ये कंक्रीट है, चूंकि हवाला के पैसे से बना है, पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं, क्वालिटी में कोई समझौता नहीं, जबरदस्त इसको मजबूत बनाया है क्योंकि इसको लंबे समय तक रखना था और यहीं पर धर्मांतरण का खेल होता है। हजारों लोग यहीं पर बैठते हैं, सैकड़ों की संख्या में सीलिंग फैन जिसको उतारने तक का मौका नहीं यहाँ पर मिला, कोई आया ही नहीं उतारने वाला। तो ऐसे में यह जो साम्राज्य है इसको ध्वस्त करने में टाइम लग रहा है। कल 30% काम हुआ था, आज कहा जा रहा है 70% काम होगा और परसों यानी कल के दिन तक इस पूरे साम्राज्य को गिराने का काम होगा। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि जो कार्रवाई है वह लगातार जारी है।
And shifting our focus, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived in Namibia for a visit, and during his stay, Prime Minister is expected to engage in discussions with the leaders on strengthening the bilateral ties and cooperation as well. Watch how Namibia rolled out the red carpet and gave him a welcome to remember. And this is all we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 stories at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Yogi government's biggest bulldozer action till date. UP government dismantles biggest conversion racket. Political links to Changur Baba's racket debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAF Jet.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Yeah, the water got up all the way to the...
Season of Gundaism peaks in Mumbai. From the streets to MLA canteen, no one is safe. How long will Gundaism rule Mumbai? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Yogi government's biggest bulldozer action till date. UP government dismantles biggest conversion racket. Political links to Changur Baba's racket debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Two, including the pilot, have been reporting dead in a Churu's fighter jet crash. Court of inquiry has been ordered in Jaguar Fighter Jet crash in Churu in Rajasthan. This is the third Jaguar crash since March 2025. No relief to Rana Ayyub. Tribunal dismisses Ayyub's clean money laundering case.
कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है, तो अगर डिसीजन गलत होता है तो उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं।
Eknath Shinde responded to Sena MLA Slapgate, says we have the right to take legal action, but beating someone is not right.
राष्ट्र विरोधी और समाज विरोधी तत्वों को भी चकनाचूर करके रहेंगे,
और धरती माता के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा भी करेंगे, मां की स्मृतियों को भी जीवंत बनाएंगे।
Chief Minister Yogi warns mastermind of UP conversion racket, says every anti-India element will be crushed. Fresh order from the Delhi government, fuel ban for overage vehicles in Delhi NCR from November 1, 2025. In fact, we have breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been conferred with the order of the most ancient, the highest civilian award of Namibia. President of Namibia, in fact, presented the award to him, that you can see in the visuals as well. The Prime Minister is in Namibia for the visit. In fact, this is the first visit by the Prime Minister and the second visit by the Indian Prime Minister in the last 30 years. A very crucial visit during which bilateral meetings will be taking place. But we are getting breaking news that he has gotten the highest civilian award there. As you can see in the visuals, Prime Minister Narendra Modi there with the President of Namibia getting the highest civilian award, biggest day for the country. He's there for his first ever visit to the country. Remember earlier today we showed you the visuals of ceremonial welcome to the Prime Minister. There were dance, there were drums, there was Surya Namaskar as well when the Prime Minister arrived in the country earlier today. Those are the visuals of the Prime Minister with the President of Namibia as he's arrived there for the bilateral meeting with the President and other business leaders there as well. And there in the visuals you can see Prime Minister receiving the highest civilian award that has been given by the Namibia to the Prime Minister there. The visuals of the Prime Minister with the President of Namibia coming in. Prime Minister is in Namibia for his first ever visit. During this, we are learning that a lot of bilateral meetings will be taking place of the Prime Minister with the President there and also with the business leaders as well. And remember earlier today, we showed you those very nice visuals of the Prime Minister in Namibia. In fact, there was a ceremonial welcome for him and there were drums, Surya Namaskar, dance all around him. In fact, the Prime Minister was also seen joining in and he played the drums as well. There you can see in the visuals getting the highest civilian award.
All right, let's also go across to breaking news that's coming in. It's trouble time for journalist Rana Ayyub, facing legal troubles over allegations of misusing donations collected for COVID-19 relief. The Income Tax Appellate Tribunal in Mumbai ruled Rana Ayyub liable for tax on 1.23 crores in donations, stating that the funds were diverted for personal use for her. This is the big breaking news that's coming in. And the tribunal dismissed Rana Ayyub's plea. She is liable for 1.23 crore tax evasion. She raised crores through the Keto platform. Contributions were deposited into personal accounts. We're also now being told donations were collected not for COVID-19 relief. They were parked in the personal account. The tribunal says the funds were used for personal purposes. Rana claims remains unproven. Donations were used to make fixed deposits. I'm also going to try and go across to Aditya, joining us live on the story. Aditya, no relief to Rana Ayyub, facing legal troubles now.
The court has rejected her contention on three major grounds. Now, what we see are three major issues for the decision. The first, the account maintained was a savings bank account. The second, Rana failed to utilize the full account money. And the third, there were no authorization for contributing or authorizing a foreign contribution account by Rana Ayyub. Now, there are three major reasons why ITAT has rejected her argument in this case.
I also wanted to ask you, now that the donations have been collected that were not for 2019 COVID, and this is a big ruling. It also says the donations parked were used, Aditya, in the personal account for personal purposes. This Rana Ayyub, who calls herself this paragon of virtue, clearly in big trouble, because all these claims that are now being made by the tribunal clearly prove that the donations used were made for her own personal purposes.
Yes, sir, the ITAC has admitted and has said very clearly that the conduct of Rana Ayyub was actually after when the CBDT started to engage, which was not proactive. Now, this observation has been come from the ITAC about the conduct of the Rana Ayyub, about the investigation in this taxation matter.
Thank you, Aditya, for giving us those details. The other big focus, BJP MP from Northeast has asked the DGCA questions regarding the helicopter crash in Northeast and recent incidents in Kedarnath. Says a young officers and one minister we lost in the helicopter crash. What standard of procedures are being followed to allow helicopters and pilots to fly in Himalayas has been asked. No standard of procedures. SOPs are being followed and questions are being raised as to why the DGCA is not stricter in giving permissions. I want to go across to my colleague Harsha, getting us all the breaking updates on that story. Harsha, what is it that is now being stated on the story? The big breaking news that's coming in right now, the BJP MP from Northeast has asked the DGCA questions regarding the helicopter crash in the Northeast and recent incidents also in Kedarnath. I want to go across to Harsha. Harsha, several people have lost their life and now ministers are raising questions at the SOPs that are being followed to allow helicopters and pilots to fly in the Himalayas, and the DGCA is also being called into giving out answers. What is it that you pick up from these meetings?
Yes, Rhythm, we are still there because the meeting is still underway, the officials are still there. And, in this meeting today, it's very important because most of the MPs, they raised the questions which are really public-centric, which really emphasize on public safety, air safety as well. The Northeast MP, who's a BJP MP, he emphasized on how helicopter crashes are happening these days. The helicopters are being given licenses, the private companies are being given license, the pilots are not being trained, they are not equipped enough to fly helicopter in the Himalayan region. They are not well aware with the region in Northeast and in Kedarnath, and that's the reason helicopter crash is happening. Why the SOPs are not being followed? So BJP MP emphasized on this, and the DGCA responded by stating that we are looking into the SOPs now. We have also cancelled and ensured that the pilots whose trainings have not happened in those regions, those will not be given the license to fly the helicopter. That was a response from DGCA. And also, there was an issue of the price surge as well. And Rhythm, it's a very common issue as well because at day-to-day basis, passengers suffer this. We board more morning flights, which are very cheap. After that, we take flights, which are almost 12,000, 15,000 amount. Most of the flights have. And this issue was raised by Congress Member of Parliament of Rajya Sabha. He emphasized by showcasing at that time only the Delhi to Lucknow flight is of 4,000, morning 5 o'clock. But a 7 o'clock flight in the morning is of 12,000. And the price is surging and there is no capping on the prices. The airlines are putting price surge depending on their own will. It is not going through regulator or through ministry. To which the DGC and MOGA both have responded that they will give the written reply to the committee, to the members who have raised these questions, because these are the questions which are public-centric, and it also have been emphasized in the meeting that DGC can't turn a blind eye towards the violations which continuously the airlines are making, be it SpiceJet, Indigo or Air India. All have to follow the SOPs and protocol and guidelines of the MOGA and regulatory body, and the written replies have to come on the Turkish Airlines issue and on the Turkish technique, MRO, the contract with Air India as well. All written reply will be submitted to the committee members by this week only. Rhythm.
Thank you, Harsha, for giving us those details. This is a top focus that we're continuously going to track because the DGCA is also being demanded answers from the Kedarnath chopper crash. The Northeast MP is seeking answers from the DGCA and the live alert coming in over the safety issue. Viewers, the Axiom Mission 4 crew recently connected live from the International Space Station for a science briefing highlighting the groundbreaking research underway. Pilot Shubhanshu Shukla expressed pride in representing India on this historic mission, the first time Indian scientists have sent experiments to the space station. His work on stem cells, crops, speeds and astronaut cognition is paving the way for future space exploration and inspiring millions back home.
Aboard the International Space Station, history is unfolding. India is conducting science experiments in space like never before. The mission is loaded with over 60 cutting-edge science experiments. Recently, the crew connected live from orbit for a special science briefing. Pilot Shubhanshu Shukla shared his immense pride in representing India on this historic journey.
I've been very busy since the time we have come, doing a lot of research on the station, and I'm very excited. And this mission is actually kind of opening the doors for microgravity or space research for Indian researchers and scientists. And I'm so proud that ISRO has been able to collaborate with national institutions all over the country, and they came up with some fantastic research which I am doing on the station for all the scientists and researchers.
Shukla is leading 7 major Indian experiments, from growing methi and moong sprouts in microgravity, studying microalgae, to analyzing astronaut muscle health. His work is a giant leap for Indian space science.
It is exciting. It is a joy to do this, and the research spans various domains, various disciplines, right from doing some stem cell research and to growing some seeds, seeing the effect of microgravity on seeds, also evaluating the cognitive load on astronauts while they are interacting with screens on board the station. So it has been fantastic.
Shukla is not alone in advancing science aboard Axiom 4. Commander Peggy Whitson is leading a key health research, while 2 other mission specialists are pushing innovation in brain-machine interfaces, nanomaterials and plant biology, exploring how microgravity affects life and technology.
There's been a lot of research going on up here, everything including cell biology, cancer research, human physiology, plant growth studies. And in addition to that, technology demonstrations for future spaceflight and exploration. So we are really excited about all the research that has been going on.
A once-dreamt future is now orbiting above us. Shubhanshu Shukla isn't just conducting science, he is planting the seeds of India's future in space. With missions like Axiom 4, the countdown to a new era of Indian space exploration has truly begun.
While bulldozer action is underway on illegal constructions of cell-style godman Changur Baba, STF raids are going on in search of his nephew, who's also accused of the case. Raids are being conducted in search of Changur Baba's closest friend Mohammed Ahmed. A total of 5 and 1 unknown people are still absconding.
मैं इस वक्त छांगुर बाबा के घर पर मौजूद हूं और घर के अंदर ही यानी उस घर के प्रांगण में छांगुर बाबा का अस्तबल मौजूद है। आप देख सकते हैं कि किस तरह से ये लग्जरी कंक्रीट यानी कि बीम दे करके बहुत ही मजबूत पिलर पर इस पूरे अस्तबल को बनाया गया है। और आप यहाँ पर देखिए कि यहाँ पर भारी संख्या में मतलब भारी मात्रा में भूसे इकट्ठा किए गए हैं। यह वह भूसा है जिसको घोड़े खाया करते थे या जो अन्य पशु थे उनको ये चारा खिलाया करता था। मैं आगे चलता हूँ, मैं आपको कुछ दिखाता हूँ कि इस अस्तबल को भी काफ़ी मजबूत ढंग से बनाया गया है, मजबूत तरीके से बनाया गया है। और अभी यहाँ पर दरवाजे आदि लगने का काम जारी है। ये देख रहे हैं ना, खिड़कियाँ यहाँ लगनी हैं। ये देखिए बहुत ही मजबूत लकड़ियों से बनी हुई ये खिड़कियों का फ्रेम है और अभी ये पूरी तरह से बन नहीं पाया है। सोचिए कि घोड़ा जहाँ पर रहता है उस पर टाइल्स लगाया है, चाहे घोड़ा फिसल जाए उसको चोट भी आ सकती है, लेकिन नहीं, यहाँ पर उसने पूरी तरह की सुख सुविधाएं दी हैं जहाँ पर जैसे कि इंसान रहता है। और आप देखिए ये जो यहाँ पर आपको दिख रहा है इस तरह की जो सामग्री है, उससे आप एक अंदाज़ा लगा सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर छांगुर बाबा अपने घोड़ों को रखता था और वो घोड़ों का शौकीन भी था। हालांकि घोड़े यहाँ से जा चुके हैं अस्तबल इस समय खाली है। जो और भी पशु थे वो यहाँ से हट चुके हैं। यहाँ पर कुछ सामग्री पड़ी हुई है, लेकिन छांगुर बाबा का जो साम्राज्य था वह काफ़ी बड़ा था। उसके इस साम्राज्य में मस्जिद भी है, मजार भी है, मदरसा भी है, जहाँ पर अरबी फारसी की पढ़ाई होती थी।
The leaders from the opposition party staging a stage sit-in protest in Purnia against the ongoing voter list verification. Roads and railway lines were blocked and normal life was disrupted. Here's that report.
The Mahagathbandhan Alliance observed a statewide Bihar Bandh, staging massive protest against Election Commission's ongoing special intensive revision of the electoral rolls ahead of the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections. The alliance led by RJD and the Congress party accused the poll panel of deleting names of the poor from the voter list under political pressure.
चुनाव आयोग होते कौन है मेरी नागरिकता पैदा लिए हम यहाँ मेरा बाप दादा पैदा लिया हम भारतीय हैं हम पाकिस्तानी और चाइना के हो गए आप हमको पिछले दरवाजे से आप बीजेपी की बी टीम है।
The Bandh saw large-scale disruptions across the state, including road and rail blockades. The Bharatiya Janata Party has hit out at the opposition.
आम नागरिक को तंग करना बंद करो।
We're also getting you breaking news. There's an encounter between Noida police and robbers. The encounter is taking place near the forests under the Sector 54 elevated road in Noida. We're also being told during the encounter the criminal was shot in the leg. More than a dozen cases were registered against the criminal accused, and the criminal's mobile phone was looted, a stolen scooty without number plate, pistol, cartridges have been recovered. The encounter took place between the Noida Sector 24 police station, between that area, and now these details coming in of the Operation Langra encounter in Noida that had taken place. The encounter in Noida where the criminal was shot in the leg, the criminal's mobile phone, stolen scooty without number plate, pistol, cartridges have been recovered. More details coming in. The criminal was shot in the leg. Encounter took place near the forest under Sector 54 elevated road in Noida. This was an encounter between the Noida police and the robbers. Let's take a listen into what the police said.
सीपी मैम के निर्देशन में एडीसीपी और एसीपी के नेतृत्व में टीमें बनाई गई थी। थाना क्षेत्र 24 में लगातार कुछ आपराधिक गतिविधियां हो रही थी, जिसको मॉनिटर करते हुए टीमें लगातार सक्रिय थी क्षेत्र में। इसी क्रम में आज मुठभेड़ के दौरान एक अपराधी रवि गिरफ्तार हुआ है और उससे पूछताछ में पता चला कि वो लोग बंद क्षेत्र में रेकी करके जो ताले लगे हुआ करते थे घरों को, उनको टारगेट करते थे और वहां पे चोरी कर लिया करते थे और अपने साथियों के साथ मिलकर के मॉल और भीड़ भाड़ वाले स्थानों पे जब बाइकें खड़ी होती थी उसको भी ये लोग टारगेट करते थे और चोरी करके ले जाके सस्ते दामों पे बेचा करते थे। अभी ये गिरफ्तार हुए हैं। इनके पास से अवैध असलहा, स्कूटी और मोबाइल फोन आदि बरामद हुए हैं। इनको गिरफ्तार करके विधिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
Global watchdog FATF warns that terrorist groups are misusing e-commerce platforms and online payment tools. In its latest report, the FATF revealed the 2019 Pulwama attack involved procuring aluminium powder via Amazon, while the 2022 Gorakhnath temple attack saw funding routed through PayPal.
I think it is very startling revelation. The investigation conducted by FATF and its report actually speaks about what is happening in Pakistan. We have been observing for many years most of these terror outfits, whether Lashkar-e-Taiba or Jaish-e-Mohammed, they are shown as a charitable organization, and funds are raised by different means, by donations, by online transaction, by crowdfunding, and purportedly for the purpose of charitable causes, but actually it doesn't happen. All this money is routed to fund the terror outfits, whether it is Lashkar or Jaish. And I think though Pakistan has not been specifically named, but it is obvious. Somebody who deals with Pakistan terrorism understands who the FATF is talking about. And I think it is time that all this is stopped, and the funding of terror outfits is actually clamped upon. And the FATF is very, very right in mentioning they have been registered as non-profit organizations, and basically raising lot of funds worth crores of rupees on the name of charity and charitable purposes, but actually rooted for financing the terror outfits.
Sir, one more thing that they have mentioned, that what these terror groups do, that the territories that they control, they pretend, be it international NPOs, non-profitable organizations, or the local ones, they grab their resources. So how do you see this word being used specifically in context with Jaish and Lashkar, that they control the territory?
See, this is the actual reality in Kashmir. They control substantial amount of territory in whether it is POK or whether it is other areas of Pakistan. Lashkar, Jaish, all these are terror outfits. They have control over a lot of territory, and where no outsider can enter without their permission. So that is, I think the report is very, very clear about what is the situation in Pakistan. That is why people call Pakistan a terror state.
And there's breaking news that's coming in now. The stranded Indians have now crossed over to Nepal. The immigration process is underway. As viewers, we told you, the MEA stepped in. China has opened the Kodari border for safe passage of the stranded Indians. The Kodari border, which was closed since 2015, the Nepali floods opened for stranded Indians. Stranded Indians will shortly cross the Kodari border to enter Nepal. And now 23 Indians, remember, had been stranded in Tibet on the way to the Kodari border. Stranded Indians have now crossed over to Nepal. The MEA is there, stepping in. The immigration process is underway. And this is another feather in the cap of the Ministry of External Affairs and India. Wherever Indians are stranded, the Ministry of External Affairs ensures that they speak through diplomatic channels to ensure that the Indians are brought back safely. The 23 Indians were stranded in the Guring country of Tibet. We had established contact with them earlier. They had spoken to our colleague Gursimran, who will be joining us shortly. And now they are safely in Nepal and going to be back soon. This is also now, we're also being told that these Indians they were stranded there after flash floods. Some of their stranded pilgrims had also spoken after the collapse of the Miteri bridge. That was the only route back for them. They had sought for rescue operations, and this was a key bridge that was connecting the region of Nepal, which collapsed on Tuesday due to a landslide triggered by the floods. We're joined now by Gursimran joining us live. Gursimran, this is big news coming in. Immigration process is underway. It's happy news now. The MEA steps in. The stranded 23 tourists are now safely going to be back in India soon.
Yes, Rhythm, it's within 23 hours that all 23 stranded Indians are back on way back to India. They have crossed over from the Tibet via Kodari border that was closed for 10 long years for any foreign national, but now has been opened for the Indians after the intervention by the Ministry of External Affairs. We are told by Advocate Simran that it was roughly around 1 in the night that they called from the Ministry of External Affairs that MEA is coordinating with the Chinese authorities, and they will be safely sent to the Kathmandu because all their baggage packed baggages are in Kathmandu. Today afternoon at around 12, the Chinese authorities, the Tibetan authorities, since it is controlled by the Chinese side, they arrived at the hotel that they were staying in, and after that, after 90 minutes, the formalities were completed and they were taken to the Kodari border that was closed for 10 long years after 2015 April floods, earthquake followed by flash floods that totally devastated that border. But now the permission was given to these 23 Indians that they will be able to cross over, and a couple of minutes back we spoke to them. Though it is a no network kind of a zone, barely some communication was made. So they are saying that we are now in the process of carrying out the immigration formalities, and after roughly 45 minutes they will be cleared to move inside the Nepal. It will be around 11 in the night that they will be reaching Kathmandu, after which they are having their further schedule. So all these 23 Indians that were stranded there, they do not know yesterday that what lies ahead for them. It was completely a darkness for them, but after the intervention of the Ministry of External Affairs, they even tweeted and appealed to the Minister of External Affairs as Jaishankar to step in, and after the MEA's intervention, the things have moved really fast.
Excellent,
that after 24 hours, they are on way to home.
Yes, thank you, Gursimran, for giving us that bright update. Coming up after a short break, we get you more details, viewers, on Shinde responding to the Sena MLA slapgate, says we have the right to take legal action, but beating someone is not correct. And Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath warns mastermind of UP conversion racket, says every anti-Indian element must be crushed.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Season of Gundaism peaks in Mumbai. From the streets to MLA canteen, no one is safe. How long will Gundaism rule Mumbai? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Season of Gundaism peaks in Mumbai. From the streets to MLA canteen, no one is safe. How long will Gundaism rule Mumbai? Debating tonight at 8 p.m. Yogi government's biggest bulldozer action till date. UP government dismantles biggest conversion racket. political links to Changur Baba's racket, debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, another Indian Air Force jet. It's a Jaguar. Another Jaguar trainer that is crashed in Churu, Rajasthan. In April this year, ladies and gentlemen, in the year 2017, there was a report that was put out on the Jaguar fleet. And Republic brought those details to the public in April this year. And since April this year, there have been 3 Jaguar jet crashes, and tonight on the show we have more exclusive details of what went wrong in Churu. As the court of inquiry begins, we have more details on the show, and an expert and someone who's handled the Jaguar fleet for many years, for a large part of his career, is joining us live on the show on This Is Exclusive. Here are the headlines tonight. Another Indian Air Force Jaguar fighter jet crashes at Rajasthan's Churu. Focus back on the CAG warnings on the Jaguar fleet. Last minute negotiations underway as Kerala nurse Nimisha Priya is set to be executed on the 16th of July by Yemen. "23 Indian pilgrims stranded in Tibet, crossover to Nepal, immigration process underway." After MNS Shinde Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad now seen in a slapgate episode, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra condemns the incident, says power cannot be misused. A tragic reminder on top of the show of the risks our brave airmen take in the line of duty. A twin-seater Jaguar fighter jet of the Indian Air Force this afternoon crashed in Rajasthan's Churu District during a routine training mission, killing both pilots on board. Now, one of them, in an extraordinary act of courage, reportedly chose not to eject, steering the jet away from a populated area to save civilian lives. Now, these are initial details that are coming in. But what is very important, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the 3rd Jaguar crash in just 4 months. Once again putting the spotlight on the aging fleet that has been red flagged already.
A twin-seater Jaguar fighter jet of the Indian Air Force crashed in a field in Rajasthan's Churu district this afternoon. The aircraft, which had taken off from Suratgarh Air Base, was part of a routine training mission. The jet crashed during flight exercises, leading to a massive blaze at the impact site. Rescue teams arrived promptly, supported by IAF helicopters airlifted for the mission. Despite the immediate response, both pilots on board the aircraft tragically lost their lives. Officials have revealed that one of the pilots deliberately chose not to eject, hoping instead to steer the failing jet away from a densely populated area, likely preventing a larger tragedy.
जो जनप्रतिनिधि है वो यहाँ पहुँचे हैं, इसके अलावा ग्रामीण हैं, उनकी भीड़ लग गई है। मैं यहाँ दिखाना चाहूँगा कि ये जो गड्ढा है, यहाँ पर प्लेन क्रैश हुआ था, वो जो जेट है वो क्रैश हुआ है यहाँ पर, और जो पायलट है उनकी सूझबूझ से ये बड़ा हादसा टल गया, वरना ये अगर गांव में गिरता तो बड़ा हादसा हो सकता था। लेकिन पायलट की सूझबूझ से उन्होंने दूर गांव से दूर एक खेत के अंदर इसको क्रैश करवाया।
The Indian Air Force confirmed the crash in an official statement, adding that no civilian property was damaged.
प्लेन क्रैश होने के बाद एकदम धुआं हुआ, कोई गंदित रहा, और उसमें जो भी मतलब पायलट साहब जो आता ऑन एक्सपायर हो गए, उनकी जो बॉडी के पार्ट्स मिले अलग अलग मिले हैं। वैसे बयान उपलब्ध भी कराया दिया भी है धंधों में, और एक एयरफोर्स की डायरी भी मिली, साथ में एक एयरफोर्स की डायरी भी मिली थी। वो एयरफोर्स की डायरी हमने SHO राजेंद्र कमल जी को दे दिया।
The crash in Churu marks the third Jaguar crash in just 4 months. In March, a Jaguar went down near Panchkula in Haryana, where the pilot ejected safely. While in April, another crash occurred during a night sortie over Gujarat, claiming the life of one pilot. As investigations continue, this latest incident raises growing concerns over the aging Jaguar fleet and operational safety.
First up on the crash in Churu, Rajasthan, I have some breaking details that are coming in. Of course, there is a court of inquiry that has been ordered by the Indian Air Force, but I have some breaking details. Now, these are not official source-based details that we have. That the aircraft, the Jaguar Jet, was fitted with a 00, what is called a 00 ejection seat, which means that the pilot and the co-pilot could have ejected at 0 speed, 0 elevation, and the fact that both pilots perished in this crash points to perhaps a catastrophic technical failure. Ishan, my colleague, has more details on that. I'll quickly get in a word from Ishan before we go across to our expert this evening. Ishan, what does this mean? 00 ejection seats, and looking at what we know, of course, we'll wait for the court of inquiry, but what are the initial details you're picking up?
The 00 ejection seat is a system developed by mostly Western Air Forces. This has a rocket-enabled ejection seat which can help the pilot eject at 0 speed and 0 altitude, thereby enabling our pilots and enhancing safety for the pilots. However, the non-ejection of the pilots in this case shows the bravery, and the decision, as reported, shows that they chose to pay the supreme sacrifice and save the civilians. Furthermore, we have learned that the aircraft was doing a low altitude training mission. These are routine missions for this aircraft, and they are part of the training of the new inductees in the airport.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Ishan. Now, I want to once again point out to what Republic TV had reported a few months back in April this year, and to speak about the 2017 CAG report, and especially the concern around the Jaguar fleet. I have with me this evening Air Commodore Ashminder Singh Behel, who's a former Jaguar pilot, and he's an air safety expert, a gallantry awardee as well, someone who spent a lot of time inside the cockpit of the Jaguar. Thank you, Air Commodore, for joining us on the broadcast. You know these birds very, very well. You know these jets well. It's been red flagged for many, many years. What is the problem in replacing the Jaguar fleet? Where are the concerns according to you?
The first thing that I want to say, it's very tragic that we have lost two brave pilots who tried to save the people who were below on the ground. And it is the primary responsibility of all pilots in the Indian Air Force to make sure that our brethren below do not get hurt by our aircraft accidents as far as possible. Secondly, I want to highlight that this aircraft was procured in 1979. And in 1980, its license production started in HAL. So it's been about 45 years since the first batch of aircraft had come in. So even if we look at that batch not being the key batch, we still say that these aircraft have been around for a period of 30 to 40 years, depending on when they were inducted. So the most important point is that the aircraft are getting old, and they were expected to be phased from 2027 to 28 but are getting delayed primarily because we do not have sufficient squadrons of fighter aircraft. Currently, we have 30 squadrons, which includes about 13 squadrons of Sukhoi 30, 2 squadrons of Rafale, 2 squadrons of LCA, and then we have close to 12 squadrons, 6 squadrons of Jaguar, 3 squadrons of Mirages, 3 squadrons of MiG-29. These 12 squadrons are fairly old and are completing their life of between 35 to 40 years, which means the structural fatigue sets in when these aircraft grow old. So we had put in this request to the government around 15 years back when the process for procuring Rafale had started. In the end, we were able to take off the shelf 36 aircraft. Had we taken 126 at that time, we wouldn't have faced the problem that we are facing today, that we are retiring the aircraft, but we do not have any in line to take their place, which means that our squadron strength from the sanctioned 42 squadrons has already dropped to 30 squadrons and is continuing to drop as we retire these aircraft in the coming years. And yet, when we know that our operational strength required is a certain X number, we want that these aircraft should continue to run as far as possible whilst flying safely. And at the same time, we intend that once the LCA start coming in, we fill in the gap with 114 aircraft, MRFA aircraft. And there is also a proposal to get 2 squadrons or so of Su-57 aircraft or the F-35, and that could fill in short gap arrangements. So these proposals are going around on media. I'm sure that the government must be taking this very seriously, and also the Defense Secretary must be taking this very seriously, that these aircraft are growing old, the pilots are at risk. It is not that the aircraft are not flyworthy. It is not that the aircraft are not safe. But the problem is the machine is getting old. There is a fatigue factor setting in the airframe and engines. The engines are usually underpowered of Rolls-Royce Adore Mark 811. And they have been creating problems both because they are underpowered, and secondly, there have been instances with the engines too in the past. Therefore, it is extremely necessary that though there is a plan to get the Mark 1As in, and there was a delay because of the engines not coming GE 404 from America and the integration of Astra that is going to be done in August this year. But we are not going to get 6 LCA aircraft Mark 1A by March 2026 and 16 by March 2027.
Well, very, very detailed, take on why the Jaguar fleet continues to ail the Indian Air Force. Thank you, Air Commodore Behel, for joining us on the show this evening. Now, talking about the 2017 CAG report that we broke details of on Republic TV, these are some of the warnings that were given. The CAG Jaguar warning spoke about the autopilot installation delays, specifically mentioned in 2017. The audit reports pointed out at delays in the autopilot procurement and installation, especially on the Jaguar fleet. It also mentioned the impact of the reduced operational efficiency of the Jaguar fleet, 100 plus in number. The report also pointed at inadequate upkeep of the IL series aircrafts mirrored in the Jaguar fleet challenges. Now, these are some of the details of the report that came out in 2017. Non-functional. Now, these are some more details of what that report red flagged. Non-functional under-vehicle scanning system in place, which compromised base security. It spoke of different details that needed to be addressed immediately. And this was in 2017. We are in 2025. And just in the last 4 months, we've had 3 crashes. Let's look at the next graphic that talks about all the red flags for the Indian Air Force when it came to the CAG's Jaguar warning. There were specifically a few points that were highlighted. Point number 1, the aging airframe that Air Commodore Behel just spoke about on This Is Exclusive, saying that they've been in service for over 40 years, nearly 45 years. Spoke of structural fatigue, limiting further upgrades of the Jaguar. HAL has many questions to answer on this one, and we've been speaking about it in the last few months. Underpowered engines of the Jaguar also red flagged in the CAG report. Reduced payload and performance was highlighted in the 2017 report as well. Now that the court of inquiry has been ordered on the latest crash in Churu, Rajasthan, let's wait for that investigation and for the details to come in now. And on to the next big story on This Is Exclusive. She's an Indian nurse who moved to Yemen in the year 2008. She's now facing execution for the murder of her partner, nurse Nimisha Priya from India, currently in a prison in Yemen. Some reports suggesting that the prison where she's being held is controlled by the Houthi rebels. Days away from execution, July 16 is the date set, and she could be convicted, and she was convicted. She will be executed in a few days from now for a murder that took place in 2017 involving a Yemeni national. Here's a conversation with a negotiator who spoke to Republic TV a few minutes back.
An Indian nurse, Nimisha Priya, who is on a death row in Yemen, is set to be executed on 16th of July. Today, we are being joined by Nimisha Priya's negotiator in Yemen, Samuel Jerome, to understand what lies ahead for her. Thank you, Mr. Jerome, for speaking to us. First, we would like to begin with understanding, has there been any form of communication from the Indian government or any indication of intervention from the Indian side?
The government of India has been a very reliable partner since the beginning. And I have to go back in 2017 where General V.K. when I raised up this case to General V.K. Singh, who was then the Minister of State for External Affairs, he immediately on the same day he intervened and he wrote a note verbal to the Houthi government asking them to bring Nimisha to the due legal process. And that is why she is alive until today. So that you have to understand that very clearly. And since then, the government of India, though they don't have an official, a diplomatic or consular relationship with the Houthis, they are doing their best. So I'm in continuous, the Embassy of India in Saudi Arabia is in continuous touch with me. They have provided, whenever, when and wherever, whatever is required, they have done. But at this point of time, I'm putting a request to the government, having clearly known, I'm also a volunteer there, so I know exactly the difficulties there. And I'm putting a request to the government, a very humble request, that if there could be a direct intervention through the government of India, this can be a win situation. So for the sake of life of Nimisha, I'm pleading with the government of India, if they can, please, if they can, that is one thing that it is very difficult for them to do because of the Al-Houthi and the Yemen, the Indian situation. I know that. But then there is a life at stake. And so at this juncture, I have to put this request to the government of India.
Okay. Mr. Jerome, can you please help us understand, are you exploring any other legal or local channel to say prevent or for that matter even delay Nimisha Priya's execution?
So as you rightly said, the first and foremost thing is to either is to delay or stop the execution. That is the, so before, I was in India for 3 months. I rushed back to Yemen yesterday. I landed here yesterday. So day before yesterday, I got a call from the prison, chairman of the prison. And he told me that he has received the order from the public prosecutor's office. So then I called, as you know, the Embassy of India does not have an embassy here in Yemen, but the local staff are still there. So I did call them and I asked them to check the authenticity of this call, and they checked and they found out yes, it was true. Then I immediately informed the Embassy of India in Saudi Arabia, who are actually taking care of Yemen now. So they again called the local staff. The local staff went to the prison and checked on the things, and they have confirmed everything is true. So this is what it is right now. Now, how do we move forward? What has happened since I came yesterday? There are a lot of Yemenis who are willing to help. So what kind of help? See, previously, before I went to India, I was in India for 3 months. So before I went to India, I've met the brother, I've met the father, I've met the brother twice. And there have been several meetings with the intermediaries through sheikhs and all those things. The meeting with the family is to request forgiveness.
So there is no money, no discussion can happen there. That is how it is. It's very sensitive. So I did plead for this case, and I asked forgiveness for Nimisha. On the sidelines, I had given an offer. This is not with Save Nimisha Priya committee or anything. This is a gentleman from Kerala who has promised to raise $1 million. So based on that promise, I had given an offer of $1 million. Then there was also it was given as a package. So the second thing is it's a sort of medical support. A doctor, a cerebrospinal surgeon in India, he says that he can do 5 surgeries absolutely free. Not the surgery is free. He can take the patient he'll pay for even the flight ticket for the patient to fly to India. He will perform the surgeries and rehabilitate them. So that was part of the offer. Number 3 was the option of the brother of the victim to migrate to UAE or to Saudi Arabia. Will provide jobs and whatever required. So these are the 3 things that was given as a package. But then you have to understand that we have not heard from them. Now that we have received the execution order, which means that they have already consented to the execution. Without the family consenting to the execution, this order will not be issued. So that is where we stand right now. So how do we move forward? Now we have to find people who can make sense to the family. So that is what is happening since yesterday. I've been contacted by several people. And I'm trying to find whoever is genuine. And because I'm right now in Aden, so I'll be moving to Sana tomorrow. And so I'll be physically meeting these people and to see who are genuine, who are not. What are the genuine help available? And I'll take the route. I'll take the route, and then that is how I will see. So primarily, it is the legal portion is completely finished. So there is nothing legal available. The legal thing is closed when the president of North Yemen.
We're cutting that interview short because we're receiving some breaking news on the India-US trade deal. We were expecting some announcement. Trump has made some comments on a possible trade deal, talking about 10% tariffs added for BRICS countries. But this is a big breaking news update. Government sources now talking about possibilities, saying that there are certain challenges that are obstructing the trade deal. Certain challenges obstructing the trade deal. And that there are certain steps that need to be followed. Among the 7 letters to be sent by Trump today, 1 could be likely for India. India's national interest is the priority. Very unlikely for the deal to happen today. Now, these are details we're picking up. Challenges obstructing the India-US trade deal is what government sources are confirming, that there are certain challenges that remain in ironing out the contours of the India-America trade deal, and that there are certain steps that still need to be followed. And that among the 7 letters that will be sent by Trump today, the likelihood is that 1 could be for India, and that India's national interest will be our priority. And government sources confirming that it's very unlikely for the deal to happen or to be announced today. Now, these are details we are picking up. We've had announcements being made by America ahead of the deadline for different countries. The tariffs are being announced one day at a time, one country at a time. And as we hoped for negotiators, and Indian negotiators have been traveling to America, this exercise has been ongoing for several months now. And the team returned last week, and the sources in the government, and there's some of the negotiators, by the way, included top secretaries in the Commerce Ministry and government sources, now telling Republic that there are certain challenges that remain obstructing the trade deal. I have Chandrakala on the phone line. Chandrakala is joining us for more details. Chandrakala, what are these challenges that you're hearing of?
Well, the fact that speculation is rife regarding the India-US trade deal, that when it is going to be likely to be signed, well, government sources have just confirmed that there are certain challenges that is obstructing the trade deal. Otherwise, the trade deal could have been finalized, and there are certain steps that need to be followed. And most importantly, the 7 letters that Trump is going to send today to maximum of 7 countries. Among them, one could be likely for India. But also sources have said that, of course, India's stand is very much clear that national interest is the priority. And it's very unlikely, it's very uncertain right now where the deal has reached, whether it could be today or it could be extended. This has been confirmed by the sources. But yes, national interest is the only priority for us right now. And there are certain challenges that is actually obstructing this trade deal. And the important thing is to note that we have to wait for the letters to be sent to Trump, because this has been confirmed that one could be likely for India. Over to you.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. That's it on this edition of This is Exclusive. Thanks for watching.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAF Jet.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
phenomenon of Gundaism peaks in Mumbai. From the streets to MLA canteen, no one is safe. How long will Gundaism rule Mumbai? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
From your smartphones to your smart televisions, trending stories are breaking the internet, and this evening we'll get you the visuals of how the red carpet was rolled out for the Prime Minister Modi in Namibia. Drums, dance and Surya Namaskar all at play, and we'll show you those visuals. Donald Trump has hit out at Russian president after dropping the F-bomb last month. He has dropped the B-bomb now. Now up next, shocking video of Shinde Sena MLA that has rattled the state of Maharashtra, and finally, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla turns farmer in the space, conducting science experiments on moong dal, and this is the trending story that we're tracking for you. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Namibia on the final leg of his 5-nation visit, and this is Prime Minister's first visit to the African nation and third by any Prime Minister of the country. Watch how Namibia rolled out the red carpet and gave him a welcome to remember.
के संबंधों को एक नई ऊंचाई
Well, Prime Minister did not just watch, he joined in with a wide smile on his face. He picked up the drumsticks and matched the beats. He watched closely as the dancers of Namibia performed around him, a traditional welcome full of rhythm and pride there on your screens. And yoga has become truly global as native of Namibia performed Surya Namaskar for the Prime Minister as he watched them and even clapped for them. Have a look at this video. Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Namibia on the final leg of his 5-nation visit. As you can see in the visuals, as he met with the Indian diaspora there was echo of Modi, Modi chants. Have a look. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi received the highest civilian honor of Namibia. Have a look at the visuals.
पुलिस से सम्मानित किया जाना मेरे लिए अत्यंत गर्व और सम्मान की बात है। मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का नामीबिया की सरकार और नामीबिया के लोगों का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। मैं इस सम्मान को 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की ओर से विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करता हूं। Friends,
and let's now take you to the space. In the final leg of the space mission, Indian astronaut group captain Shubhanshu Shukla has turned into a farmer, taking photos of moong and methi seeds sprouting in petri dishes and inserting them into a storage freezer on the International Space Station. The visuals are on your screen, and this is a part of a study how microgravity influences germination and early plant development. Now, the Indian astronaut and his EXIM 4 teammates have already spent 12 days on the International Space Station, and they are expected to return to Earth after July 10th. Have a look at those visuals, in fact, that are coming in. Shubhanshu Shukla has turned into a farmer. Several science experiments are being done on the space. Even different countries are doing it, and India is also doing several such experiments there, which also includes these experiments on moong dal and methi, the photos of which have now come to the fore. Well, there in the visuals, you can see Shubhanshu Shukla along with 3 other astronauts are there in the space where several experiments are being carried out, and now only 1 day is left before they will be down to the Earth. Let me go across to former ISRO scientist Dr. Guru Prasad. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. So I want to come to you and ask you, how do you look at these science experiments that are being carried out? There are experiments on moong dal, methi as well. How important will they be in future course of action, and how important they will be for the future of science as well?
Yeah, namaskar, good evening. And it is extremely satisfying that as it is apparent, the experiments are going very well. And look at the beaming face of Shubhanshu Shukla. And today the picture is released, and you can see him. In fact, one of the experiments which was scheduled was the sprouting of moong dal, as well as the other experiment was something related to microalgae. And sprouting of moong dal as well as methi, they are the prominent foodstuffs in India, in fact. Now the sprouting, he has seen it and he has stored it, and all these things will be brought back. And University of Dharwad people in Dharwad, 2 institutions are going to grow them over different generations and check them as to how they behave in space. This has an implication from the point of view of examining as to how foodstuffs, when they are taken to space, what are the changes genetically that takes place. In addition to that, other aspects also will be studied. So this augurs extremely well for that. And the other experiment which he has done is related to microalgae. Microalgae, they are very resilient, and they can in future they can become foodstuffs as well as biofuels, and even to generate oxygen they can be used. That is what researchers who have an expertise in this, they say, in fact. So that experiment also is being done. And the third thing is, Shubhanshu Shukla is involved in stem cell research related experiments also. So as he himself has told, he is acting as a link between the International Space Station as well as the researchers. The fact that such experiments, precisely they have been designed and using the intellect which is homegrown in India, it is very extremely satisfying, and it is an indication of Atmanirbharata, no doubt about it. And it must augur very well for the future of human space flight.
Absolutely, sir. And we are learning that in just few hours, in fact, on July 10th, Shubhanshu Shukla, along with the other astronauts, will be back to the Earth, and these experiments will be over. So tell us, how important will this be for the future missions as well as far as the upcoming India's space mission is concerned? How crucial will that be?
Yeah, No doubt about it. They are very important for the future also. Now it is a beginning in the sense at this many experiments were designed by India. 7 experiments were designed within India, and they were sent to the International Space Station. So those experiments are performed by Shubhanshu Shukla as per the specifications, as per the procedures established by the researchers. Now they will be brought back, okay, and they are carefully examined, and it will take quite a bit of time for the researchers to find out what are the results. And this experience, it goes a long way in designing much more capable and much more complex experiments in our Gaganyaan program only. All these things, they're very important for the long-term space flight. The thing is, in long term, when you go to the other worlds, okay, let us say these are not tomorrow or day after tomorrow, but in the future, when you are taking long distance space flights, in fact, on long journeys to the other planet, let us say Mars even, okay, or even much further, you have to grow your own food. You cannot take everything from the earth. If you have a closed ecosystem and grow your food and manage it, that would be very well. And this is a very good beginning as far as this aspect is concerned, because one is space agriculture, the other one is how diseases can be fought in space, and the third thing is more research oriented things in cognitive science also. So these are very important. It is very extremely satisfying that things are able to be done by Shubhanshu Shukla, and once they are brought back only, we will be able to know how things have gone, and I am confident about it. Okay.
Absolutely, sir. Very different science experiments being carried out there. They will be very crucial for the future as well. Thank you so much, Doctor, for speaking to Republic TV.
Thank you.
Let's now take you to the state of Maharashtra. Caught on camera is the Shinde Sena MLA who thrashed a canteen worker over a plate of dal. With a white towel wrapped around his waist, he slapped, kicked and punched the worker so hard that he fell on the ground. He then defended it by saying that this is Shiv Sena style. No remorse, no apology. Watch the shocking video first. And his own party did not spare him. Eknath Shinde and in fact said that beating people is not right at all. Listen into what he said.
तर त्याला स्वतःच अनुभव आला आणि जेवल्यानंतर त्यांना जेवताना त्याला वांती आली, उल्टी हो गया वोमिट, तो वॉमिटिंग हो गया और इसलिए उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर वो मारपीट की। उसका मैं समर्थन नहीं करूँगा और हम लोक प्रतिनिधि है, विधायक है, तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है। तो अगर जिधर गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं है।
In fact, a few kilometers from that, another MNS workers went on a rampage. They vandalized a toll booth in Wasim. A video of destruction has gone viral on social media. And in fact, it shows a couple of workers breaking the glass panes of toll booths using rods. Well, there on the screen, you can see those are the MNS workers there on the rampage just outside Maharashtra. There you can see they are breaking the window panes of that toll plaza with the rods in their hand. And this is what we've been witnessing in the state of Maharashtra in the last 1 week. Another video that has come to the fore where these workers have taken law into their own hand. Now look at another video from Maharashtra. It captures a heated roadside argument between two migrant workers that quickly turned into a Hindi versus Marathi issue. The rickshaw driver was heard saying, and I quote, "I will only speak in Hindi." Watch this. Hot off up the plate and straight to your screens. These are the top trending stories of the day. Trinidad and Tobago has made history by becoming the first Caribbean country to adopt India's Unified Payments Interface or UPI for digital payments, and this was announced during Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the country. With this partnership, the country has enabled transaction through India's Bhim app, making it the 8th country in the world to adopt UPI-based payments. Former UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak is all set to rejoin Goldman Sachs as the senior advisor, bringing his expertise in geopolitics and economics to the firm's clients as well. In fact, he has served as Prime Minister from October 2022 to July 2024 and will be working with the leaders across New York-based Goldman Sachs to advise clients globally on the range of topics. Barbie just got a little more relatable and a lot more real. Mattel has now announced that its very first Barbie doll with type 1 diabetes, complete with a glucose monitor, insulin pump and even a small purse for snacks. A devastating landslide struck a village in Mandi district of Himachal Pradesh on June 26, but thanks to a loyal pet, a dog, keen senses, 63 people lives were saved. In fact, the dog's unusual barking and howling alerted its owner Lalit Kumar to the danger, prompting him to rush his family and nearby villagers to safety. Texas governor took an aerial tour of the devastated areas in Kerr County, witnessing firsthand the damage caused by the flash floods there. The floods have claimed 109 lives so far, with the county alone accounting for 94 deaths, including many children. Vedika Prakash Shetty, Alia Bhatt's former personal assistant, has now been arrested for duping the actor for a staggering 76 lakh rupees. Shetty, who worked with Bhatt from 2021 to 2024, is accused of forging Bhatt's signature and embezzling funds from both her personal accounts and the production houses. Sabir Khan is all set to become Apple's next Chief Operating Officer COO. Born in India and raised in Singapore, he's been with Apple since 1995. Vatsala, the world's longest living elephant, passed away at the age of 100 at Panna Tiger Reserve in Madhya Pradesh. A true gentle giant who saw generations grow around her. Forest officials bid her emotional farewell. Her life was a rare blend of grace, strength and charm. A viral video has surfaced online where you can see a man tearing apart a month-old road just by using his hands. This was seen in Nanded in Maharashtra, and this man does it very effortlessly, as you can see on the screen, exposing loose stone underneath. Now, after dropping the F-bomb on Iran and Israel last month, US President Donald Trump has this time dropped the B-bomb, and this time on Russian president, holding him responsible for the deaths of his own soldiers and pledged to resume United States military aid to Ukraine. Watch this.
We get a lot of thrown at us by Putin, for you want to know the truth. He's very nice all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless.
Do you want to sanction him? Lindsey Graham has a sanctions bill on Russia. Do you want him to vote?
I'm looking at it, yeah. No, I'm looking. The Senate is passing and passed a very, very tough sanctions bill. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
And during a meeting, Donald Trump appeared visibly irritated when questioned about Jeffrey Epstein. He said, and I quote, "I cannot believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this when we are having some of the greatest successes in the country." Watch this.
Still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration.
look at this. President Donald Trump has once again repeated his assertion that he and his team played a crucial role in halting the conflict between India and Pakistan. Have a look at what he said.
On the issue of the fact that President Trump has been nominated now twice, certainly by the latest by Prime Minister Netanyahu regarding our work for peace regarding Iran and Israel. We'll see. I think the president has made it clear that he doesn't expect ever to win something of that sort, and yet the issue for him, the prize, is his success. The prize is the end result, and humanity will be the deciders and the judgment of the nature of what he has contributed with his life. I think that, frankly, in my opinion, transcends the Nobel Peace Prize.
Just going through a list here, Mr. President, and I think the Vice President's pointed out to the great team you have, and all these achievements that have happened domestically. But you think about it, under your leadership, we prevented and ended a war between India and Pakistan. NATO's now at 5% for the first time ever, the highest numbers ever. A peace deal between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda. A 12-day war that ended with an American operation that we're the only country in the world that could have done. Hopefully, pretty soon, a peace deal between Azerbaijan and Armenia. The entire Middle East and the infrastructure of it has the potential now to change because of Syria and Lebanon, and it hasn't even been 6 months. It hasn't even been 6 months. So it's a great testament to your leadership in this.
And Donald Trump, who remember once dismissed Musk's new party and called the idea ridiculous, has now said that Musk's new party would benefit him. Watch what he said.
No, I think it'll help us. It'll probably help. Third parties have always been good for me. I don't know about Republicans, but for me. No, I think it'll help us. It'll probably help. Third parties have always been good for me. I don't know about Republicans, but for me.
And during the meeting, Donald Trump issued a warning to BRICS nations, declaring that a 10% tariff would be imposed on them. He further stated that any country planning to join BRICS would also face the same 10% tariff penalty. Fast, zippy, and exactly how they should be. Viewers, here are the fast trends of the day. The drama unfolded in Patna in Bihar as Kanhaiya Kumar was denied access to Rahul Gandhi during Tejasvi Yatra event. The former JNU leader was seen attempting to approach the Congress MP but was stopped by the security guards there. As you can see on the screen, the snub has set off fresh speculations about internal rift in the Indie bloc. K-pop sensation Jackson Wang lit up the great Indian couple Sharma show with an impromptu dance that left everyone stunned. Actor Jaydev Alawat dubbed this high-voltage performance Garba in jest. The clip has gone viral on social media, with fans loving the East meets West energy on the stage. An impersonator used an AI-generated deepfake tech to pose as US Senator Marco Rubio and contacted the foreign minister. The alarming breach has raised serious concern about the AI misuse in diplomacy. Authorities are now investigating the extent of this deception. And Elon Musk is all set to launch Grok 4, the latest version of his AI chatbot under XAI. And this will have faster responses, sharper wit, and it aims to take on the Chat GPT and Gemini. And this rollout is expected in phases across X. In a bold move, Emirates has announced that it will now accept Bitcoin for flight bookings starting tomorrow morning as per IST. The airline aims to attract crypto-savvy travelers and stay ahead in the digital innovation as well. This marks a major step in the aviation industry. An attack by Yemen's Houthi rebels on Liberian flagged cargo ship in the Red Sea killed 3 mariners and wounded 2 others. This is one among many attacks that Houthis have been carrying out in the Red Sea region since October 7th. For you, in this show of Trending. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV. Coming up next is the debate with Arnab Goswami.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Two, including the pilot, have been reporting dead in a Churu's fighter jet crash. Court of inquiry has been ordered in Jaguar Fighter Jet crash in Churu in Rajasthan. This is the third Jaguar crash since March 2025. No relief to Rana Ayyub. Tribunal dismisses Ayyub's plea in money laundering case.
कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है, तो अगर डिसीजन गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं।
Eknath Shinde responded to Sena MLA Slapgate, says we have the right to take legal action, but beating someone is not right.
राष्ट्र विरोधी और समाज विरोधी तत्वों को भी चकनाचूर करके रहेंगे और धरती माता के स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा भी करेंगे, मां की स्मृतियों को भी जीवंत बनाएंगे।
Chief Minister Yogi warns mastermind of UP conversion racket, says every anti-India element will be crushed. Fresh order from the Delhi government, fuel ban for overage vehicles in Delhi NCR from November 1, 2025.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ, डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAF Jet.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Yogi government's biggest bulldozer action till date. UP government dismantles biggest conversion racket. Political links to Changur Baba's racket debating tonight at 8:30 p.m.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the debate tonight, Gundaism becomes the new political style statement in Maharashtra. At 8:30 p.m. tonight, 100 crore conversion racket, 70-room mansion, and yogis breaking it all apart. Tonight, a huge Indo-Pak debate on how global watchdog FATF makes eye-opening revelations on Pakistan's terrorism. Well, let me start by showing you pictures of what has just happened. And before that, let me say that it's terrible that some people in Mumbai are making Gundaism into a political style statement. I mean, look at the weak Uddhav Thackeray. The so weak Uddhav Thackeray. And he said, I am a Gunda. If circumstances force me to be a Gunda, I'll be a Gunda. Well, look at this. This happened today. This is a Shinde Sena MLA. I want to show you the pictures. Go back to the visuals. A Shinde Sena MLA, Sanjay Gaikwad. Now, when I say Shiv Sena, means Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena. Sanjay Gaikwad shows off his boxing skills attacking a canteen worker when he finds that the food being served in his room at the MLA hostel in Mumbai is not up to the mark. And let me show you how he does this. He wears a vest, he makes the worker smell the food and then starts punching him. Let me keep showing the visuals. Don't repeat one set of visuals, show the whole set of visuals, production team, kindly, please. He does this. He punches him, he throws him down. Then he continues to punch him in front of everyone, ladies and gentlemen. This goes on and on and on. And this Eknath Shinde MLA says that he's done the right thing. He says this is the way politicians should behave. If you're watching the program tonight, please remember that Raj Thackeray has just told his workers that don't get caught. Go beat people, slap people, but don't get caught. How cowardly is that, Raj Thackeray? He says, if you beat someone, don't make a video of the incident. Let the person beaten up tell that he has been beaten. You don't need to tell anyone. So I want to show you another set of visuals. This is the first set, of course, of what Raj Thackeray's people have done. This complete Gundaism by the politicians that is going on in Mumbai. Can production team kindly please show the second set of visuals now? We'll have to wait, I guess. Thank you. Now, this is a second set of visuals. The workers of the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena taking out their inner frustration on a toll plaza in the Washim district. They said the toll plaza does not have basic facilities, according to them. So they decided to take the matters into their own hands and destroy whatever facilities existed. This is Raj Thackeray's political style.
This is Raj Thackeray's political legacy. This visual, ladies and gentlemen, is Raj Thackeray's lifelong political achievement. The problem is Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray are competing with each other on who can do more Gundaism. And Raj Thackeray is saying, do the Gundaism, just don't get caught on camera. Now, Raj, this is going to be very tough. It will all get caught on camera. Remember when your favorite Sachin Vaze got caught trying to put bombs outside Mukesh Ambani's house? Even that was caught on camera. But of course, you did not have the courage to speak about Sachin Vaze. Now, would Raj Thackeray or Uddhav Thackeray talk about Sachin Vaze, or would they protect him? Because he speaks Marathi and he's a Maharashtrian. Did they slap Sachin Vaze? Did they try to slap Sachin Vaze? No, they would not. Would they try to slap anyone else? No, they wouldn't if the person was rich and influential. When Sachin Vaze put an explosive-laden Scorpio outside Antilla, and he's there caught taking a walk outside Antilla later, that shameless, gruesome, spineless Sachin Vaze, the murderous Sachin Vaze, did Uddhav or Raj speak about them? No. In fact, Uddhav was supporting him. Why? Because he speaks Marathi. So even if a person commits a crime, he's not to be attacked. You didn't try to attack him, you defended him. So this is the reality of Uddhav Thackeray. He will protect Sachin Vaze. Raj Thackeray will not speak about Sachin Vaze. A murderous, extortionist cop, or even about Paramveer, they won't speak about them. But they will speak and attack and slap and humiliate anyone at will, as long as they feel they are physically weaker than them. So this, in my view, ladies and gentlemen, is a sign of extreme cowardice. And we have seen all these visuals over the last few days where politicians believe that this is the way to be. You remember in 2020, during COVID, there was a 65-year-old former Navy officer, I don't know if I have the visuals of that, who forwarded some meme about Uddhav Thackeray. What's wrong? Uddhav Thackeray is the kind of person who will generate memes. What's wrong with a meme, Uddhav? Have no sense of humor, is it? And this is what they did to the Navy officer. They thrashed him and they beat him. So cowardly of Uddhav Thackeray to organize this beating. And he actually garlanded the people who beat up the 65-year-old Navy veteran. This is the cowardice of Uddhav Thackeray. This is the cowardice of Raj Thackeray. And they don't like it when anyone calls them that, but the truth has to be told. It's terrible. You beat up an elderly man, beat him, chase him, punch him, put your gang around him, and then say, well, we've proven our point. You've proven nothing. You've just proven that, you are cowardly goons. Where was this bravery, by the way, of Uddhav and Raj, who've just got together like a bad Hindi movie? Oh, by the way, I shouldn't say Hindi. Maybe that will provoke them as well. Where was this bravery of Uddhav and Raj when the 20 crore Dombivli bridge crumbled a day after its inauguration on July 4th? I don't know if you have those visuals. Do we have the visuals? There it is. The bridge collapsed. Did they go and slap the contractor? No, because he's a rich man. You can't slap the contractor because he's a rich man. They only target poor people. Specifically, they target poor Hindus. Ladies and gentlemen, where was this bravery of the Eknath Shinde government when their own government, 38 children between the ages of 8 and 11 were hospitalized in Kalwa after having contaminated midday meal? They had to be taken to hospital, right? Did Eknath Shinde or Raj Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray do anything then? Did they go and slap anyone who tried to poison these children? No. In fact, where was Raj Thackeray's great anger? He shows his anger. He's very aggressive, he says. Where was this anger and aggression of Raj and Uddhav Thackeray when there was a Porsche crash in Pune, where 2 young techies were killed? That car was driven by a drunk underage VVIP. But of course, Raj and Uddhav will not speak about VVIPs. They must not. They must not attack VVIPs. They must be on the right side of rich people. And ladies and gentlemen, I told you when Sachin Vaze planted bombs outside Mukesh Ambani's house, then also they were quiet. Because they must not speak about Sachin Vaze. These are the kind of people who are their favorites. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ghatkopar hoarding collapsed. 17 people died. 80 were injured in Mumbai. At that point of time, did Uddhav Thackeray, Raj Thackeray slap anyone, attack anyone? No, no, no. The people who own these hoardings are rich people. You see, rich people must not be targeted. We must be on their side. they must be on our side. Bollywood must be on our side. Dino Moria, all these C-grade actors must be on our side. We must give them contracts. That's the approach of Uddhav Thackeray. And then they say they are for ordinary people in Maharashtra. They are not. They are only for rich people. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact is, when it matters, these people do not have the guts. And so they do this. I'll start with the visuals I started with today. They just catch an unsuspecting canteen worker and they beat him, make videos of it. And then they say how powerful they are, how strong they are. Uddhav and Raj, you are not powerful, you are not strong. You attack the defenseless. You protect political vote banks. You will not ask why people are not speaking Marathi in Muhammad Ali Road, where they speak only Urdu. You will not speak a word about Bollywood, which has been turned into Urdu wood. You will not ask why Shah Rukh Khan does not make Maharashtrian films, Marathi films. You will not ask why Amir Khan does not speak Marathi. You will not ask why all these other fellows, from Javed Jafri to that other poet, why none of them speak Marathi. You will not ask those questions. You will only target ordinary people. And that's what makes you very weak. But when you are weak, you will be taken on and you will be criticized, at least here on Republic. So prepare for that. Let's debate.
Shinde Sena MLA Sanjay Gaikwad hurled abuses and slapped canteen staff in Mumbai over stale food. When asked on the same, he brazenly said that when someone fails to understand democratic language, then I have to use this language only. In Thane's Bhiwandi, MNS forced a non-Marathi rickshaw driver to apologize after a scuffle broke out between him and a Marathi youth. The rickshaw driver was threatened that if you try to touch a Marathi youth in future, then see where your hands will go. In Mira Road area of Thane district, an elderly food stall owner was allegedly beaten up by MNS workers. His fault? He didn't speak in Marathi. In the video, you can see the food stall owner being slapped continuously. MNS workers vandalized toll plaza on Akola-Nanded highway, alleging lack of facilities. This was the way MNS workers decided to protest. In Mumbai, the son of MNS leader Javed Sheikh, half naked, fully drunk. This VVIP brat Rahil Sheikh allegedly hit a woman's car, harassed her. In her case, she could speak Marathi, and the MNS leader used a Hindi abuse.
महाराष्ट्र राज्य उपाध्यक्ष आहे.
तुझा बाप महाराष्ट्राचा अध्यक्ष आहे. कोण? मनसेवाले. अच्छा, आणि तू दारू पिऊन माझ्या गाडीवर चढणार, गाडी ठोकणार. अच्छा, तुम्हाला शिव्या देतोयस. हा, गदे शिव्या दे. गाडीला ठोकलं. तू माझ्या गाडीला का ठोकलं? ताई माफ कर. माफ? तू आता बोललास माझा बाप कोण आहे मला? अरे मी थोडासा परप्रांती लोकांना साथ दिला तर काल 200 लोक माझ्या अंगावर आले. आज तू माझी गाडी ठोकतोयस, आपल्या बापाची धमकी देतोयस. तुम्हाला माफ करा ना. माफी नको आहे. तू दारू पिऊन गाडी का चालवतोयस? तू दारू पिऊन गाडी का चालवतोयस?
The Chief Minister of Maharashtra has taken a strong stand.
मी देखील त्याची माहिती घेतली आणि तो व्हिडिओ मी देखील स्वतः बघितलेला आहे आणि निश्चितच अशा प्रकारचं वर्तन हे आपल्या कोणाही करता भूषणावं नाही. याच्याने विधिमंडळाची आणि आमदार म्हणून आपली सगळ्यांचीच प्रतिष्ठा प्रतिमा कुठेतरी कमी होते. अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये मारहाण करणं, लोकप्रतिनिधींनी मारहाण करणं आणि त्याच्या अशा प्रकारचे व्हिडिओ येणं, परब साहेबांचं जरी मत असलं की टावेलवर का मारलं तरी टावेलवर मारलं किंवा कशावरही मारलं तरी ते चुकीचंच आहे, ते योग्य नाही आहे. आणि यातनं सगळ्या आमदारांबद्दल लोकांमध्ये भावना चुकीची जाते. आपण कुठेतरी सत्तेचा गैरवापर करतो किंवा आपण सगळे आमदार म्हणून आपलं कंडक्ट योग्य नाही, अशा प्रकारचं लोकांमध्ये या संदर्भातली भावना जाते. आणि म्हणून निश्चितपणे मला असं वाटतं की अतिशय गंभीर बाब आहे. आपण आणि माननीय अध्यक्ष या दोघांनी याचा कॉग्निझन्स घ्यावा आणि या संदर्भात काय पुढील कारवाई करायची ते आपण करावी.
Cornered by his party's MLA's conduct, Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde too had taken a position, opposing such violence, howsoever feebly.
लोक प्रतिनिधि है, विधायक है, तो हमारी जिम्मेदारी है. कानूनी कार्रवाई के लिए हमारे पास अधिकार है. तो अगर जिधर गलत होता है उसके ऊपर कानूनी कार्रवाई हो सकती है, लेकिन मारपीट करना ये उचित नहीं है.
From the streets to MLA canteen, hooliganism seems to be the norm in Maharashtra. Do the citizens have to live in fear? Who has failed to enforce the law of the land?
I just want to start by saying that in my 9 o'clock debate, I'll invite a member of the Nationalist Collective to this debate. I want members of Nationalist Collective to come on TV and speak on nationalist issues. Tonight, they're going to take part in Indo-Pak debate, one member. Okay, Ishkaran, now there's a competition going on between all these Maharashtrian political parties on who is the bigger gunda. Who is the bigger gunda? Is Uddhav Sena's party more gunda? Is Eknath Shinde's party more gunda? Is Raj Thakre's party more gunda? That is the fight. Right? That is the competition between them. Ishkaran.
Arnab, I think we should not even call them a gunda because Bollywood has glorified dons and gundas and they think it's not a pejorative word. They think we are heroes if you call us a gunda. These are absolute scum. If you need 4-5 people to beat up a rickshaw wala, a food seller, a flower wala on any reason, language or a meme or your food is not right, you are a politician, you can register an FIR.
No, but their feeling now is that if they are politicians, they must first beat, they must make a video. They must make a video, they must show their power over people. And I tell you, why would anyone invest in Mumbai like this? Why would anyone stay in Mumbai if this is what Mumbai offers?
That's why I'm saying the word gunda is not applicable to them. This is cowardice. Because you have some amount of frustration in your life or you believe you have political, physical, economic power, you can go up and beat up an ordinary common citizen on the road. And the bigger tragedy is that it is a problem which is prevalent in most political parties. And it is giving a bad name to a city which is a global city. You have to have certain law and order safety. Tabhi Mumbai bana tha. Agar is tarah ki gundism karoge
but they have to show they are fighting for the people. Let me get in Raju Wagmare of the Eknath Shinde Sena. Raju Wagmare, where did you learn this? Who taught your party people to behave like this? You saw the video today of the MLA beating. But I thought Eknath Shinde was very tolerant. He said, it's all right. We'll take legal recourse. Okay, it's not good. But that's all he said. Mr. Wagmare, on the screen, please. Can we have him on the screen? Thank you. Yes.
Now, we are saying our leader, Mr. Eknath Shinde, is not taking that thing lightly. He talked to the MLA. He talked to the people.
Can I show the MLA visuals, please? Producers, 1 minute. I'll have to talk to my producers. He's talking. He's from the Eknath Shinde Sena. He's talking about that incident. It will be appropriate you run those visuals. Thank you so much. Thank you. Third reminder to my production team on a program live. Yes, Raju, please go on.
See, Mr. Eknath Shinde publicly condemned this kind of act.
No, he didn't
party
condemn it. He didn't
condemned this.
condemn it. He said it's okay. He should have not got into a dhakka mukki nahi karni chahiye. Now, is this the way you behave? The visuals are there.
No.
Why does your
we are
party?
not
Are you competing? Are you competing with MNS now?
No. We are not competing with MNS and
No, you take an
UBT.
ordinary man and you beat him like this. You put him on the ground. You kick him. What gives you the right? If I were to say, who are you? What gives you the right? People are more powerful than you. You political parties come and go. You are nothing. You are nothing without the people. But people are watching tonight. And that's why people are against political parties.
Can I
why did you beat, why does your party, why has Eknath Shinde not taken action against this man today?
No, we are taking action.
What action have you taken? What action have you taken?
Publicly, I am saying we are.
No, he has not
this kind of
apologized.
violence.
No. When your party people, and you are all from the original United Shiv Sena or Bal Thackeray, all three of you, at that time, when you used to beat people, then you shoot people, you make the people hold their ears and say, I'm never going to do this. Why doesn't your leader, MLA, hold his ears and say to the people, I'm never going to beat people like this?
Whatever MLA has done, it is completely wrong.
Why does he not hold his ears? Hold his ears and say sorry. You people, you blacken people's faces, you beat people, you kick people, you kick taxpayers, you kick ordinary people, you beat them, then you say, we learned this from Balasaheb Thackeray. I am sorry, did Balasaheb Thackeray teach you this? Did Balasaheb Thackeray teach you this? Can you say Balasaheb Thackeray taught you this?
No. Nobody.
So he did not, no? Chandrasekhar Jha? Did Balasaheb Thackeray teach this? I'm sure he did.
Balasaheb Thackeray never.
Then why are all of you behaving like this?
Never told us to put anybody who
No, but this is a problem of Mumbai, Maharashtra more.
It is not our problem. This is the one incident happened from our party and we are against
one
it.
incident.
We are going.
One incident.
This is the one only incident.
Now Chandrasekhar Jha of the Uddhav Sena. Now your party and your party partners, MNS, you're all one big happy family now. You're all going around beating people. Show the visuals of the gentleman slapped many times, 7 shots at back, slapping. Not this one, the earlier one, production team, please. You're outdoing yourself today. Thank you. Chandrasekhar Jha, see these pictures. What is the message here? That 7 people can get together and beat you. You know, Chandrasekhar, 7 small boys, not even fully grown men, can come to your house. I don't want them to. Say, Chandrasekhar, I disagree with what you said on Roundup's show, and beat you. What if 7 kids come and beat you? How would you feel? Because your party is a specialist in beating people. Chandrasekhar, can you hear me or are you immobilized? Can you hear me? Yes. Your party is an expert in beating people. You catch a 65-year-old man, Navy officer, and you beat him. That man has done national service. What national service has Uddhav done? Huh? You saw the pictures when you beat him?
If you are want to say that Navy person who was beaten, he was into RSS and he joined BJP next day. And everything is very...
No, so if someone is from BJP and RSS, you will beat him. So somebody says you are from Uddhav Sena, I will beat you.
Even BJP...
No. I am asking you, one minute. Chandrasekhar, what gives you the right? Who are you? हो कौन भाई?
Law and order will take its own recourse.
हाँ तो law and order own recourse क्या होता है? आपको कोई मारे? Suppose Chandrasekhar, listen to me. Chandrasekhar, suppose you wherever you are saying, listen to me. Arey, the rules can change. No, today someone can come to your house and beat you nice and proper, beat your family members. Others say, why do you do that to us? They say because we are related to Chandrasekhar.
If you know the self-defense, then what is the use of knowing the self-defense?
Yeah, so you should do self-defense. So are you a karate champion? Are you a judo champion? What are you? You're preparing, you take martial arts every day. You take martial arts lessons. So what you're saying is we will beat you. Citizens should take self-defense. Hum to tumko marenge.
That is why self-defense is there. And under the law...
Okay, so what you're saying is self-defense is there. We will beat you. And you learn to defend yourself. So old people, ordinary people, women also you beat. No? You beat women also. You beat women also. What do you get by beating women, children, old people? क्या दिखाते हो?
We have not beaten any woman.
Of course you have. You have harassed, you have threatened women, you have threatened men, you have attacked people's homes. There was another woman during COVID times, she put out something again about Uddhav, who's got oversensitive nowadays. You went and attacked, destroyed her house. Is Kangana Ranaut is a woman? You went and broke her house. You're cowards.
Why BJP is not doing that?
No, but I'm saying, what are you doing?
Why one side of this?
What is your policy?
One side of
what
this
is your
story?
policy? You've not attacked women. You attack Kangana Ranaut. You attack young women. You put them in jail. When another woman, a lady MP, did Hanuman Chalisa outside your leader's house, you arrested her, put her in jail for 2 weeks.
Why?
You're cowards.
PM Modi
You are cowards.
did not granted the bail.
No, my
That
point is,
also
why are you
there.
doing this? Who's
So
nobody
when
scared
you are
of you?
calling this?
Now, I'm asking you, Raghu Wagmare, 1 minute. You are calling, I am calling, you are calling. Oh my God, I'll show how angry I am. I'll threaten you. Ha 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 ha. कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है.
Might be
अरे इश्करन, nobody scared. Tell them no. कोई डरता नहीं है.
provocation might
No,
be
Arnab,
there.
what is the Arnab, क्या
क्या है?
बड़ी बात है? 5
हम
लोग
मारेंगे.
जाके एक ऑर्डिनरी
हम
सिटीजन को
तोड़ेंगे.
मार दे, इसमें क्या बहादुरी है? आप यहाँ
लोगों के घर जाएंगे, मारेंगे.
आके मार दे, उसमें क्या बहादुरी है?
क्या बहादुरी है?
हीरो बन रहे हो उसमें? लूजर
कैसी हीरोपंती है भाई ये?
लूजर बिहेवियर कर रहे हो. इनफैक्ट अगर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर स्ट्रिक्टली हो, सबको जेल में होना चाहिए, पर आप उनको जेल में डालते नहीं हो, तभी वो इनबोल्डन होते हैं. इवन एवरीबडी, जो भी नेता कर रहा है उसको जेल में क्यों नहीं डालते? अरेस्ट करो. आपके पास सारी धाराएं हैं कॉमन सिटीजन पे लगाने के लिए. आप ओवर चार्ज करते हो. अ कॉमन सिटीजन इन दिस कंट्री गेट्स ओवर चार्ज. द पुलिस पुट्स ऑल नॉन बेलेबल सेक्शंस. But when a goon beats up an ordinary citizen of the public, then you remember only to put him under bailable offenses.
You break them. And that is your politics.
राजू वाघमारे कुछ कहना चाहते हैं.
You arrest 4 of them. Do not give them bail for a few days, few weeks, and you will solve the problem.
I want to say to all members of the Nationalist Collective, I want to say to all members of the Nationalist Collective, do not take this for granted. Don't let these people take you for granted anymore. See, the message going out of Mumbai is, a ordinary citizen can be beaten up. A politician will say, I have got lawyers, I will beat you up and I'll hire a lawyer to defend myself. Maybe I'll hire Kapil Madan. Kapil Madan is hoping some cases come his way. Kapil, do you want me to open the lines tonight? Do you want me to open the lines tonight?
Get personal here. I don't.
No, do you want me to open the lines? Okay, open the lines.
I'll help you pro bono just in case you require.
I don't need you pro bono. I fought Congress Party in 117 cases and defeated you in all. How does it feel? There is only one man, Kapil. Remember, there's only one man. There's only one man, Kapil, who has defeated Trinamool Congress, who has defeated Congress, who has defeated Samajwadi Party, who has defeated Uddhav Sena, who has defeated all your NCP. One man, only one man has defeated all parties, and that man's name is Arnab Goswami. When you wake up in the morning, remember that one man, एक आदमी ने सारे political parties को खत्म कर दिया है legally. नहीं, आप हमेशा इसको याद रखिए ना. मुझे आप मेरे आपसे आपके जितने लॉयर आपके मेरे पास हजारों लॉयर है, बहुत बड़ी लीगल टीम है. आप क्या कर लोगे? No, don't do this. कपिल, लोगों को मत मारिए. आप लोग बोलते हो हम लोगों को मारेंगे क्योंकि हमारा हक है. ये कहते हैं हम नेता है मारेंगे. हम नेता है मारेंगे. ये अप्रोच है इनकी. हम नेता है मारेंगे. अगर लोग बोले हम चुप नहीं रहेंगे, हम मार नहीं खाएंगे. आपको लगता है मुंबई के लोग नहीं बोलेंगे हम मार नहीं खाएंगे? बहुत हो गई गुंडागिरी, दादागिरी.
I am supporting you. Who is doing gundagiri? All I am saying is
उद्धव सेना, MNS और अभी एकनाथ शिंदे सेना भी.
Arnab, they should be in jail. I am with you. I am supporting you. I think you haven't heard me right. All I am saying is that these people are cowards of the highest order. And let me just say this: they can only hit a person who is weak. They can only hit the person who is poor. That's what we have seen so far. अगर ये इतने ही बहुत होनहार और ये जोरदार हैं, इनको एक्चुअली में सीमा पे जाना चाहिए. When we have a conflict with the enemy nation, if they are so brave, they should be supporting the army and they should be fighting out.
राजू वाघमारे आप अलाउ क्यों कर रहे हैं? राजू वाघमारे जी, ये आप उद्धव सेना को अलाउ कर रहे हैं क्योंकि आपकी पॉलिटिक्स है. आपको लगता है उनको रोकेंगे. यू थिंक उनको रोकेंगे तो लोग कहेंगे आप एंटी मराठी है. नहीं, आप प्रो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है. आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, आप सरकार में है, आप इनको अरेस्ट कीजिए।
फॉर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, यस।
एक केस आपने, एक धारा लगाई है राज ठाकरे के खिलाफ, एक धारा। हैव यू पुट वन, नो 1 मिनट, व्हाट केस हैव यू पुट अगेंस्ट राज ठाकरे? व्हाट केस हैव यू? आप में हिम्मत नहीं है राज ठाकरे के खिलाफ केस करने की।
There is no case, but we put the case against the people of MNS and the people
MNS
of
boss,
UPT
who is MNS boss? Who is the head of MNS?
Yeah, but to put.
But why are you scared of putting a case on Raj ठाकरे?
We are not scared of anybody.
So are you one case you put against Uddhav ठाकरे?
We are with people.
One case against Uddhav ठाकरे, one case against Raj ठाकरे. Why don't you put?
If anything they did wrong, we will do it. The people of their
This
party.
man getting slapped like this, it is okay for you. You are in power and people are slapping ordinary citizens like this. It is okay for you.
We are not support them.
कोई आपके फैमिली पर मेंबर पर खुदा ना खास्ता कोई ऐसा एक्ट कर दे तो आप चुप रहेंगे?
Anybody who takes the law in our
What
hands,
anybody?
we are
Raj
against
ठाकरे,
them.
Uddhav ठाकरे, they are taking the law into their own hands. हिम्मत है तो नाम
We are
लीजिए।
against them. Our
Ishkaran.
government is against them. CM
Four
is
windows.
going to
Keep the
take
visuals on.
Sir, I want to comment this.
यही तो प्रॉब्लम है ना?
Arnav, just give me 1 second, please.
And that is why we need the nationalist collective, where politicians only divide, politicians are weak, politicians attack citizens. Today I really want to make a pitch. We must come together against these politicians. Yes, Ishkaran.
Arnav, a group of MNSK goons jaake beat up a normal citizen and you say we put sections of law. What sections of law? When you had to arrest Arnav, police knows what sections to put. They overcharge a normal citizen. Arnav, a normal citizen gets 20 sections on non-available on him. What were the sections put on MNS workers and why were sections not put on Raj ठाकरे?
अच्छा एक मिनट, I've got a visual. देखिए, only network, हम confront कर रहे हैं संजय गायकवाड़ को जिन्होंने थप्पड़ मारी. We have a visual of him. Play it full frame. Let them see. सिर्फ रिपब्लिक लड़ती है लोगों के लिए. Political parties कुछ नहीं करते हैं. सिर्फ सत्ता चाहते हैं. ये देखिए.
शुरू से
We will see visuals right now. Play it. Play the whole feed. There's no problem. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just got a sequence जहाँ पे संजय गायकवाड़ को हमने confront किया. ये देखिए.
आपने किया था हॉस्टल में घुस के वहाँ स्टाफ को मारा था।
मेरा माफी मांगने का क्या सवाल है? माफी मांगने का क्या सवाल है? मैं क्यों माफी मांगूं? जब मुझे कोई जहर खिला रहा है तो उससे माफी मांगूं मैं?
क्यों? एक स्टाफ को मारा आपने।
स्टाफ को नहीं, मैनेजर को मारा है।
क्यों मारा? लेकिन
अरे आपने सब्र से देखा ना क्यों मारा है करके?
लेकिन एक आप लोग प्रतिनिधि हैं। आप लोग
बराबर है। मुझे कोई जहर खिलाएगा तो मैं चुप बैठने वाला नहीं है।
लेकिन माफी मांगेंगे आप?
बिल्कुल नहीं।
सीएम और डिप्टी सीएम एकनाथ शिंदे भी इसका कंडम किए। उन्होंने कहा कि जिस तरह किए आपने कहीं ये गलत किए।
उनकी नज़र से उन्होंने सही कहा है। उनकी नज़र से उन्होंने सही कहा है और उन्होंने पूरी बात का इंक्वायरी के लिए।
लेकिन आप माफी मांगेंगे?
नहीं, माफी क्यों मांगेंगे? माफी नहीं मांगूंगा।
लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री ने विधान परिषद में कहा, लेकिन आपके बर्ताव,
मुख्यमंत्री महोदय और उप मुख्यमंत्री ने जो कहा है वो उनका कर्तव्य है। कायदा सुव्यवस्था रखना या कोई हमारा आमदार से गलती होती है तो वो सब बात करना वो उनका काम ही है। मैं उनके वो जो उन्होंने कहा है उसका मैं आदर भी करता हूँ। लेकिन उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि जो घटना ये जिस वजह से घड़ी उसकी भी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, वो होटल की भी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए, ये भी उन्होंने कहा है। नहीं, कोई पछतावा नहीं है। मैं जहर खाने वाला था। बाकी लोग ये समझ
विजुअल दिखाओ।
मैंने जो किया है उसमें मुझे कोई पछतावा नहीं है।
क्या पार्टी आपके साथ है?
मुझे ये करने के लिए कोई पार्टी ने नहीं बोला है, कोई पार्टी के नेता नहीं बोला है, इसलिए पार्टी साथ में होने का सवाल नहीं आता। ये मेरा वैयक्तिक डिसीजन है।
आप माफी मांगेंगे?
मैं मुख्यमंत्री साहब की नाराजी दूर करूंगा।
लेकिन माफी मांगेंगे?
काय? मी अध्यक्ष महोदयांना, मुख्यमंत्री महोदयांना, उपमुख्यमंत्री महोदयांना।
Back to the debate right now. We stay with the visuals out there. Raju Wagmare ji, he is not scared of Eknath Shinde. He's not bothered about
No,
Eknath Shinde. He's not bothered about Devendra Fadnavis. He's not bothered about law and order. He thinks he's become a hero.
No. It is his personal decision what he has taken.
It's his,
Party,
Ishkaran, it is his personal decision to beat someone.
Party is not with him. Party is not.
But party will also not take any action. Message to the people. Message to the people. Yes, Ishkaran.
Simple point is, are you going to arrest him? Forget it's his personal decision. The crime is personal. Let's take it. Then the police has the power to arrest. Are you arresting him or not? Please answer that. That's a very simple thing to answer. A personal crime has to be arrested or not, where you go up and beat up a citizen of this country.
Government has to take decision on all these incidents.
Oh
The
God, see
government
that.
is going to take decision on this.
What else
This
do you
is the
need to
problem.
say?
You know, I'll tell you one thing, completely lawless in Mumbai, and then don't say why foreign investment in Mumbai is going down. You know, this is really terrible, really terrible. Anyway, I thank you for that. Viewers, I want to make an announcement once again that at a time like this, when politicians are dividing the people, are attacking the people, when you see political parties beating people, what you need is a collective effort of coming together. And that's why we have the Nationalist Collective. It is the largest, most impactful organization. I would call it a movement. It's the largest non-political movement, Republic Media Networks, Nationalist Collective. We have a huge event happening on 18th. And today at 9 o'clock, member of the Nationalist Collective will join my Indio Park debate. How's that? Well, the Uttar Pradesh anti-terror squad has exposed a conversion racket that has shocked the nation. The name of the kingpin, Changur Baba. He's not alone. He's not alone. And today, Yogi Adityanath has sent a stream of bulldozers to just destroy everything he has, which is fantastic. Let's debate.
कैसे वहां हिंदू बहन बेटियों के इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करता था, लेकिन अब ऐसे तत्वों के साथ सख्ती की जा रही है।
Changur Baba, a name behind the multi-crore foreign-funded illegal conversion racket, has sent shockwaves across the country. Uttar Pradesh anti-terror squad has revealed more names of this gang. Muhammad Ahmed Khan allegedly handled Changur Baba's financial transactions. He reportedly brought properties on behalf of the racketeer in Maharashtra to run illegal activities. Republic spoke to Muhammad Khan, who now plays victim rather than an accomplice. In the phone conversation, he made some explosive claims, including that the Jalaluddin ring has links to Mukhtar Ansari gang.
इन लोगों का माफिया मुख्तार अंसारी, छांगुर एंड कंपनी, इनके साथ है, संपर्क है। इनके पास सारे पैसे 2 नंबर के हैं और ये उन पैसों का उपयोग करके लोगों की जमीनें हड़पते हैं।
Another name that comes to light is Neetu, who is allegedly Changur Baba's girlfriend. In 2015, Neetu went to Dubai and converted into Nasreen. Since then, Nasreen has been at the helm of Changur Baba's conversion gang. With the help of alleged foreign funding, this racket managed to build a massive empire. Changur, the kingpin, had a mansion of 70 rooms. When the bulldozer action began on Monday, it could only manage to demolish a part of it. 8 more bulldozers rolled on his mansion today, the biggest ever bulldozer action. A massive breakthrough by Uttar Pradesh anti-terror squad followed by swift bulldozer justice. It's a clear message to anti-India elements.
कैसे वहां हिंदू बहन बेटियों के इज्जत के साथ खिलवाड़ करता था, पैसे में सौदेबाजी करता था, लेकिन अब ऐसे तत्वों के साथ सख्ती की जा रही है। हम समाज को भी टूटने नहीं देंगे, राष्ट्र विरोधी और समाज विरोधी तत्वों को भी चकनाचूर करके रहेंगे।
But who is facilitating a crime of such scale? Is there more than what have been revealed?
Additional Director General Law and Order, Uttar Pradesh, Amitabh Yash is with us. Mr. Yash, how many people have been converted through this conversion factory of Changur Baba? You think approximately?
This group had been running its operation for a very long time, maybe more than 15 years. They have had unhindered access to funds, and they had been converting people through all kinds of means, which included honey trapping, conversion of vulnerable young people who were not even majors. They could not take their own decisions. They had been using money, and the very stark kind of a fact was that they were using different scales of money for different castes who were being converted.
So they were paying people, they were paying people or paying their families,
yeah.
they're paying families of young girls to convert?
They were using the agents to convert people. The means were either honey trapping or pressurizing through various means, including lodging cases against them.
Honey trapping whom?
Yes. Honey trapping was a major method for conversion.
Honey trapping whom? The family members of?
The person who had to be converted.
So if they would honey trap a man and then force him to convert?
Yes.
And where was the money coming from for this operation? From which countries?
We have discovered around 40 accounts which were being used for these nefarious activities, and money from Middle Eastern countries has poured down into these accounts.
And he was giving accounts of how many people he converted to these Middle Eastern countries?
The number is not yet clear. The investigation is still on, and we have a lot of work to do.
So are there two political parties that are involved in this, we are told?
Yes. There's a foreign funding element. There's a group that's converting here, and they have their roots spread out all throughout the country. It's a pan-India group.
Which political parties were backing them?
We don't have any evidence of any political party backing them yet, but the funds that were coming were from.
Where is Changur Baba now?
Changur Baba is in judicial custody. Today the court has given a 7-day police custody remand. So from tomorrow he'll be in the custody of ATS for further interrogation.
Okay. Amitabh Yash, thank you very much for sharing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amitabh. Okay. Let's go to the debate. Waris Pathan, Pooja Mishra. अब वारिस इसमें ना हिंदू मुस्लिम एंगल मत लाइए, है ना? दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. शालिनी, मुझे पता है प्रॉब्लम क्या होगी वारिस पठान की. तो इनसे ना वेलकम. ये हिंदू मुस्लिम एंगल, इट्स नॉट हिंदू मुस्लिम, ये गलत और सही के बारे में. पैसा देके हनी ट्रैप करके हिंदुओं को इस्लाम में ले आना, फोर्स करना, कन्वर्ट करना.
As per the constitution and not on the. No, allow me. The country will run as per the constitution. Rule of law will have to be followed, and nobody can use bulldozer politics. The Supreme Court has time and again said that even if a person is convicted, if accused, then also you have to follow the due process of law. You cannot just go there with red bulldozer and demolish his 40-room building like that, because if one person is a culprit, why punishment to the other family members? And not only that, since 8.5 years the BJP is ruling the UP. Why were they silent? If 100 crores rupees came into his account, what was the ATS UP doing till now? Why no action was taken against him? See, nobody is above law, everybody.